11. Bronze by gold heard the hoof irons, steely ringing. Impertinent thn. Chips, picking chips off rocky thumbnail, chips. Horrid. And gold flushed more. A husky fife note blew. Blue. Blue bloom is on the gold pinnacled hair. A jumping rose on satiny breast of satin, rose of Castile. Trilling, trilling, idlors. Peep. Who's in the peep off gold? Tink cried to bronze in pity. And a call, pure, long and throbbing. Longindine call. Decoy. Soft word. But look, the bright stars fade. Notes chirping answer. O rose. Castile. The morn is breaking. Jingle jingle jaunted jingling. Coin rang. Clock clacked. A vowel. Sun nes. I could. Rebound of garter. Not leave thee. Smack. La cloche. Thigh smack. A vowel. Warm. Sweetheart, goodbye. Jingle. Blue. Boomed crashing chords. When love absorbs. War. War. The tympanum. A sail. A veil, a wave upon the waves. Lost. Throstle fluted. All is lost now. Horn. Ha horn. When first he saw. Alas. Full tup. Full throb. Warbling. Ah, lure. Alluring. Martha. Come. Clap clap. Clip clap. Clappy clap. Good God, henna vir heard in all. Deaf bald Pat brought pad knife took up. A moonlit night call, far, far. I feel so sad. P.S. So lonely blooming. Listen. The spiked and winding cold seahorn. Have you the each, and for other, plash and silent roar. Pearls, when she lists rhapsodies. Hiss. You don't. Did not, no, no, believe, lidlid. With a cock with a cara. Black. Deep sounding. Do, Ben, do. Wait while you wait. He. Wait while you he. But wait. Low in dark middle earth. Embedador. Namenetamine. Preacher is he. All gone. All fallen. Tiny, her tremulous fernfoils of maidenhair. Amen. He gnashed in fury. Fro. To, fro. A baton cool protruding. Bronze Lydia by Mina gold. By bronze, by gold, in ocean green of shadow. Bloom. Old Bloom. One rapped, one tapped, with a cara, with a cock. Pray for him. Pray, good people. His gouty fingers knackering. Big Benaben. Big Benben. Last rose Castile of summer left bloom, I feel so sad alone. Pui. Little wind piped we. True men. Lid cur cauda and dal. I. Like you men. Will lift your tschink with tschunk. FFF. Ooh. Wear bronze from an ear. Wear gold from afar. Wear hoofs. RRPR, cra. Crondle. Then not till then. Maya priptaf. Beep frit. Done. Begin. Bronze by gold, Miss Douse's head by Miss Kennedy's head, over the crossblind of the Ormond bar heard the vice-regal hoofs go by, ringing steel. Is that her? Asked Miss Kennedy. Miss Dowse said yes, sitting with his ex, Pearl Grey and eau de Nil. Exquisite contrast, Miss Kennedy said. When all agog Miss Dowse said eagerly. Look at the fellow in the tall silk. Who? Where? Gold asked more eagerly. In the second carriage, Miss Dowse wet lips said, laughing in the sun. He's looking. Mine till I see. She darted, bronze, to the backmost corner, flattening her face against the pane in a halo of hurried breath. Her wet lips tittered. He's killed looking back. She laughed. Oh, wept. Aren't men frightful idiots? With sadness. Miss Kennedy sauntered sadly from bright light, twining a loose hair behind an ear. Sauntering sadly, gold no more, she twisted twined a hair. Sadly she twined in sauntering gold hair behind a curving ear. It's them has the fine times, sadly then she said. A man. Bleuho went by Molang's pipes bearing in his breast the sweets of sin, by wine's antiques, in memory bearing sweet sinful words, by Carol's dusky battered plate, for Raoul. The boots to them in the bar, them barmaids came. For them unheeding him he banged on the counter his tray of chattering china. And there's your teas, he said. Miss Kennedy with manners transposed the tea tray down to an upturned lithia crate, safe from eyes, low. What is it? Loud Boots unmannily asked. Find out, Miss Dowse retorted, leaving her spying point. Your beau, is it? A haughty Bronze replied. I'll complain to Mrs. de Massey on you if I hear any more of your impertinent insolence. Impertinent thn, Boots' snout sniffed rudely, as he retreated as she threatened as he had come. Bloom. On her flower frowning Miss Dowse said. Most aggravating that young brat is. If he doesn't conduct himself I'll wring his ear for him a yard long. Ladylike in exquisite contrast. Take no notice, Miss Kennedy rejoined. She poured in a teacup tea, then back in the teapot tea. They cowered under their reef of counter, waiting on footstools, crates upturned, waiting for their teas to draw. They pawed their blouses, both of black satin, 2 and 9 a yard, waiting for their teas to draw, and 2 and 7. Yes, bronze from anear, by gold from afar, heard steel from anear, hoofs ring from afar, and heard steel hoofs ring hoof ring steel. Am I awfully sunburnt? Miss Bronze unbloused her neck. No, said Miss Kennedy. It gets brown after. Did you try the borax with the cherry laurel water? Miss Dowse half stood to see her skin askance in the bar mirror gilded lettered where hock and claret glasses shimmered and in their midst a shell. And leave it to my hands, she said. Try it with the glycerin, Miss Kennedy advised. Bidding her neck and hands adieu Miss Dowse. Those things only bring out a rash, replied, reseated. I asked that old fogey in Boyd's for something for my skin. Miss Kennedy, pouring now a full-drawn tea, grimaced and prayed. Oh, don't remind me of him for mercy's sake. But wait till I tell you, Miss Dowse entreated. Sweet tea Miss Kennedy having poured with milk plugged both 2 ears with little fingers. No, don't, she cried. I won't listen, she cried. But Bloom? Miss Dowse grunted in snuffy fogey's tone. For your what? Says he. Miss Kennedy unplugged her ears to hear, to speak, but said, but prayed again. Don't let me think of him or I'll expire. The hideous old wretch. That night in the Antient concert rooms. She sipped distastefully her brew, hot tea, a sip, sipped, sweet tea. Here he was, Miss Dowse said, cocking her bronze head 3/4, ruffling her nose wings. Hoo-fa! Hoo-fa! Shrill shriek of laughter sprang from Miss Kennedy's throat. Miss Dowse huffed and snorted down her nostrils that quivered impertinent like a snout in quest. Oh! Shrieking, Miss Kennedy cried. Will you ever forget his goggle eye? Miss Dowse chimed in deep bronze laughter, shouting. And your other eye? Bleuho's dark eye read Aaron Figatner's name. Why do I always think Figather? Gathering figs, I think. And Prosper Lores Huguenot name. By Bassie's blessed virgins Bloom's dark eyes went by. Blue-robed, white under, come to me. God they believe she is, or goddess. Those today. I could not see. That fellow spoke. A student. After with Dedalus' son. He might be Mulligan. All comely virgins. That brings those rakes of fellows in, her white. By went his eyes. The sweets of sin. Sweet are the sweets. Of sin. In a giggling peal young gold bronze voices blended, douse with Kennedy your other eye. They threw young heads back, bronze giggle gold, to let free fly their laughter, screaming, your other, signals to each other, high piercing notes. Ah, panting, sighing, ah, for done, their mirth died down. Miss Kennedy lipped her cup again, raised, drank a sip and giggled. Miss Dowse, bending over the tea tray, ruffled again her nose and rolled droll fattened eyes. Again Kenny giggles, stooping, her fair pinnacles of hair, stooping, her tortoise napecomb showed, spluttered out of her mouth her tea, choking in tea and laughter, coughing with choking, crying. Oh greasy eyes! Imagine being married to a man like that! She cried. With his bit of beard. Dowse gave full vent to a splendid yell, a full yell of full woman, delight, joy, indignation. Married to the greasy nose. She yelled. Shrill, with deep laughter, after, gold after bronze, they urged each to peal after peal, ringing in changes, bronze gold bronze, shrill deep, to laughter after laughter. And then laughed more. Greasy eye nose. Exhausted, breathless, their shaken heads they laid, braided and pinnacled by glossy combed, against the counter ledge. All flushed, oh, panting, sweating, oh, all breathless. Married to Bloom, to Greasebloom. Oh, saints above. Miss Dowse said, sighed above her jumping rose. I wished I hadn't laughed so much. I feel all wet. Oh, Miss Dowse. Miss Kennedy protested. You horrid thing. And flushed yet more, you horrid, more goldenly. By Cantwell's offices roved Greasebloom, by Seppi's virgins, bright of their oils. Nanetti's father hawked those things about, wheedling at doors as religion pays. Must see him for that par. Eat first. I want. Not yet. At 4, she said. Time ever passing. Clock hands turning. On. Where eat? The Clarence, Dolphin. On. For Raoul. Eat. If I net 5 guineas with those ads. The violet silk petticoats. Not yet. The sweets of sin. Flushed less, still less, goldenly paled. Into their bar strolled Mr. Dedalus. Chips, picking chips off one of his rocky thumbnails. Chips. He strolled. Oh, welcome back, Miss Dowse. He held her hand. Enjoyed her holidays? Tip-top. He hoped she had nice weather in Rostravar. Gorgeous, she said. Look at the holy show I am. Lying out on the strand all day. Bronze whiteness. That was exceedingly naughty of you, Mr. Dedalus told her and pressed her hand indulgently. Tempting poor simple males. Miss Dowse of Satin doused her arm away. Oh, go away. She said. You're very simple, I don't think. He was. Well now I am, he mused. I looked so simple in the cradle they christened me Simple Simon. You must have been a doty, Miss Dowse made answer. And what did the doctor order today? Well now, he mused, whatever you say yourself. I think I'll trouble you for some fresh water and a half glass of whiskey. Jingle. With the greatest alacrity, Miss Dowse agreed. With grace of alacrity towards the mirror-gilt Cantrell and Cochrane's she turned herself. With grace she tapped a measure of gold whiskey from her crystal keg. Forth from the skirt of his coat Mr. Dedalus brought pouch and pipe. Alacrity she served. He blew through the flue 2 husky fife notes. By Jove, he mused, I often wanted to see the Mourne Mountains. Must be a great tonic in the air down there. But a long threatening comes at last, they say. Yes. 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 He fingered shreds of hair, her maidenhair, her mermaids, into the bowl. Chips. Shreds. Musing. Mute. None not said nothing. Yes. Gaily Miss Dowse polished a tumbler, trilling. Oh, Idolors, Queen of the Eastern Seas. Was Mr. Lidwell in today? In came Lenehan. Round him peered Lenehan. Mr. Bloom reached Essex Bridge. Yes, Mr. Bloom crossed Bridge of Essex. To Martha I must write. By paper. Dailies. Girl they're civil. Bloom. Old Bloom. Blue Bloom is on the rye. He was in at lunchtime, Miss Dowse said. Lenehan came forward. Was Mr. Boylan looking for me? He asked. She answered. Miss Kennedy, was Mr. Boylan in while I was upstairs? She asked. Miss Voice of Kennedy answered, a second teacup poised, her gaze upon a page. No. He was not. Miss Gaze of Kennedy, heard, not seen, read on. Lenehan round the sandwich bell wound his round body round. Peep. Who's in the corner? No glance of Kennedy rewarding him he yet made overtures. To mind her stops. To read only the black ones, round O and crooked S. Jingle jaunty jingle. Girl gold she read and did not glance. Take no notice. She took no notice while he read by rote a Solfa fable for her, plappering flatly. Ah fox met a stork. Said the fox to the stork, will you put your bill down in my troth and pull up a bone? He droned in vain. Miss Dowse turned to her tea aside. He sighed aside. Ah me. Oh my. He greeted Mr. Dedalus and got a nod. Greetings from the famous son of a famous father. Who may he be? Mr. Dedalus asked. Lenehan opened most genial arms. Who? Who may he be? He asked. Can you ask? Stephen, the youthful bard. Dry. Mr. Dedalus, famous father, laid by his dry-filled pipe. I see, he said. I didn't recognize him for the moment. I hear he is keeping very select company. Have you seen him lately? He had. I quaffed the nectar bowl with him this very day, said Lenehan. In Mooney's Enville and in Mooney's sur Mer. He had received the rhino for the labor of his muse. He smiled at Bronze's tea-bathed lips, at listening lips and eyes. The elite of Erin hung upon his lips. The ponderous pundit, Hugh Machew, Dublin's most brilliant scribe and editor and that minstrel boy of the wild wet west who is known by the euphonious appellation of the O'Madden Burke. After an interval Mr. Dedalus raised his grog and... That must have been highly diverting, said he. I see. He see. He drank. With faraway morning mountain eye. Set down his glass. He looked towards the saloon door. I see you have moved the piano. The tuner was in today, Miss Dowse replied, tuning it for the smoking concert, and I never heard such an exquisite player. Is that a fact? Didn't he, Miss Kennedy? The real classical, you know. And blind too, poor fellow. Not 20 I'm sure he was. Is that a fact? Mr. Dedalus said. He drank and strayed away. So sad to look at his face, Miss Dowse condoled. God's curse on bitch's bastard. Tink to her pity cried a diner's bell. To the door of the bar and dining room came bald Pat, came bothered Pat, came Pat, waiter of Ormond. Lager for diner. Lager without alacrity she served. With patience Lenehan waited for Boylan with impatience, for Jingle Jaunty Blaze's boy. Upholding the lid he, who, gazed in the coffin, at the oblique triple, piano, wires. He pressed, the same who pressed indulgently her hand, soft peddling, a triple of keys to see the thicknesses of felt advancing, to hear the muffled hammerfall in action. 2 sheets cream vellum paper, 1 reserve, 2 envelopes when I was in Wisdom Helly's Wise Bloom in Daly's Henry Flower bought. Are you not happy in your home? Flower to console me and a pin cuts low. Means something, language of flow. Was it a daisy? Innocence that is. Respectable girl meet after mass. Thanks awfully muchly. Wise Bloom eyed on the door a poster, a swaying mermaid smoking mid nice waves. Smoke mermaids, coolest whiff of all. Hair streaming, lovelorn. For some man. For Raoul. He eyed and saw afar on Essex Bridge a gay hat riding on a jaunting car. It is. Again. 3rd time. Coincidence. Jingling on supple rubbers it jaunted from the bridge to Ormond Quay. Follow. Risk it. Go quick. At 4. Near now. Out. 2pence, sir, the shopgirl dared to say. Aha. I was forgetting. Excuse. And 4. At 4 she. Winsomely she on Blue him smiled. Blue smeek go. Ternoon. Think you're the only pebble on the beach? Does that to all? 4 men. In drowsy silence gold bent on her page. From the saloon a call came, long in dying. That was a tuning fork the tuner had that he forgot that he now struck. A call again. That he now poised that it now throbbed. You hear? It throbbed, pure, purer, softly and softlier, its buzzing prongs. Longer in dying call. Pat paid for diner's pop-corked bottle, and over tumbler, tray and pop-corked bottle ere he went he whispered, bald and bothered, with Miss Dowse. The bright stars fade. A voiceless song sang from within, singing. The morn is breaking. A duodene of bird notes chirped bright treble answer under sensitive hands. Brightly the keys, all twinkling, linked, all harpsichording, called to a voice to sing the strain of dewy morn, of youth, of love's leave-taking, life's, love's morn. The dewdrops purl. Lenehan's lips over the counter lisped a low whistle of decoy. But look this way, he said, Rose of Castile. Jingle jaunted by the curb and stopped. She rose and closed her reading, Rose of Castile, fretted, forlorn, dreamily rose. Did she fall or was she pushed? He asked her. She answered, sliding. Ask no questions and you'll hear no lies. Like lady, ladylike. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor where he strode. Yes, gold from anear by bronze from afar. Lenehan heard and knew and hailed him. See the conquering hero comes. Between the car and window, warily walking, went Bloom, unconquered hero. See me he might. The seat he sat on, warm. Black wary he-cat walked towards Richie Golding's legal bag, lifted aloft, saluting. And I from thee. I heard you were round, said Blazes Boylan. He touched to fair Miss Kennedy a rim of his slanted straw. She smiled on him. But Sister Bronze outsmiled her, preening for him her richer hair, a bosom and a rose. Smart Boylan bespoke potions. What's your cry? Glass of bitter. Glass of bitter, please, and a slogan for me. Wire in yet? Not yet. At 4 she. Who said 4? Cowley's red lugs and bulging apple in the door of the sheriff's office. Avoid. Golding a chance. What is he doing in the Ormond? Car waiting. Wait. Hello. Where off to? Something to eat. I too was just. In here. What, Ormond? Best value in Dublin. Is that so? Dining room. Sit tight there. See, not be seen. I think I'll join you. Come on. Richie led on. Bloom followed bag. Dinner fit for a prince. Miss Dowse reached high to take a flagon, stretching her satin arm, her bust, that all but burst, so high. Oh! Oh! Jerked Lenehan, gasping at each stretch. Oh! But easily she seized her prey and let it low in triumph. Why don't you grow? Asked Blazes Boylan. She bronze, dealing from her oblique jar thick syrupy liquor for his lips, looked as it flowed, flour in his coat, who gave him, and syruped with her voice. Fine goods in small parcels. That is to say she. Neatly she poured slow syrupy slow. Here's fortune, Blazes said. He pitched a broad coin down. Coin rang. Hold on, said Lenehan, till I. Fortune, he wished, lifting his bubbled ale. Sceptre will win in a canter, he said. I plunged a bit, said Boylan winking and drinking. Not on my own, you know. Fancy of a friend of mine. Lenehan still drank and grinned at his tilted ale and at Miss Dowse's lips that all but hummed, not shut, the ocean song her lips had trilled. Idlors. The Eastern Seas. Clock word. Miss Kennedy passed their way, flower, wonder who gave, bearing away tea tray. Clock clacked. Miss Dowse took Boylan's coin, struck boldly the cash register. It clanged. Clock clacked. Fair one of Egypt teased and sorted in the till and hummed and handed coins in change. Look to the west. A clack. For me. What time is that? Asked Blazes Boylan. 4 o'clock. Lenehan, small eyes a hunger on her humming, bust a humming, tugged Blazes Boylan's elbow sleeve. Let's hear the time, he said. The bag of Goldine, Collis, Ward led Bloom by Rye Bloom flowered tables. Aimless he chose with agitated aim, bald Pat attending, a table near the door. Be near. At 4. Has he forgotten? Perhaps a trick. Not come, whet appetite. I couldn't do. Wait, wait. Pat, waiter, waited. Sparkling bronze azure-eyed Blazer's sky-blue bow and eyes. Go on, pressed Lenehan. There's no one. He never heard. To Flora's lips did high. High, a high note pealed in the treble clear. Bronze Dowse communing with her rose that sank and rose sought Blazes Boylan's flower and eyes. Please, please. He pleaded over returning phrases of avowal. I could not leave thee. Afterwits, Miss Dowse promised coyly. No, now, urged Lenehan. Son n'est la cloche. Oh do. There's no one. She looked. Quick. Miss Ken out of earshot. Sudden bent. Two kindling faces watched her bend. Quavering the chord strayed from the air, found it again, lost chord, and lost and found it, faltering. Go on. Do. Son n'est. Bending, she nipped a peak of skirt above her knee. Delayed. Taunted them still, bending, suspending, with willful eyes. Son n'est. Smack. She set free sudden in rebound her nipped elastic garter smack warm against her smackable a woman's warm-hosed thigh. La cloche. Cried gleeful Lenehan. Trained by owner. No sawdust there. She smirked supercilious, wept. Aren't men? But, light ward gliding, mild she smiled on Boylan. You're the essence of vulgarity, she in gliding said. Boylan, eyed. Tossed to fat lips his chalice, drank off his chalice tiny, sucking the last fat violet syrupy drops. His spellbound eyes went after her gliding head as it went down the bar by mirrors, gilded arch for ginger ale, hock and claret glasses shimmering, a spiky shell, where it concerted, mirrored, bronze with sunnier bronze. Yes, bronze from an Irby. Sweetheart, goodbye. I'm off, said Boylan with impatience. He slid his chalice brisk away, grasped his change. Wait a shake, begged Lenehan, drinking quickly. I wanted to tell you. Tom Rockford. Come on to Blazes, said Blazes Boylan, going. Lenehan gulped to go. Got the horn or what? He said. Wait. I'm coming. He followed the hasty creaking shoes but stood nimbly by the threshold, saluting forms, a bulky with a slender. How do you do, Mr. Dollard? How do? How do? Ben Dollard's vague bass answered, turning an instant from Father Cowley's woe. He won't give you any trouble, Bob. Alf Bergen will speak to the long fellow. We'll put a barley straw in that Judas Iscariot's ear this time. Sighing Mr. Dedalus came through the saloon, a finger soothing an eyelid. Ho ho, we will, Ben Dollard yodeled jollily. Come on, Simon. Give us a ditty. We heard the piano. Bald Pat, bothered waiter, waited for drink orders. Power for Richie. And Bloom? Let me see. Not make him walk twice. His corns. For now. How warm this black is. Coarse nerves a bit. Refracts, is it, heat? Let me see. Cider. Yes, bottle of cider. What's that? Mr. Dedalus said. I was only vamping, man. Come on, Ben Dollard called. Begone dull care. Come, Bob. He ambled Dollard, bulky slops, before them, hold that fellow with the, hold him now, into the saloon. He plumped him Dollard on the stool. His gouty paws plumped chords. Plumped, stopped abrupt. Bald Pat in the doorway met Tealess Gold returning. Bothered, he wanted power and cider. Bronze by the window, watched, bronze from afar. Jingle a tinkle jaunted. Bloom heard a jing, a little sound. He's off. Light sob of breath. Bloom sighed on the silent blue-hued flowers. Jingling. He's gone. Jingle. Here. Love and war, Ben, Mr. Dedalus said. God be with old times. Miss Dowse's brave eyes, unregarded, turned from the cross-blind, smitten by sunlight. Gone. Pensive, who knows, smitten, the smiting light, she lowered the drop blind with a sliding cord. She drew down pensive, why did he go so quick when I? About her bronze, over the bar where Bald stood by Sister Gold, in exquisite contrast in exquisite non-exquisite, slow cool dim sea-green sliding depth of shadow, eau de Nil. Poor old Goodwin was the pianist that night, Father Cowley reminded them. There was a slight difference of opinion between himself and the Collard Grand. There was. A symposium all his own, Mr. Dedalus said. The devil wouldn't stop him. He was a crotchety old fellow in the primary stage of drink. God, do you remember? Ben Bulky Dollard said, turning from the punished keyboard. And by japers I had no wedding garment. They laughed all three. He had no wed. All trio laughed. No wedding garment. Our friend Bloom turned in handy that night, Mr. Dedalus said. Where's my pipe, by the way? He wandered back to the bar to the lost chord pipe. Bald Pat carried 2 diners' drinks, Richie and Poldy. And Father Cowley laughed again. I saved the situation, Ben, I think. You did, averred Ben Dollard. I remember those tight trousers too. That was a brilliant idea, Bob. Father Cowley blushed to his brilliant purply lobes. He saved the situa. Tight true. Brilliant-eyed. I knew he was on the rocks, he said. The wife was playing the piano in the Coffee Palace on Saturdays for a very trifling consideration, and who was it gave me the wheeze she was doing the other business. Do you remember? We had to search all Hollis Street to find them till the chap in Keogh's gave us the number. Remember? Ben remembered, his broad visage wondering. By God, she had some luxurious opera cloaks and things there. Mr. Dedalus wandered back, pipe in hand. Merrion Square style. Ball dresses, by God, and court dresses. He wouldn't take any money either. What? Any god's quantity of cocked hats and boleros and trunk hose. What? Aye, Mr. Dedalus nodded. Mrs. Marion Bloom has left off clothes of all descriptions. Jingle jaunted down the quays. Blazes sprawled on bounding tires. Liver and bacon. Steak and kidney pie. Right, sir. Right, Pat. Mrs. Marion. Met him pike hoses. Smell of burn. Of Paul de Kock. Nice name he. What's this her name was? A buxom lassie. Marion. Tweedy. Yes. Is she alive? And kicking. She was a daughter of the regiment. Yes, begad. I remember the old drum major. Mr. Dedalus struck, whizzed, lit, puffed savory puff after. Irish? I don't know, faith. Is she, Simon? Puff after stiff, a puff, strong, savory, crackling. Buccinator muscle is. What? Bit rusty. Oh, she is. My Irish Molly, oh. He puffed a pungent plumy blast. From the Rock of Gibraltar, all the way. They pined in depth of ocean shadow, gold by the beer pull, bronze by maraschino, thoughtful all too. Mina Kennedy, 4, Lismore Terrace, Drumcondra with idlers, a queen, Dolores, silent. Pat served, uncovered dishes. Leopold cut liver slices. As said before, he ate with relish the inner organs, nutty gizzards, fried cods rose while Richie Golding, Collis, Ward ate steak and kidney, steak then kidney, bite by bite of pie he ate. Bloom ate, they ate. Bloom with Golding, married in silence, ate. Dinners fit for princes. By bachelor's walk jog jaunty jingled Blazes Boylan, bachelor, in sun and heat, mare's glossy rump a trot, with flick of whip, on bounding tires, sprawled, warm-seated, Boylan impatience, ardent bold. Horn. Have you the? Horn. Have you the? Haw haw horn. Over their voices Dollard bassooned attack, booming over bombarding chords. When love absorbs my ardent soul. Roll of Bensolban rolled to the quivery love shivery roof panes. War. War. Cried Father Cowley. You're the warrior. So I am, Ben Warrior laughed. I was thinking of your landlord. Love or money? He stopped. He wagged huge beard, huge face over his blunder huge. Sure, you'd burst the tympanum of her ear, man, Mr. Dedalus said through smoke aroma, with an organ like yours. In bearded abundant laughter Dollard shook upon the keyboard. He would. Not to mention another membrane, Father Cowley added. Half time, Ben. Amoroso ma non troppo. Let me there. Miss Kennedy served 2 gentlemen with tankards of cool stout. She passed a remark. It was indeed, first gentleman said, beautiful weather. They drank cool stout. Did she know where the Lord Lieutenant was going? And heard steel hoofs ring hoof ring. No, she couldn't say. But it would be in the paper. Oh, she need not trouble. No trouble. She waved about her outspread independent, searching, the Lord Lieutenant, her pinnacles of hair slow moving, Lord Lieutenant. Too much trouble, first gentleman said. Oh, not in the least. Way he looked that. Lord Lieutenant. Gold by bronze heard iron steel. My ardent soul. I care not for the morrow. In liver gravy Bloom mashed potatoes. Love and war someone is. Ben Dollard's famous. Night he ran round to us to borrow a dress suit for that concert. Trousers tight as a drum on him. Musical porkers. Molly did laugh when he went out. Threw herself back across the bed, screaming, kicking. With all his belongings on show. Oh saints above, I'm drenched. Oh, the women in the front row. Oh, I never laughed so many. Well, of course that's what gives him the bass barrel tone. For instance eunuchs. Wonder who's playing. Nice touch. Must be Cowley. Musical. Knows whatever note you play. Bad breath he has, poor chap stopped. Miss Dowse, engaging, Lydia Dowse, bowed to suave solicitor, George Lidwell, gentleman, entering. Good afternoon. She gave her moist, a lady's, hand to his firm clasp. Afternoon. Yes, she was back. To the old ding-dong again. Your friends are inside, Mr. Lidwell. George Lidwell, suave, solicited, held a Lydia hand. Bloom ain't live as said before. Clean here at least. That chap in the Burton, gummy with gristle. No one here, Golding and I. Clean tables, flowers, miters of napkins. Pat to and fro. Bald Pat. Nothing to do. Best value in Dub. Piano again. Cowley it is. Way he sits into it, like one together, mutual understanding. Tiresome shapers scraping fiddles, eye on the bow end, sawing the cello, remind you of toothache. Her high long snore. Night we were in the box. Trombone under blowing like a grampus, between the acts, other brass chap unscrewing, emptying spittle. Conductor's legs too, bags trousers, jigdy. Do right to hide them. Jigdy jingled jaunty. Only the harp. Lovely. Gold glowering light. Girl touched it. Poop of a lovely. Gravy's rather good fit for a golden ship. Aaron. The harp that once or twice. Cool hands. Ben Hoth, the rhododendrons. We are their harps. He. Old. Young. Ah, I couldn't, man, Mr. Dedalus said, shy, listless. Strongly. Go on, blast you. Ben Dollard growled. Get it out in bits. Mapari, Simon, Father Cowley said. Down stage he strode some paces, grave, tall in affliction, his long arms outheld. Hoarsely the apple of his throat horsed softly. Softly he sang to a dusty seascape there, a last farewell. A headland, a ship, a sail upon the billows. Farewell. A lovely girl, her veil a wave upon the headland, wind around her. Cowley sang. Mapari tutamor. Il mio sguardo l'encontre. She waved, unhearing Cowley, her veil, to one departing, dear one, to wind, love, speeding sail, return. Go on, Simon. Ah, sure, my dancing days are done, Ben. Well. Mr. Dedalus laid his pipe to rest beside the tuning fork and, sitting, touched the obedient keys. No, Simon, Father Cowley turned. Play it in the original. One flat. The keys, obedient, rose higher, told, faltered, confessed, confused. Upstage strode Father Cowley. Here, Simon, I'll accompany you, he said. Get up. By Graham Lemon's Pineapple Rock, by Elvery's Elephant Jingly jogged. Steak, kidney, liver, mashed, at meat fit for princes sat Princes Bloom and Golding. Princes at meat they raised and drank, power and cider. Most beautiful tenor air ever written, Ritchie said, Somnambula. He heard Joe Moss sing that one night. Ah, what nguckin'. Yes. In his way. Choirboy style. Moss was the boy. Mass boy. A lyrical tenor if you like. Never forget it. Never. Tenderly Bloom over liverless bacon saw the tightened features strain. Backache he. Bright's bright eye. Next item on the program. Paying the piper. Pills, pounded bread, worth a guinea a box. Stave it off a while. Sings too, down among the dead men. Appropriate. Kidney pie. Sweets to the. Not making much hand of it. Best value in. Characteristic of him. Power. Particular about his drink. Flaw in the glass, fresh Vartry water. Fecking matches from counters to save. Then squander a sovereign in dribs and drabs. And when he's wanted not a farthing. Screwed refusing to pay his fare. Curious types. Never would Richie forget that night. As long as he lived, never. In the gods of the old royal with little peak. And when the first note. Speech paused on Richie's lips. Coming out with a whopper now. Rhapsodies about damn all. Believes his own lies. Does really. Wonderful liar. But want a good memory. Which air is that? Asked Leopold Bloom. All is lost now. Richie cocked his lips a pout. A low incipient note sweet banshee murmured, all. A thrush. A throstle. His breath, bird sweet, good teeth he's proud of, fluted with plaintive woe. Is lost. Rich sound. Two notes in one there. Blackbird I heard in the Hawthorne Valley. Taking my motives he twined and turned them. Almost two new call is lost in all. Echo. How sweet the answer. How is that done? All lost now. Mournful he whistled. Fall, surrender, lost. Bloom bent Leopold ear, turning a fringe of doily down under the vase. Order. Yes, I remember. Lovely air. In sleep she went to him. Innocence in the moon. Brave. Don't know their danger. Still hold her back. Call name. Touch water. Jingle jaunty. Too late. She longed to go. That's why. Woman. As easy stop the sea. Yes, all is lost. A beautiful air, said Bloom lost Leopold. I know it well. Never in all his life had Richie Golding. He knows it well too. Or he feels. Still harping on his daughter. Wise child that knows her father, Dedalus said. Me. Bloom askance over liverless saw. Face of the all is lost. Rollicking Richie once. Jokes old stale now. Wagging his ear. Napkin ring in his eye. Now begging letters he sends his son with. Cross-eyed Walter sir I did sir. Wouldn't trouble only I was expecting some money. Apologize. Piano again. Sounds better than last time I heard. Tuned probably. Stopped again. Dollard and Cowley still urged the lingering singer out with it. With it, Simon. It, Simon. Ladies and gentlemen, I am most deeply obliged by your kind solicitations. It, Simon. I have no money, but if you will lend me your attention I shall endeavor to sing to you of a heart bowed down. By the sandwich bell in screening shadow Lydia, her bronze and rose, a lady's grace, gave and withheld, as in cool Glaucus ode a nil mina to tankards to her pinnacles of gold. The harping chords of prelude closed. A chord, long drawn, expectant, drew a voice away. When first I saw that form endearing. Richie turned. See Dedalus' voice, he said. Brain-tipped, cheek touched with flame, they listened feeling that flow endearing flow over skin limbs human heart soul spine. Bloom signed to Pat, bald Pat is a waiter hard of hearing, to set ajar the door of the bar. The door of the bar. So. That will do. Pat, waiter, waited, waiting to hear, for he was hard of hear by the door. Sorrow for me seemed to depart. Through the hush of air a voice sang to them, low, not rain, not leaves in murmur, like no voice of strings or reeds or what do I call them dulcimers touching their still ears with words, still hearts of their each his remembered lives. Good, good to hear, sorrow from them each seemed to from both depart when first they heard. When first they saw, lost Richie Poldy, mercy of beauty, heard from a person wouldn't expect it in the least, her first merciful love soft oft-loved word. Love that is singing, love's old sweet song. Bloom unwound slowly the elastic band of his packet. Love's old sweet sunnes la gold. Bloom wound a skein round 4 fork fingers, stretched it, relaxed, and wound it round his troubled double, fourfold, in octave, jived them fast. Full of hope and all delighted. Tenors get women by the score. Increase their flow. Throw flower at his feet. When will we meet? My head it simply. Jingle all delighted. He can't sing for tall hats. Your head it simply swirls. Perfumed for him. What perfume does your wife? I want to know. Jing. Stop. Knock. Last look at mirror always before she answers the door. The hall. There. How do you? I do well. There. What? Or. Phial of cashews, kissing comfits, in her satchel. Yes. Hands felt for the opulent. Alas the voice rose, sighing, changed, loud, full, shining, proud. But alas, 'twas idle dreaming. Glorious tone he has still. Cork air softer also their brogue. Silly man. Could have made oceans of money. Singing wrong words. Wore out his wife, now sings. But hard to tell. Only the two themselves. If he doesn't break down. Keep a trot for the avenue. His hands and feet sing too. Drink. Nerves overstrung. Must be abstemious to sing. Jenny Lind soup, stock, sage, raw eggs, half pint of cream. For creamy dreamy. Tenderness it welled, slow, swelling, full it throbbed. That's the chat. Ha, give. Take. Throb, a pulsing proud erect. Words. Music. No, it's what's behind. Bloom looped, unlooked, noted, disnoted. Bloom. Flood of warm jam lickatup secretness flowed to flow in music out, in desire, dark to lick flow invading. Tipping her tapping her topping her. Top. Pores to dilate dilating. Top. The joy the feel the warm the. Top. To pour o'er sluices pouring gushes. Flood, gush, flow, joy gush, top throb. Now. Language of love. Ray of hope is. Beaming. Lydia for Lidwell squeak scarcely hear so ladylike the muse unsqueaked a ray of hop. Martha it is. Coincidence. Just going to write. Lionel's song. Lovely name you have. Can't write. Accept my little president play on her heartstrings purse strings too. She's a. I called you naughty boy. Still the name, Martha. How strange. Today. The voice of Lionel returned, weaker but unwearied. It sang again to Richie Poldy. Lydia Lidwell also sang to Pat open mouth ear waiting to wait. How first he saw that form endearing, how sorrow seemed to part, how look, form, word charmed him Gould Lidwell, won Pat Bloom's heart. Wish I could see his face, though. Explain better. Why the barber in Dragos always looked my face when I spoke his face in the glass. Still hear it better here than in the bar though farther. Each graceful look. First night when first I saw her at Matt Dillon's in Terenure. Yellow, black lace she wore. Musical chairs. We two the last. Fate. After her. Fate. Round and round slow. Quick round. We two. All looked. Halt. Down she sat. All ousted looked. Lips laughing. Yellow knees. Charmed my eye. Singing. Waiting she sang. I turned her music. Full voice of what perfume does your lilac trees? Bosom I saw, both full, throat warbling. First I saw. She thanked me. Why did she me? Fate. Spanishy eyes. Under a pear tree alone patio this hour in old Madrid one side in shadow Dolores she Dolores. At me. Luring. Ah, alluring. Martha. Ah, Martha. Quitting all languor Lionel cried in grief, in cry of passion dominant to love to return with deepening yet with rising chords of harmony. In cry of Lionel loneliness that she should know, must Martha feel. For only her he waited. Where? Here there try there here all try where? Somewhere. Coom, thou lost one. Coom, thou dear one. Alone. One love. One hope. One comfort me. Martha, chest note, return. Come. It soared, a bird, it held its flight, a swift pure cry, soar silver orbit leaped serene, speeding, sustained, to come, don't spin it out too long breath he breath long life, soaring high, high resplendent, aflame, crowned. High in the effulgent symbolistic, high, of the ethereal bosom, high, of the high vast irradiation everywhere all soaring all around about the all, the endlessness. To me. Leopold. Consumed. Come. Well sung. All clapped. She ought to. Come. To me, to him, to her, you too, me, us. Bravo. Clap clap. Good man, Simon. Clappy clap clap. Encore. Clap clip clap clap. Sound as a bell. Bravo, Simon. Clap clop clap. Encore, in clap, said, cried, clapped all, Ben Dollard, Lydia Dowse, George Lidwell, Pat, Mina Kennedy, two gentlemen with two tankards, Cowley, first gent with tank and bronze Miss Dowse and gold Miss Mina. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor, said before. Jingle by monuments of Sir John Gray, Horatio One-Handled Nelson, Reverend Father Theobald Matthew, jaunted, as said before just now. A trot, in heat seated. Cloche. Sun Nez La. Cloche. Sun Nez La slower the mare went up the hill by the rotunda, Rutland Square. Too slow for Boylan, Blazes Boylan, Impatience Boylan, joggled the mare. An afterclang of Cowley's chords closed, died on the air made richer. And Richie Golding drank his power and Leopold Bloom his cider drank, Lidwell his Guinness, second gentleman said they would partake of 2 more tankards if she did not mind. Miss Kennedy smirked, disserving, coral lips, at first, at second. She did not mind. 7 days in jail, Ben Dollard said, on bread and water. Then you'd sing, Simon, like a garden thrush. Lionel Simon, singer, laughed. Father Bob Cowley played. Mina Kennedy served. Second gentleman paid. Tom Kernan strutted in. Lydia, admired. But Bloom sang dumb. Admiring. Richie, admiring, descanted on that man's glorious voice. He remembered one night long ago. Never forget that night. C sang 'Twas rank and fame, in Ned Lambert's 'Twas. Good God, he never heard in all his life a note like that, he never did then false one, we had better part so clear, so God he never heard since love lives not, a clinking voice lives not, ask Lambert he can tell you too. Golding, a flush struggling in his pale, told Mr. Bloom, face of the night, see in Ned Lambert's, Dedalus house, sang 'Twas rank and fame. He, Mr. Bloom, listened while he, Richie Golding, told him, Mr. Bloom, of the night he, Richie, heard him, see Dedalus, sing 'Twas rank and fame in his, Ned Lambert's, house. Brothers-in-law, relations. We never speak as we pass by. Rift in the lute I think. Treats him with scorn. See. He admires him all the more. The night sea sang. The human voice, two tiny silky chords, wonderful, more than all others. That voice was a lamentation. Calmer now. It's in the silence after you feel you hear. Vibrations. Now silent air. Bloom ungived his crisscrossed hands and with slack fingers plucked the slender catgut thong. He drew and plucked. It buzzed, it twanged. While Golding talked of Barraclough's voice production, while Tom Kernan, harking back in a retrospective sort of arrangement, talked to listening Father Cowley, who played a voluntary, who nodded as he played. While Big Ben Dollard talked with Simon Dedalus, lighting, who nodded as he smoked, who smoked. Thou lost one. All songs on that theme. Yet more Bloom stretched his string. Cruel it seems. Let people get fond of each other, lure them on. Then tear asunder. Death. Explodes. Knock on the head. Auto helotophthat. Human life. Dignum. Ugh, that rat's tail wriggling. 5 bob I gave. Corpus paradisum. Corncrake croaker, belly like a poisoned pup. Gone. They sing. Forgotten. I too. And one day she with. Leave her, get tired. Suffer then. Snivel. Big Spanishy eyes goggling at nothing. Her wavyavyavy hair uncombed d. Yet too much happy bores. He stretched more. Are you not happy in your twang? It snapped. Jingle into Dorset Street. Miss Dowse withdrew her satiny arm, reproachful, pleased. Don't make half so free, said she, till we are better acquainted. George Lidwell told her really and truly, but she did not believe. First gentleman told Mina that was so. She asked him was that so? And second tankard told her so. That was so. Miss Dowse, Miss Lydia, did not believe, Miss Kennedy, Mina, did not believe, George Lidwell, no, Miss Doe did not, the first, gent with the tank, believe, no, did not, Miss Ken, Lidleydile, the tank. Better write it here. Quills in the post office chewed and twisted. Bald Pat at a sign drew nigh. A pen and ink. He went. A pad. He went. A pad to blot. He heard, deaf Pat. Yes, Mr. Bloom said, teasing the curling catgut line. It certainly is. Few lines will do. My present. All that Italian florid music is. Who is this wrote? Know the name you know better. Take out sheet notepaper, envelope, unconcerned. It's so characteristic. Grandest number in the whole opera, Golding said. It is, Bloom said. Numbers it is. All music when you come to think. 2 multiplied by 2 divided by half is twice 1. Vibrations, chords those are. 1 plus 2 plus 6 is 7. Do anything you like with figures juggling. Always find out this equal to that. Symmetry under a cemetery wall. He doesn't see my mourning. Callous, all for his own gut. Muse mathematics. And you think you're listening to the ethereal. But suppose you said it like, Martha, 7 times 9 minus x is 35,000. Fall quite flat. It's on account of the sounds it is. Instance he's playing now. Improvising. Might be what you like, till you hear the words. Want to listen sharp. Hard. Begin all right, then hear chords a bit off, feel lost a bit. In and out of sacks, over barrels, through wire fences, obstacle race. Time makes the tune. Question of mood you're in. Still always nice to hear. Except scales up and down, girls learning. 2 together next door neighbors. Ought to invent dummy pianos for that. Blumenlied I bought for her. The name. Playing it slow, a girl, night I came home, the girl. Door of the stables near Cecilia Street. Millie no taste. Queer because we both, I mean. Bald deaf Pat brought quite flat pad ink. Pat set with ink pen quite flat pad. Pat took plate dish knife fork. Pat went. It was the only language Mr. Dedalus said to Ben. He heard them as a boy in Ringabella, Crosshaven, Ringabella, singing their barcarolles. Queenstown harbor full of Italian ships. Walking, you know, Ben, in the moonlight with those earthquake hats. Blending their voices. God, such music, Ben. Heard as a boy. Cross Ringabella Haven Moon Carol. Sour pipe removed, he held a shield of hand beside his lips that cooed a moonlight night call, clear from a near, a call from afar, replying. Down the edge of his Freeman baton ranged Bloom's, your other eye, scanning for where did I see that. Callan, Coleman, Dignam Patrick. Hago. Hago. Fawcett. Aha. Just I was looking. Hope he's not looking, cute as a rat. He held unfurled his Freeman. Can't see now. Remember right Greek EES. Bloom dipped, Blue Moor, dear sir. Dear Henry wrote, dear matey. Got your let and flow. Hell did I put? Some pock or off. It is utter impasse. Underline impasse. To write today. Bore this. Bored Bloom tambourine gently with I am just reflecting fingers on flat pad Pat brought. On. Know what I mean? No, change that ee. Accept my poor lit pres enclose. Ask her no ans. Hold on. 5 dig. 2 about here. Penny the gulls. Elijah is calm 7 Davy Burns. Is 8 about. Say half a crown. My poor little pres, P.O. 2 and 6. Write me along. Do you despise? Jingle, have you the? So excited. Why do you call me not? You naughty too. Oh, Mary lost the string of her. Bye for today. Yes, yes, we'll tell you. Want to. To keep it up. Call me that other. Other world she wrote. My patience are exhaust. To keep it up. You must believe. Believe. The tank. It is. True. Folly am I writing? Husbands don't. That's marriage does, their wives. Because I'm away from. Suppose. But how? She must. Keep young. If she found out. Card in my high grade ha. No, not tell all. Useless pain. If they don't see. Woman. Sauce for the gander. A hackney car, number 324, driver Barton James of number 1 Harmony Avenue, Donnybrook, on which sat a fair, a young gentleman, stylishly dressed in an indigo blue serge suit made by George Robert Messias, tailor and cutter. Of number 5 Eden Quay, and wearing a straw hat very dressy, bought of John Plastow of number 1 Great Brunswick Street, hatter. This is the jingle that joggled and jingled. By Dlugak's pork shop bright tubes of Agendath trotted a gallant buttocked mare. Answering an ad. Keen Richie's eyes asked Bloom. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. Town traveler. Nothing doing, I expect. Bloom Moor, best references. But Henry wrote, it will excite me. You know how. In haste. Henry. Greek EE. Better add postscript. What is he playing now? Improvising. Intermezzo. P.S. The rum tum tum. How will you pun? You punish me? Crooked skirt swinging, whack by. Tell me I want to. No. Oh, course if I didn't I wouldn't ask. La 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 re. Trails off their sad in minor. Why minor sad? Sign H. They like sad tail at end. P.P.S. La 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 re. I feel so sad today. La re. So lonely. D. He blotted quick on pad of Pat. Envel. Address. Just copy out of paper. Murmured, Messrs. Callan, Coleman and Co., Limited. Henry wrote. Miss Martha Clifford. Care of P.O. Dolphin's Barn Lane. Dublin. Blot over the other so he can't read. There. Right. Idea prize tidbit. Something detective read off blotting pad. Payment at the rate of guinea per Colonel Matcham often thinks the laughing witch. Poor Mrs. Purefoy. U.P. Up. Too poetical that about the sad. Music did that. Music hath charms. Shakespeare said. Quotations every day in the year. To be or not to be. Wisdom while you wait. In Gerard's Rosary of Fetter Lane he walks, Great Auburn. One life is all. One body. Do. But do. Done anyhow. Postal order, stamp. Post office lower down. Walk now. Enough. Barney Kiernan's I promise to meet them. Dislike that job. House of mourning. Walk Pat. Doesn't hear. Deaf beetle he is. Car near there now. Talk. Talk. Pat. Doesn't. Settling those napkins. Lot of ground he must cover in the day. Paint face behind on him then he'd be too. Wish they'd sing more. Keep my mind off. Bald Pat who is bothered mitered the napkins. Pat is a waiter hard of his hearing. Pat is a waiter who waits while you wait. He. He waits while you wait. He. A waiter is he. He. He waits while you wait. While you wait if you wait he will wait while you wait. He. Ho. Wait while you wait. Douse now. Douse Lydia. Bronze and rose. She had a gorgeous, simply gorgeous, time. And look at the lovely shell she brought. To the end of the bar to him she bore lightly the spiked and winding seahorn that he, George Lidwell, solicitor, might hear. Listen. She bade him. Under Tom Kernan's gin-hot words the accompanist wove music slow. Authentic fact. How Walter Bapty lost his voice. Well, sir, the husband took him by the throat. Scoundrel, said he, you'll sing no more love songs. He did, faith, Sir Tom. Bob Cowley wove. Tenors get W.O.M. Cowley lay back. Ah, now he heard, she holding it to his ear. Here. He heard. Wonderful. She held it to her own. And through the sifted light pale gold in contrast glided. To hear. Tap. Bloom through the bardoor saw a shell held at their ears. He heard more faintly that they heard, each for herself alone, then each for other, hearing the plash of waves, loudly, a silent roar. Bronze by a weary gold, anear, afar, they listened. Her ear too is a shell, the peeping lobe there. Been to the seaside. Lovely seaside girls. Skin tanned raw. Should have put on cold cream first make it brown. Buttered toast. Oh, and that lotion mustn't forget. Fever near her mouth. Your head it simply. Hair braided over, shell with seaweed. Why do they hide their ears with seaweed hair? And Turk's the mouth, why? Her eyes over the sheet. Yashmak. Find the way in. A cave. No admittance except on business. The sea they think they hear. Singing. A roar. The blood it is. Souse in the ear sometimes. Well, it's a sea. Corpuscle Islands. Wonderful really. So distinct. Again. George Lidwell held its murmur, hearing, then laid it by, gently. What are the wild waves saying? He asked her, smiled. Charming, sea-smiling and unanswering Lydia on Lidwell smiled. Tap. By Larry O'Rourke's, by Larry, bold Larry O, Boylan swayed and Boylan turned. From the forsaken shell Miss Mina glided to her tankards waiting. No, she was not so lonely archly Miss Dowse had let Mr. Lidwell know. Walks in the moonlight by the sea. No, not alone. With whom? She nobly answered, with a gentleman friend. Bob Cowley's twinkling fingers in the treble played again. The landlord has the prior. A little time. Long John. Big Ben. Lightly he played a light bright tinkling measure for tripping ladies, arch and smiling, and for their gallants, gentlemen friends. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4. Sea, wind, leaves, thunder, waters, cows lowing, the cattle market, cocks, hens don't crow, snakes hiss. There's music everywhere. Rutledge's door, creaking. No, that's noise. Minuet of Don Giovanni he's playing now. Court dresses of all descriptions in castle chambers dancing. Misery. Peasants outside. Green starving faces eating dock leaves. Nice that is. Look, 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 you look at us. That's joyful I can feel. Never have written it. Why? My joy is other joy. But both are joys. Yes, joy it must be. Mere fact of music shows you are. Often thought she was in the dumps till she began to lilt. Then no. McCoy valise. My wife and your wife. Squealing cat. Like tearing silk. Tongue when she talks like the clapper of a bellows. They can't manage men's intervals. Gap in their voices too. Fill me. I'm warm, dark, open. Molly incas est homo, mercadante. My ear against the wall to hear. Want a woman who can deliver the goods. Jog jig jogged stopped. Dandy tan shoe of Dandy Boylan socks sky blue clocks came light to earth. Oh, look we are so. Chamber music. Could make a kind of pun on that. It is a kind of music I often thought when she. Acoustics that is. Tinkling. Empty vessels make most noise. Because the acoustics, the resonance changes according as the weight of the water is equal to the law of falling water. Like those rhapsodies of Liszt's, Hungarian, gypsy-eyed. Pearls. Drops. Rain. Didliddle addle oodly oodle. Hiss. Now. Maybe now. Before. One rapped on a door, one tapped with a knock. Did he knock Paul de Kock with a loud proud knocker with a cock cara cock? Cock cock. Tap. Castegno, Ben, said Father Cowley. No, Ben, Tom Kernan interfered. The croppy boy. Our native Doric. I do, Ben, Mr. Dedalus said. Good men and true. Do, they begged in one. I'll go. Here, Pat, return. Come. He came, he did not stay. To me. How much? What key? 6 sharps. F sharp major, Ben Dollard said. Bob Cowley's outstretched talons griped the black deep-sounding chords. Must go Prince Bloom told Richie Prince. No, Richie said. Yes, must. Got money somewhere. He's on for a razzle backache spree. Much? He see here's lip speech. 1 and 9. Penny for yourself. Here. Give him 2pence tip. Deaf, bothered. But perhaps he has wife and family waiting Paddy come home. He. Deaf wait while they wait. But wait. But here. Chords dark. Lugugubrious. Low. In a cave of the dark middle earth. Embedded or. Lump music. The voice of dark age, of unlove, earth's fatigue made grave approach and painful, come from afar, from hoary mountains, called on good men and true. The priest he sought. With him would he speak a word. Tap. Ben Dollard's voice. Bass barrel tone. Doing his level best to say it. Croak of vast manless moonless womanless marsh. Other come down. Big ships Chandler's business he did once. Remember, Rossini ropes, ship's lanterns. Failed to the tune of £10,000. Now in the Ivy home. Cubicle number so and so. Number 1 bass did that for him. The priest's at home. A false priest's servant bade him welcome. Step in. The Holy Father. With bows a traitor servant. Curlicues of chords. Ruin them. Wreck their lives. Then build them cubicles to end their days in. Hushaby. Lullaby. Die, dog. Little dog, die. The voice of warning, solemn warning, told them the youth had entered a lonely hall, told them how solemn fell his footsteps there, told them the gloomy chamber, the vested priest sitting to shrive. Decent soul. Bit addled now. Thinks he'll win in answers, poet's picture puzzle. We hand you crisp £5 note. Bird sitting hatching in a nest. Lay of the last minstrel he thought it was. C*T what domestic animal? T-AR most courageous mariner. Good voice he has still. No eunuch yet with all his belongings. Listen. Bloom listened. Richie Golding listened. And by the door deaf Pat, bald Pat, tipped Pat, listened. The chords harped slower. The voice of penance and of grief came slow, embellished, tremulous. Ben's contrite beard confessed. In nomine Domini, in God's name he knelt. He beat his hand upon his breast, confessing, mea culpa. Latin again. That holds them like birdlime. Priest with the communion corpus for those women. Chap in the mortuary, coffin or coffee, corpusnamine. Wonder where that rat is by now. Scrape. Tap. They listened. Tankards and Miss Kennedy. George Lidwell, eyelid well expressive, full-busted satin. Kernan. C. The sighing voice of sorrow sang. His sins. Since Easter he had cursed 3 times. You bitches bast. And once at mass time he had gone to play. Once by the churchyard he had passed and for his mother's rest he had not prayed. A boy. A croppy boy. Bronze, listening, by the beer pool gazed far away. Soulfully. Doesn't half know I'm. Molly great dab at seeing anyone looking. Bronze gazed far sideways. Mirror there. Is that best side of her face? They always know. Knock at the door. Last tip to titivate. Cock-cara-cara. What do they think when they hear music? Way to catch rattlesnakes. Knight Michael Gunn gave us the box. Tuning up. Shah of Persia liked that best. Remind him of Home Sweet Home. Wiped his nose in curtain too. Custom his country perhaps. That's music too. Not as bad as it sounds. Tootling. Brasses braying asses through up trunks. Double basses helpless, gashes in their sides. Woodwinds mooing cows. Semi-grand open crocodile music hath jaws. Woodwind like Goodwin's name. She looked fine. Her crocus dress she wore low-cut, belongings on show. Clove her breath was always in theatre when she bent to ask a question. Told her what Spinoza says in that book of poor papas. Hypnotized, listening. Eyes like that. She bent. Chap in dress circle staring down into her with his opera glass for all he was worth. Beauty of music you must hear twice. Nature woman half a look. God made the country man the tune. Met him pike hoses. Philosophy. Oh rocks. All gone. All fallen. At the siege of Ross his father, at Gorey all his brothers fell. To Wexford, we are the boys of Wexford, he would. Last of his name and race. I too. Last of my race. Milly young student. Well, my fault perhaps. No son. Rudy. Too late now. Or if not. If not. If still. He bore no hate. Hate. Love. Those are names. Rudy. Soon I am old. Big Ben his voice unfolded. Great voice Richie Golding said, a flush struggling in his pale, to Bloom soon old. But when was young. Ireland comes now. My country above the king. She listens. Who fears to speak of 1904? Time to be shoving. Looked enough. Bless me, father, Dollard the croppy cried. Bless me and let me go. Tap. Bloom looked, unblessed to go. Got up to kill, on 18 bob a week. Fellows shell out the dibs. Want to keep your weather eye open. Those girls, those lovely. By the sad sea waves. Chorus girls romance. Letters read out for breach of promise. From Chickabiddy's Oni Mumsipum. Laughter in court. Henry. I never signed it. The lovely name you. Low sank the music, air and words. Then hastened. The false priest rustling soldier from his cassock. A yeoman captain. They know it all by heart. The thrill they itch for. Yeoman cap. Tap. Tap. Thrilled she listened, bending in sympathy to hear. Blank face. Virgin should say, or fingered only. Write something on it, page. If not, what becomes of them? Decline, despair. Keeps them young. Even admire themselves. See. Play on her. Lip blow. Body of white woman, a flute alive. Blow gentle. Loud. 3 holes, all women. Goddess I didn't see. They want it. Not too much polite. That's why he gets them. Gold in your pocket, brass in your face. Say something. Make her hear. With look to look. Songs without words. Molly, that huddy-guddy boy. She knew he meant the monkey was sick. Or because so like the Spanish. Understand animals too that way. Solomon did. Gift of nature. Ventriloquize. My lips closed. Think in my stom. What? Will. You. I want. You. Too. With hoarse rude fury the yeoman cursed, swelling in apoplectic bitch's bastard. A good thought, boy, to come. 1 hour's your time to live, your last. Tap. Tap. Thrill now. Pity they feel. To wipe away a tear for martyrs that want to, dying to, die. For all things dying, for all things born. Poor Mrs. Purefoy. Hope she's over. Because their wombs. A liquid of womb of woman eyeball gazed under a fence of lashes, calmly, hearing. See real beauty of the eye when she not speaks. On yonder river. At each slow satiny heaving bosom's wave, her heaving embon, red rose rose slowly sank red rose. Heartbeats, her breath, breath that is life. And all the tiny fernfoils trembled of maidenhair. But look. The bright stars fade. O rose. Castile. The morn. Ha. Lidwell. For him then not for. Infatuated. I like that. See her from here though. Popped corks, splashes of beer froth, stacks of empties. On the smooth jutting beer pull laid Lydia hand, lightly, plumply, leave it to my hands. All lost in pity for Croppy. Fro, to, fro, over the polished knob, she knows his eyes, my eyes, her thumb and finger passed in pity, passed, reposed and, gently touching, then slid so smoothly, slowly down. A cool firm white enamel batten protruding through their sliding ring. With a cock with a cara. Tap. 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 I hold this house. Amen. He gnashed in fury. Traitors swing. The chords consented. Very sad thing. But had to be. Get out before the end. Thanks, that was heavenly. Where's my hat? Pass by her. Can leave that Freeman. Letter I have. Suppose she were the. No. Walk, walk, walk. Like Cashel Boilo Conoro Coilo Tisdall Maurice Tisdall Farrell. Way a walk. Well, I must be. Are you off? Erfmst buys. Bum stup. Oer rye high blue. Ow. Bloom stood up. Soap feeling rather sticky behind. Must have sweated, music. That lotion, remember. Well, so long. High grade. Card inside. Yes. By deaf Pat in the doorway straining ear Bloom passed. At Geneva Baroque that young man died. At Passage was his body laid. Dolor. Oh, he Dolores. The voice of the mournful chanter called to dolorous prayer. By rose, by satiny bosom, by the fondling hand, by slops, by empties, by popped corks, greeting in going, past eyes and maidenhair, bronze and faint gold in deep sea shadow, went Bloom, soft Bloom, I feel so lonely Bloom. Tap. 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 Pray for him, prayed the bass of Dollard. You who hear in peace. Breathe a prayer, drop a tear, good men, good people. He was the Croppy boy. Scaring eavesdropping boots Croppy boots boy Bloom in the Ormond hallway heard the growls and roars of Bravo, fat backslapping, their boots all treading, boots not the boots the boy. General chorus off for a swill to wash it down. Glad I avoided. Come on, Ben, Simon Dedalus cried. By God, you're as good as ever you were. Better, said Tongjin Kernan. Most trenchant rendition of that ballad, upon my soul and honor it is. Lablash, said Father Cowley. Ben Dollard bulkily cachuchad towards the bar, mightily praise-fed and all big roseate, on heavy-footed feet, his gouty fingers knackering castagnets in the air. Big Benaben Dollard. Big Benben. Big Benben. Arr. And deep moved all, Simon trumping compassion from foghorn nose, all laughing they brought him forth, Ben Dollard, in right good cheer. You're looking rubicund, George Lidwell said. Miss Dowse composed her rose to wait. Ben McCree, said Mr. Dedalus, clapping Ben's fat back shoulder blade. Fit as a fiddle only he has a lot of adipose tissue concealed about his person. RRSSS. Fat of death, Simon, Ben Dollard growled. Richie riffed in the lute alone sat, Golding, Collis, Ward. Uncertainly he waited. Unpaid Pat too. Tap. 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 Miss Mina Kennedy brought near her lips to ear of tankard one. Mr. Dollard, they murmured low. Dollard, murmured tankard. Tank one believed, Miss Ken when she, that doll he was, she doll, the tank. He murmured that he knew the name. The name was familiar to him, that is to say. That was to say he had heard the name of. Dollard, was it? Dollard, yes. Yes, her lips said more loudly, Mr. Dollard. He sang that song lovely, murmured Mina. Mr. Dollard. And the last rose of summer was a lovely song. Mina loved that song. Tankard loved the song that Mina. 'Tis the last rose of summer dollard left bloom felt wind wound round inside. Gassy thing that cider, binding to. Wait. Post office near Reuben J's 1 and 8 pence too. Get shut of it. Dodge round by Greek Street. Wish I hadn't promised to meet. Freer in air. Music. Gets on your nerves. Beer pull. Her hand that rocks the cradle rules the. Ben Hoth. That rules the world. Far 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 far. Tap. 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 Up the quay went Lionel Leopold, naughty Henry with letter for Mady, with sweets of sin with frillies for Raoul with met him pike hoses went Poldy on. Tap blind walked tapping by the tap the curbstone tapping, tap by tap. Cowley, he stuns himself with it, kind of drunkenness. Better give way only halfway the way of a man with a maid. Instance enthusiasts. All ears. Not lose a demi-semiquaver. Eyes shut. Head nodding in time. Dotty. You daren't budge. Thinking strictly prohibited. Always talking shop. Fiddle-faddle about notes. All a kind of attempt to talk. Unpleasant when it stops because you never know exact. Organ in Gardiner Street. Old Glynn 50 quid a year. Queer up there in the cock loft, alone, with stops and locks and keys. Seated all day at the organ. Maunder on for hours, talking to himself or the other fellow blowing the bellows. Growl angry, then shriek cursing, want to have wadding or something in his no don't she cried, then all of a soft sudden wee little pipey wind. Pwee! A wee little wind piped ee. In Bloom's little wee. Was he? Mr. Dedalus said, returning with fetched pipe. I was with him this morning at poor little Paddy Dignam's. Aye, the Lord have mercy on him. By the by there's a tuning fork in there on the. Tap. 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 The wife has a fine voice. Or had. What? Lidwell asked. Oh, that must be the tuner, Lydia said to Simon Lionel first I saw, forgot it when he was here. Blind he was she told George Lidwell second I saw. And played so exquisitely, treat to hear. Exquisite contrast, bronze lid, Mina gold. Shout. Ben Dollard shouted, pouring. Sing out. Ull do. Cried Father Cowley. Arr. I feel I want. Tap. 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 Very, Mr. Dedalus said, staring hard at a headless sardine. Under the sandwich bell lay on a bier of bread one lonely, last sardine of summer. Bloom alone. Very, he stared. The lower register, for choice. Tap. 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 Bloom went by berries. Wish I could. Wait. That wonderworker if I had. 24 solicitors in that one house. Counted them. Litigation. Love one another. Piles of parchment. Messrs. Pick and Pocket have power of attorney. Golding, Collis, Ward. But for example the chap that wallops the big drum. His vocation, Mickey Rooney's band. Wonder how it first struck him. Sitting at home after pig's cheek and cabbage nursing it in the armchair. Rehearsing his band part. Palm. Pompity. Jolly for the wife. Asses' skins. Welt them through life, then wallop after death. Palm. Wallop. Seems to be what you call yashmak or I mean kismet. Fate. Tap. Tap. A stripling, blind, with a tapping cane came tap-tap-tapping by Daly's window where a mermaid hair all streaming, but he couldn't see, blue whiffs of a mermaid, blind couldn't, mermaid, coolest whiff of all. Instruments. A blade of grass, shell of her hands, then blow. Even comb and tissue paper you can knock a tune out of. Molly in her shift in Lombard Street West, hair down. I suppose each kind of trade made its own, don't you see? Hunter with a horn. Haw. Have you the cloche? Son Nez la shepherd his pipe. Pwee little wee. Policeman a whistle. Locks and keys. Sweep. 4 o'clock's all's well. Sleep. All is lost now. Drum. Pompity. Wait. I know. Town crier, bum bailiff. Long John. Waken the dead. Palm. Dignum. Poor little nomenetamine. Palm. It is music. I mean of course it's all palm very much what they call da capo. Still you can hear. As we march along, march along. Palm. I must really. FFF. Now if I did that at a banquet. Just a question of custom, Shah of Persia. Breathe a prayer, drop a tear. All the same he must have been a bit of a natural not to see it was a yeoman cap. Muffled up. Wonder who was that chap at the grave in the brown mason. Oh, the whore of the lane. A frosy whore with black straw sailor hat askew came glazily in the day along the quay towards Mr. Bloom. When first he saw that form endearing. Yes, it is. I feel so lonely. Wet night in the lane. Horn. Who had the hee-haw she saw? Off her beat here. What is she? Hope she. Pust. Any chance of your wash? New Molly. Had me decked. Stout lady does be with you in the brown costume. Put you off your stroke, that. Appointment we made knowing we'd never, well hardly ever. Too dear too near to home sweet home. Sees me, does she? Looks a fright in the day. Face like dip. Damn her. Oh, well, she has to live like the rest. Look in here. In Lionel Marx's antique sale shop window haughty Henry Lionel Leopold dear Henry Flower earnestly Mr. Leopold Bloom envisaged battered candlesticks melodeon oozing maggoty blowbags. Bargain, 6 bob. Might learn to play. Cheap. Let her pass. Course everything is dear if you don't want it. That's what good salesman is. Make you buy what he wants to sell. Chap sold me the Swedish razor he shaved me with. Wanted to charge me for the edge he gave it. She's passing now. 6 bob. Must be the cider or perhaps the Burgund. Near bronze from a near gold from afar they chinked their clinking glasses all, bright-eyed and gallant, before bronze Lydia's tempting last rose of summer, rose of Castile. First lid, de, cow, cur, doll, a 5th, Lidwell, C. Dedalus, Bob Cowley, Kernan and Big Ben Dollard. Tap. A youth entered a lonely Ormond Hall. Bloom viewed a gallant pictured hero in Lionel Marx's window. Robert Emmet's last words. 7 last words. Of Meyerbeer that is. True men like you men. I, Ben. Will lift your glass with us. They lifted. Tschink. Tschunk. Tip. An unseeing stripling stood in the door. He saw not bronze. He saw not gold. Nor Ben nor Bob nor Tom nor C nor George nor Tanks nor Richie nor Pat. He did not see. See Bloom, Greaseblum viewed last words. Softly. When my country takes her place among. Pr. Must be the burr. FFF. Ooh. RRPR. Nations of the earth. No one behind. She's past. Then and not till then. Tram cron. Good opera. Coming. Crandall crankrin. I'm sure it's the Burgund. Yes. 1, 2. Let my epitaph be. Crea. Written. I have. PPRRPFFRRPPFFFF. Done. 12. I was just passing the time of day with old Troy of the D.M.P. at the corner of Arbor Hill there, and be damned but a bloody sweep came along and he near drove his gear into my eye. I turned around to let him have the weight of my tongue, when who should I see dodging along Stony Batter only Joe Hines. "Lo, Joe," says I. "How are you blowing? Did you see that bloody chimney sweep near shove my eye out with his brush?" "Soot's luck," says Joe. "Who's the old ballocks you were talking to?" "Old Troy," says I, "was in the force. I'm on two minds not to give that fellow in charge for obstructing the thoroughfare with his brooms and ladders." "What are you doing round those parts?" says Joe. "Devil a much," says I. "There's a bloody big foxy thief beyond by the garrison church at the corner of Chicken Lane. Old Troy was just giving me a wrinkle about him, lifted any god's quantity of tea and sugar to pay 3 bob a week, said he had a farm in the county down off a hop of my thumb by the name of Moses Herzog over there near Heytesbury Street." "Circumcised?" says Joe. "Aye," says I. "A bit off the top. An old plumber named Garrity. I'm hanging on to his taw now for the past fortnight and I can't get a penny out of him." "That the lay you're on now?" says Joe. "Aye," says I. "How are the mighty fallen? Collector of bad and doubtful debts. But that's the most notorious bloody robber you'd meet in a day's walk, and the face on him all pockmarks would hold a shower of rain. Tell him," says he, "I dare him," says he, "and I double-dare him to send you round here again, or if he does," says he, "I'll have him summoned up before the court, so I will, for trading without a license. And he after stuffing himself till he's fit to burst." Jesus, I had to laugh at the little Jewy getting his shirt out. "He drink me my teas. He eat me my sugars. Because he no pay me my monies. For non-perishable goods bought of Moses Herzog, of 13 St. Kevin's Parade in the city of Dublin, Wood Quay Ward, merchant, hereinafter called the vendor, and sold and delivered to Michael E. Garrity, Esquire, of 29 Arbor Hill in the city of Dublin, Aaron Quay Ward, gentleman, hereinafter called the purchaser, Dedalus. 5 pounds avoirdupois of first choice tea at 3 shillings and no pence per pound avoirdupois, and 3 stone avoirdupois of sugar, crushed crystal, at 3 per pound avoirdupois. The said purchaser debtor to the said vendor of 1 pound 5 shillings and 6 sterling for value received, which amount shall be paid by said purchaser to said vendor in weekly installments every 7 calendar days of 3 shillings and no pence sterling. And the said non-perishable goods shall not be pawned or pledged or sold or otherwise alienated by the said purchaser, but shall be and remain and be held to be the sole and exclusive property of the said vendor, to be disposed of at his good will and pleasure, until the said amount shall have been duly paid by the said purchaser to the said vendor in the manner herein set forth, as this day hereby agreed between the said vendor, his heirs, successors, trustees and assigns of the one part, and the said purchaser, his heirs, successors, trustees and assigns of the other part." "Are you a strict TT?" says Joe. "Not taking anything between drinks," says I. "What about paying our respects to our friend?" says Joe. "Who?" says I. "Sure, he's out in John of God's off his head, poor man. Drinking his own stuff," says Joe. "Aye," says I, "whiskey and water on the brain." "Come around to Barney Kiernan's," says Joe. "I want to see the citizen." "Barney Mavourneen's be it," says I. "Anything strange or wonderful, Joe?" "Not a word," says Joe. "I was up at that meeting in the City Arms." "What was that, Joe?" says I. "Cattle traders," says Joe, "about the foot and mouth disease. I want to give the citizen the hard word about it." So we went around by the Linen Hall barracks and the back of the courthouse talking of one thing or another. Decent fellow Joe when he has it, but sure like that he never has it. Jesus, I couldn't get over that bloody foxy Garrity, the daylight robber. For trading without a license, says he. In Innisfail the fair there lies a land, the land of holy Micon. There rises a watchtower beheld of men afar. There sleep the mighty dead as in life they slept, warriors and princes of high renown. A pleasant land it is in sooth of murmuring waters, fishful streams where sport the gurnard, the plaice, the roach, the halibut, the gibbed haddock, the grilse, the dab, the brill, the flounder, the pollock. The mixed coarse fish generally and other denizens of the aqueous kingdom too numerous to be enumerated. In the mild breezes of the west and of the east the lofty trees wave in different directions their first-class foliage, the wafty sycamore, the Lebanonian cedar, the exalted plane tree. The eugenic eucalyptus and other ornaments of the arboreal world with which that region is thoroughly well supplied. Lovely maidens sit in close proximity to the roots of the lovely trees singing the most lovely songs while they play with all kinds of lovely objects as for example golden ingots, silvery fishes, crayons of herrings, draughts of eels, codlings, creels of fingerlings, purple sea gems and playful insects. And heroes voyage from afar to woo them, from Eblana to Sleevemargy. The peerless princes of unfettered Munster and of Connaught the just and of smooth sleek Leinster and of Cruachan's land and of Armagh the splendid and of the noble district of Boyle, princes, the sons of kings. And there rises a shining palace whose crystal glittering roof is seen by mariners who traverse the extensive sea in barks built expressly for that purpose. And thither come all herds and fatlings and firstfruits of that land for O'Connell Fitzsimon takes toll of them, a chieftain descended from chieftains. Thither the extremely large wains bring foison of the fields, flaskets of cauliflowers, floats of spinach, pineapple chunks, Rangoon beans, strikes of tomatoes, drums of figs, drills of swedes, spherical potatoes and tallies of iridescent kale. York and Savoy, and trays of onions, pearls of the earth. And punnets of mushrooms and custard marrows and fat vetches and bear and rape and red green yellow brown russet sweet big bitter ripe pomelated apples and chips of strawberries and sieves of gooseberries, pulpy and pelurious. And strawberries fit for princes and raspberries from their canes. I dare him, says he, and I double dare him. Come out here, Garrity, you notorious bloody hill and dale robber. And by that way wend the herds innumerable of bellwethers and flushed ewes and shearling rams and lambs and stubble geese and medium steers and roaring mares and pulled calves and long wools and store sheep and cuffs prime springers and culls and sow pigs and bacon hogs and the various different varieties of highly distinguished swine and Angus heifers and polly bullocks of immaculate pedigree together with prime premiated milchcows and beeves, and there is ever heard a trampling, cackling, roaring, lowing, bleating, bellowing, rumbling, grunting, champing, chewing, of sheep and pigs and heavy-hooved kine from pasturelands of Lusk and Rush and Carrickmines and from the streamy valleys of Thomond. From the Mgillycuddies reeks the inaccessible and lordly Shannon the unfathomable, and from the gentle declivities of the place of the race of Keir. Their udders distended with superabundance of milk and butts of butter and rennets of cheese and farmers' firkins and targets of lamb and crannocks of corn and oblong eggs in great hundreds, various in size, the agate with this done. So we turned into Barney Kiernan's and there, sure enough, was the citizen up in the corner having a great confab with himself and that bloody mangy mongrel, Gary Owen, and he waiting for what the sky would drop in the way of drink. There he is, says I, in his glory hole, with his Cruskeen lawn and his load of papers, working for the cause. The bloody mongrel let a grouse out of him would give you the creeps. Be a corporal work of mercy if someone would take the life of that bloody dog. I'm told for a fact he ate a good part of the breeches off a constabulary man in Santry that came round one time with a blue paper about a license. Stand and deliver, says he. That's all right, citizen, says Joe. Friends here. Pass, friends, says he. Then he rubs his hand in his eye and says he. What's your opinion of the times? Doing the rapparee and rory of the hill. But, begob, Joe was equal to the occasion. I think the markets are on a rise, says he, sliding his hand down his fork. So begob the citizen claps his paw on his knee and he says. Foreign wars is the cause of it. And says Joe, sticking his thumb in his pocket. It's the Russians' wish to tyrannize. Ara, give over your bloody cotting, Joe, says I. I've a thirst on me I wouldn't sell for half a crown. Give it a name, citizen, says Joe. Wine of the country, says he. What's yours? Says Joe. Ditto Macanisby, says I. 3 pints, Terry, says Joe. And how's the old heart, citizen? Says he. Never better, a chara, says he. What Gary? Are we going to win? Eh. And with that he took the bloody old Towser by the scruff of the neck and, by Jesus, he near throttled him. The figure seated on a large boulder at the foot of a round tower was that of a broad-shouldered deep-chested strong-limbed front-eared red-haired freely freckled shaggy-bearded wide-mouthed large-nosed long-headed deep-voiced bare-kneed brawny-handed hairy-legged ruddy-faced sinewy-armed hero. From shoulder to shoulder he measured several ells and his rock-like mountainous knees were covered, as was likewise the rest of his body wherever visible, with a strong growth of tawny prickly hair in hue and toughness similar to the mountain gorse, Ulex europaeus. The wide-winged nostrils, from which bristles of the same tawny hue projected, were of such capaciousness that within their cavernous obscurity the fieldlark might easily have lodged her nest. The eyes in which a tear and a smile strove ever for the mastery were of the dimensions of a good-sized cauliflower. A powerful current of warm breath issued at regular intervals from the profound cavity of his mouth while in rhythmic resonance the loud strong hail reverberations of his formidable heart thundered rumblingly causing the ground, the summit of the lofty tower and the still loftier walls of the cave to vibrate and tremble. He wore a long unsleeved garment of recently flayed oxhide reaching to the knees in a loose kilt and this was bound about his middle by a girdle of plaited straw and rushes. Beneath this he wore trews of deerskin, roughly stitched with gut. His nether extremities were encased in high balbriggan buskins dyed in lichen purple, the feet being shod with brogues of salted cowhide laced with the windpipe of the same beast. From his girdle hung a row of sea stones which jangled at every movement of his portentous frame and on these were graven with rude yet striking art the tribal images of many Irish heroes and heroines of antiquity, Cuchulainn, Conn of 100 Battles, Neil of 9 Hostages, Brian of Kincora, the Ardrey Malachi, Art Mac Murroch, Shane O'Neill, Father John Murphy, Owen Rowe, Patrick Sarsfield, Red Hugh O'Donnell, Red Jim McDermott, Sogreth Ewan O'Grony, Michael Dwyer, Francie Higgins, Henry Joyce Kraken, Goliath, Horace Wheatley, Thomas Con Neff, Peg Woffington, the village blacksmith, Captain Moonlight, Captain Boycott, Dante Alighieri, Christopher Columbus, S. Fursa, S. Brendan, Marshall McMahon, Charlemagne, Theobald Wolfe Tone, the mother of the Maccabees, the last of the Mohicans, the Rose of Castile, the man for Galway, the man that broke the bank at Monte Carlo, the man in the Gap, the woman who didn't. Benjamin Franklin, Napoleon Bonaparte, John L. Sullivan, Cleopatra, Savornine Delish, Julius Caesar, Paracelsus, Sir Thomas Lipton, William Tell, Michelangelo Hayes, Muhammad, the Bride of Lammermoor, Peter the Hermit, Peter the Packer, Dark Rosaline, Patrick W. Shakespeare, Brian Confucius, Murta Gutenberg, Patricio Velasquez, Captain Nemo, Tristan and Isolde, the first Prince of Wales, Thomas Cook and Son, the Bold Soldier Boy, Arana Pogue, Dick Turpin, Ludwig Beethoven, the Colleen Bawn, Wadler Healy, Angus the Culdee, Dolly Mount, Sidney Parade, Ben Hoth, Valentine Greatrakes, Adam and Eve, Arthur Wellesley, Boss Croker, Herodotus, Jack the Giant Killer, Gautama Buddha, Lady Godiva, the Lily of Killarney, Baylor of the Evil Eye, the Queen of Sheba, Aki Nagel, Joe Nagel, Alessandro Volta, Jeremiah O'Donovan Rosa, Don Philip O'Sullivan Beer. A couched spear of acuminated granite rested by him while at his feet reposed a savage animal of the canine tribe whose stertorous gasps announced that he was sunk in uneasy slumber. A supposition confirmed by hoarse growls and spasmodic movements which his master repressed from time to time by tranquilizing blows of a mighty cudgel rudely fashioned out of Paleolithic stone. So anyhow Terry brought the 3 pints. Joe was standing and begob the sight nearly left my eyes when I saw him land out a quid. Oh, as true as I'm telling you. A good-looking sovereign. And there's more where that came from, says he. Were you robbing the poor box, Joe? Says I. Sweat of my brow, says Joe. 'Twas the prudent member gave me the wheeze. I saw him before I met you, says I, sloping around by Pill Lane and Greek Street with his cod's eye counting up all the guts of the fish. Who comes through Mycon's land, bedight in sable armor? Bloom, the son of Rory, it is he. Impervious to fear is Rory's son, he of the prudent soul. For the old woman of Prince's Street, says the citizen, the subsidized organ. The pledge-bound party on the floor of the house. And look at this blasted rag, says he. Look at this, says he. The Irish Independent, if you please, founded by Parnell to be the working men's friend. Listen to the births and deaths in the Irish All for Ireland Independent, and I'll thank you and the marriages. And he starts reading them out. Gordon, Barnfield Crescent, Exeter, Redmayne of Iffley, St. Anne's-on-Sea, the wife of William T. Redmayne of a son. How's that, eh? Wright and Flint, Vincent and Gillett to Rotha Marion daughter of Rosa and the late George Alfred Gillett, 179, Clapham Road, Stockwell, Playwood and Ridsdale at St. Jude's, Kensington by the Very Reverend Dr. Forrest, Dean of Worcester. Deaths. Bristow, at Whitehall Lane, London, Carr, Stoke Newington, of gastritis and heart disease, Cockburn, at the Moat House, Chepstow. I know that fellow, says Joe, from bitter experience. Cockburn. Dimsey, wife of David Dimsey, late of the Admiralty, Miller, Tottenham, aged 85, Welsh, June 12, at 35, Canning Street, Liverpool, Isabella Helen. How's that for a national press, my brown son? How's that for Martin Murphy, the Bantry jobber? Ah, well, says Joe, handing round the booze. Thanks be to God they had the start of us. Drink that, citizen. I will, says he, honorable person. Health, Joe, says I. And all down the form. Ah. Ow. Don't be talking. I was blue mouldy for the want of that pint. Declare to God I could hear it hit the pit of my stomach with a click. And lo, as they quaffed their cup of joy, a godlike messenger came swiftly in, radiant as the eye of heaven, a comely youth, and behind him there passed an elder of noble gait and countenance, bearing the sacred scrolls of law, and with him his lady wife, a dame of peerless lineage, fairest of her race. Little Alf Bergen popped in round the door and hid behind Barney's snug, squeezed up with the laughing. And who was sitting up there in the corner that I hadn't seen, snoring drunk blind to the world, only Bob Doran. I didn't know what was up, and Alf kept making signs out of the door. And begob what was it only that bloody old pantaloon Dennis Breen in his bath slippers with two bloody big books tucked under his oxter, and the wife hotfoot after him, unfortunate wretched woman, trotting like a poodle. I thought Alf would split. Look at him, says he. Breen. He's traipsing all round Dublin with a postcard someone sent him with you, up on it to take a lee. And he doubled up. Take a what? Says I. Libel action, says he, for £10,000. Oh hell. Says I. The bloody mongrel began to growl that it put the fear of God in you, seeing something was up, but the citizen gave him a kick in the ribs. By I do hushed, says he. Who? Says Joe. Breen, says Alf. He was in John Henry Menton's, and then he went round to Collis and Ward's, and then Tom Rockford met him and sent him round to the sub-sheriff's for a lark. Oh God, I've a pain laughing. You, up. The long fellow gave him an eye as good as a process, and now the bloody old lunatic is gone round to Green Street to look for a G-man. When is Long John going to hang that fellow in Mountjoy? Says Joe. Bergen, says Bob Doran, waking up. Is that Alf Bergen? Yes, says Alf. Hanging. Wait till I show you. Here, Terry, give us a pony. That bloody old fool. £10,000. You should have seen Long John's eye. U.P. And he started laughing. Who are you laughing at? Says Bob Doran. Is that Bergen? Hurry up, Terry boy, says Alf. Terence O'Ryan heard him and straightway brought him a crystal cup full of the foamy ebon ale which the noble twin brothers Bungaveg and Bungardalown brew ever in their divine ale-vats, cunning as the sons of deathless Leda. For they garner the succulent berries of the hop and mass and sift and bruise and brew them and they mix there with sour juices and bring the must to the sacred fire and cease not night or day from their toil, those cunning brothers. Lords of the vat. Then did you, chivalrous Terence, hand forth, as to the manner born, that nectarous beverage and you offered the crystal cup to him that thirsted, the soul of chivalry, in beauty akin to the immortals. But he, the young chief of the Aubergines, could ill brook to be outdone in generous deeds but gave therefore with gracious gesture a testoon of costliest bronze. Thereon embossed in excellent smithwork was seen the image of a queen of regal port, scion of the house of Brunswick, Victoria her name, her most excellent majesty. By grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland and of the British dominions beyond the sea, Queen, Defender of the Faith, Empress of India, even she, who bore rule, a victress over many peoples, the well-beloved. For they knew and loved her from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof, the pale, the dark, the ruddy in the Ethiop. What's that bloody Freemason doing, says the citizen, prowling up and down outside. What's that? Says Joe. Here you are, says Alf, chucking out the rhino. Talking about hanging, I'll show you something you never saw. Hangman's letters. Look at here. So he took a bundle of wisps of letters and envelopes out of his pocket. Are you cotting? Says I. Honest Injun, says Alf. Read them. So Joe took up the letters. Who are you laughing at? Says Bob Doran. So I saw there was going to be a bit of a dust. Bob's a queer chap when the porter's up in him, so says I just to make talk. How's Willie Murray those times, Alf? I don't know, says Alf. I saw him just now in Capel Street with Paddy Dignam. Only I was running after that. You what? Says Joe, throwing down the letters. With who? With Dignam, says Alf. Is it Paddy? Says Joe. Yes, says Alf. Why? Don't you know he's dead? Says Joe. Paddy Dignam dead? Says Alf. Aye, says Joe. Sure I'm after seeing him not 5 minutes ago, says Alf, as plain as a pikestaff. Who's dead? Says Bob Doran. You saw his ghost then, says Joe, God between us and harm. What? Says Alf. Good Christ, only 5. What? And Willie Murray with him, the two of them there near what Doyukelhims. What? Dignam dead? What about Dignam? Says Bob Doran. Who's talking about? Dead. Says Alf. He's no more dead than you are. Maybe so, says Joe. They took the liberty of burying him this morning anyhow. Paddy? Says Alf. Aye, says Joe. He paid the debt of nature, God be merciful to him. Good Christ. Says Alf. Begob he was what you might call flabbergasted. In the darkness spirit hands were felt to flutter, and when prayer by tantras had been directed to the proper quarter a faint but increasing luminosity of ruby light became gradually visible. The apparition of the etheric double being particularly lifelike owing to the discharge of jivic rays from the crown of the head and face. Communication was effected through the pituitary body and also by means of the orange fiery and scarlet rays emanating from the sacral region and solar plexus. Questioned by his earth name as to his whereabouts in the heaven world, he stated that he was now on the path of pralaya or return but was still submitted to trial at the hands of certain bloodthirsty entities on the lower astral levels. In reply to a question as to his first sensations in the Great Divide beyond, he stated that previously he had seen as in a glass darkly, but that those who had passed over had summit possibilities of atmic development opened up to them. Interrogated as to whether life there resembled our experience in the flesh, he stated that he had heard from more favored beings now in the spirit that their abodes were equipped with every modern home comfort such as talafana, elevator, hotakalda, watoklasat, and that the highest adepts were steeped in waves of volupcy of the very purest nature. Having requested a quart of buttermilk, this was brought and evidently afforded relief. Asked if he had any message for the living, he exhorted all who were still at the wrong side of Maya to acknowledge the true path, for it was reported in Divanic circles that Mars and Jupiter were out for mischief on the eastern angle where the ram has power. It was then queried whether there were any special desires on the part of the defunct, and the reply was, "We greet you, friends of Earth, who are still in the body. Mind C.K. doesn't pile it on." It was ascertained that the reference was to Mr. Cornelius Kelleher, manager of Messrs. H. J. O'Neill's popular funeral establishment, a personal friend of the defunct, who had been responsible for the carrying out of the interment arrangements. Before departing, he requested that it should be told to his dear son Patsy that the other boot which he had been looking for was at present under the commode in the return room, and that the pair should be sent to Cullen's to be sold only as the heels were still good. He stated that this had greatly perturbed his peace of mind in the other region, and earnestly requested that his desire should be made known. Assurances were given that the matter would be attended to, and it was intimated that this had given satisfaction. He is gone from mortal haunts, O Dignam, son of our morning. Fleet was his foot on the bracken, Patrick of the beamy brow. Wail, Banba, with your wind, and wail, O ocean, with your whirlwind. There he is again, says the citizen, staring out. Who? Says I. Bloom, says he. He's on point duty up and down there for the last 10 minutes. And, begob, I saw his physig do a peep in and then slitter off again. Little Alf was knocked ballways. Faith, he was. Good Christ! Says he. I could have sworn it was him. And says Bob Doran, with the hat on the back of his pole, lowest blackguard in Dublin when he's under the influence. Who said Christ is good? I beg your parsnips, says Alf. Is that a good Christ, says Bob Doran, to take away poor little Willie Dignam? Ah, well, says Alf, trying to pass it off. He's over all his troubles. But Bob Doran shouts out of him. He's a bloody ruffian, I say, to take away poor little Willie Dignam. Terry came down and tipped him the wink to keep quiet, that they didn't want that kind of talk in a respectable licensed premises. And Bob Doran starts doing the weeps about Paddy Dignam, true as you're there. The finest man, says he, snivelling, the finest purest character. The tear is bloody near your eye. Talking through his bloody hat. Fitter for him go home to the little sleepwalking bitch he married, Mooney, the bumbailiff's daughter, mother kept a kip in Hardwick Street. That used to be stravaging about the landings. Bantam Lyons told me that was stopping there at 2 in the morning without a stitch on her, exposing her person, open to all comers, fair field and no favour. The noblest, the truest, says he. And he's gone, poor little Willie, poor little Paddy Dignam. And mournful and with a heavy heart he bewept the extinction of that beam of heaven. Old Gary Owen started growling again at Bloom that was skeezing round the door. Come in, come on, he won't eat you, says the citizen. So Bloom slopes in with his cod's eye on the dog, and he asks Terry was Martin Cunningham there. Oh, Christ m'keown, says Joe, reading one of the letters. Listen to this, will you? And he starts reading out one. 7, Hunter Street. Liverpool. To the High Sheriff of Dublin. Dublin. Honoured Sir, I beg to offer my services in the above-mentioned painful case. I hanged Joe Gann in Bootle Jail on the 12th of February 1900, and I hanged. Show us, Joe, says I. Private Arthur Chase for foul murder of Jesse Tilsett in Pentonville Prison, and I was assistant when. Jesus, says I. Billington executed the awful murderer Toad Smith. The citizen made a grab at the letter. Hold hard, says Joe, I have a special knack of putting the noose once and he can't get out. Hoping to be favoured I remain, honoured sir, my terms is 5 guineas. H. rumbled Master Barber. And a barbarous bloody barbarian he is too, says the citizen. And the dirty scrawl of the wretch, says Joe. Here, says he, take them to hell out of my sight, Alf. Hello, Bloom, says he, what will you have? So they started arguing about the point, Bloom saying he wouldn't and he couldn't and excuse him no offense and all to that, and then he said well he'd just take a cigar. Gob, he's a prudent member and no mistake. Give us one of your prime stinkers, Terry, says Joe. And Alf was telling us there was one chap sent in a mourning card with a black border round it. They're all barbers, says he, from the black country that would hang their own fathers for 5 quid down in travelling expenses. And he was telling us there's 2 fellows waiting below to pull his heels down when he gets the drop and choke him properly, and then they chop up the rope after and sell the bits for a few bob a skull. In the dark land they bide, the vengeful knights of the razor. Their deadly coil they grasp, yeah, and therein they lead to Erebus whatsoever wight hath done a deed of blood, for I will on no wise suffer it, even so saith the Lord. So they started talking about capital punishment, and of course Bloom comes out with the why and the wherefore and all the codology of the business, and the old dog smelling him all the time. I'm told those Jews does have a sort of a queer odor coming off them for dogs about I don't know what all deterrent effect and so forth and so on. There's one thing it hasn't a deterrent effect on, says Alf. What's that? Says Joe. The poor bugger's tool that's being hanged, says Alf. That so? Says Joe. God's truth, says Alf. I heard that from the head warder that was in Kilmainham when they hanged Joe Brady, the invincible. He told me when they cut him down after the drop it was standing up in their faces like a poker. Ruling passion strong in death, says Joe, as someone said. That can be explained by science, says Bloom. It's only a natural phenomenon, don't you see, because on account of the... And then he starts with his jawbreakers about phenomenon and science and this phenomenon and the other phenomenon. The distinguished scientist Herr Professor Leopold Bloom tendered medical evidence to the effect that the instantaneous fracture of the cervical vertebrae and consequent scission of the spinal cord would, according to the best approved tradition of medical science, be calculated to inevitably produce in the human subject a violent ganglionic stimulus of the nerve centers of the genital apparatus, thereby causing the elastic pores of the corpora cavernosa to rapidly dilate in such a way as to instantaneously facilitate the flow of blood to that part of the human anatomy known as the penis or male organ, resulting in the phenomenon which has been denominated by the faculty a morbid upwards and outwards philoprogenitive erection in articulo mortis per diminutionem capitis. So of course the citizen was only waiting for the wink of the word, and he starts gassing out of him about the Invincibles and the Old Guard and the men of 67, and who fears to speak of 98, and Joe with him about all the fellows that were hanged, drawn and transported for the cause by drumhead court-martial and a New Ireland, and knew this, that and the other. Talking about New Ireland, he ought to go and get a new dog, so he ought. Mangy ravenous brute sniffing and sneezing all round the place and scratching his scabs. And round he goes to Bob Doran that was standing alpha half one sucking up for what he could get. So of course Bob Doran starts doing the bloody fool with him. Give us the paw. Give the paw, doggy. Good old doggy. Give the paw here. Give us the paw. Ara. Bloody end to the paw, he'd paw, and Alf trying to keep him from tumbling off the bloody stool atop of the bloody old dog, and he talking all kinds of drivel about training by kindness and thoroughbred dog and intelligent dog, give you the bloody pip. Then he starts scraping a few bits of old biscuit out of the bottom of a Jacob's tin he told Terry to bring. Gob, he golloped it down like old boots, and his tongue hanging out of him a yard long for more. Near ate the tin and all, hungry bloody mongrel. And the citizen and Bloom having an argument about the point, the brothers Shears and Wolfe Tone beyond on Arbor Hill, and Robert Emmett and Die for Your Country, the Tommy Moore touch about Sarah Curran and She's Far from the Land. And Bloom, of course, with his knock-me-down cigar putting on swank with his lardy face. Phenomenon. The fat heap he married is a nice old phenomenon with a back on her like a ball alley. Time they were stopping up in the City Arms. Pisser Burke told me there was an old one there with a cracked Luthermon of a nephew, and Bloom trying to get the soft side of her doing the mollycoddle playing bezique to come in for a bit of the wampum in her will, and not eating meat of a Friday because the old one was always thumping her craw and taking the lout out for a walk. And one time he led him the rounds of Dublin, and, by the holy farmer, he never cried crack till he brought him home as drunk as a boiled owl, and he said he did it to teach him the evils of alcohol and by herrings. If the three women didn't near roast him, it's a queer story, the old one, Bloom's wife and Mrs. O'Dowd that kept the hotel. Jesus, I had to laugh at Pisser Burke taking them off chewing the fat. And Bloom with his "but don't you see?" and "but on the other hand." And sure, more be token, the lout I'm told was in Powers after, the blenders, round in Cope Street going home footless in a cab 5 times in the week after drinking his way through all the samples in the bloody establishment. Phenomenon. The memory of the dead, says the citizen taking up his pint glass and glaring at Bloom. I, says Joe. You don't grasp my point, says Bloom. What I mean is. Sinn Féin. Says the citizen. Sinn Féin am hain. The friends we love are by our side and the foes we hate before us. The last farewell was affecting in the extreme. From the belfries far and near the funereal death bell tolled unceasingly, while all around the gloomy precincts rolled the ominous warning of 100 muffled drums punctuated by the hollow booming of pieces of ordnance. The deafening claps of thunder and the dazzling flashes of lightning which lit up the ghastly scene testified that the artillery of heaven had lent its supernatural pomp to the already gruesome spectacle. A torrential rain poured down from the floodgates of the angry heavens upon the bared heads of the assembled multitude, which numbered at the lowest computation 500,000 persons. A posse of Dublin Metropolitan Police superintended by the Chief Commissioner in person maintained order in the vast throng for whom the York Street Brass and Reed Band whiled away the intervening time by admirably rendering on their black-draped instruments the matchless melody endeared to us from the cradle by Speranza's plaintive muse. Special quick excursion trains and upholstered charabancs had been provided for the comfort of our country cousins, of whom there were large contingents. Considerable amusement was caused by the favourite Dublin street singers LNHN and MLLGN, who sang the night before Larry was stretched in their usual mirth-provoking fashion. Our two inimitable drolls did a roaring trade with their broadsheets among lovers of the comedy element, and nobody who has a corner in his heart for Real Irish fun without vulgarity will grudge them their hard-earned pennies. The children of the male and female foundling hospital who thronged the windows overlooking the scene were delighted with this unexpected addition to the day's entertainment, and a word of praise is due to the Little Sisters of the Poor for their excellent idea of affording the poor fatherless and motherless children a genuinely instructive treat. The vice-regal house party, which included many well-known ladies, was chaperoned by their excellencies to the most favorable positions on the grandstand, while the picturesque foreign delegation known as the Friends of the Emerald Isle was accommodated on a tribune directly opposite. The delegation, present in full force, consisted of Commendator Basabasi Benino Benone, the semi-paralyzed doyen of the party who had to be assisted to his seat by the aid of a powerful steam crane, Monsieur Pierre-Paul Petit-Tepidant. The Grand Joker Vladimir Polkthankertchev, the Arch-Joker Leopold Rudolf von Schwanzenbad Hodenthaler, Countess Marha Viraga Kasazani Putrapesti, Hiram Y. Bombust, Count Athanatos Karamalopoulos, Ali Baba Bakshish Rahat Lokam Effendi, Senor Hidalgo Caballero Don Pecadillo y Palabras y Paternoster de la Malora de la Malaria, Hokapoco Harakiri, Hai Hung Chang, Olaf Kaber-Ketelsen. Meneer Trick van Trumps, Pan Polax Patyrisky, Guspon Prhklstr Krachnabrichizich, Boris Hupinkov, Her Herhausdirektor President Hans Chuekli Sturli. Nationalgymnasium Assium Sanatorium and Suspensorium Sordinary Privatdocent Generalistra Special Professor Dr. Kriegfried Überallgemein. All the delegates without exception expressed themselves in the strongest possible heterogeneous terms concerning the nameless barbarity which they had been called upon to witness. An animated altercation, in which all took part, ensued among the FOTEI, as to whether the 8th or the 9th of March was the correct date of the birth of Ireland's patron saint. In the course of the argument cannonballs, scimitars, boomerangs, blunderbusses, stinkpots, meat choppers, umbrellas, catapults, knuckle-dusters, sandbags, lumps of pig iron were resorted to and blows were freely exchanged. The baby policeman, Constable McFadden, summoned by special courier from Butterstown, quickly restored order and with lightning promptitude proposed the 17th of the month as a solution equally honorable for both contending parties. The ready-witted 9-footer's suggestion at once appealed to all and was unanimously accepted. Constable McFadden was heartily congratulated by all the FOTE, several of whom were bleeding profusely. Commendator Benino Benone having been extricated from underneath the presidential armchair. It was explained by his legal advisor Avocado Pagamimi that the various articles secreted in his 32 pockets had been abstracted by him during the affray from the pockets of his junior colleagues in the hope of bringing them to their senses. The objects, which included several hundred ladies' and gentlemen's gold and silver watches, were promptly restored to their rightful owners and general harmony reigned supreme. Quietly, unassumingly Rumbold stepped on to the scaffold in faultless morning dress and wearing his favorite flower, the gladiolus cruentus. He announced his presence by that gentle Rumboldian cough which so many have tried, unsuccessfully, to imitate, short, painstaking yet withal so characteristic of the man. The arrival of the world-renowned headsman was greeted by a roar of acclamation from the huge concourse. The vice-regal ladies waving their handkerchiefs in their excitement while the even more excitable foreign delegates cheered vociferously in a medley of cries, Hoc, Banzai, Elgin, Zivio, Chin Chin, Polychronia, Hip Hip, Vive, Allah. Amid which the ringing Eviva of the delegate of the land of song, a high double F recalling those piercingly lovely notes with which the eunuch Catalani beglamored our great-great-grandmothers, was easily distinguishable. It was exactly 17 o'clock. The signal for prayer was then promptly given by megaphone and in an instant all heads were bared, the commendator's patriarchal sombrero, which has been in the possession of his family since the revolution of Rienzi, being removed by his medical adviser in attendance, Dr. Pippi. The learned prelate who administered the last comforts of holy religion to the hero martyr when about to pay the death penalty knelt in a most Christian spirit in a pool of rainwater, his cassock above his hoary head, and offered up to the throne of grace fervent prayers of supplication. Hard by the block stood the grim figure of the executioner, his visage being concealed in a 10-gallon pot with 2 circular perforated apertures through which his eyes glowered furiously. As he awaited the fatal signal he tested the edge of his horrible weapon by honing it upon his brawny forearm or decapitated in rapid succession a flock of sheep which had been provided by the admirers of his fell but necessary office. On a handsome mahogany table near him were neatly arranged the quartering knife, the various finely tempered disemboweling appliances, specially supplied by the world-famous firm of cutlers, Messrs. John Round and Sons, Sheffield. A terra-cotta saucepan for the reception of the duodenum, colon, blind intestine and appendix etc. when successfully extracted in 2 commodious milk jugs destined to receive the most precious blood of the most precious victim. The house steward of the Amalgamated Cats and Dogs Home was in attendance to convey these vessels when replenished to that beneficent institution. Quite an excellent repast consisting of rashers and eggs, fried steak and onions, done to a nicety. Delicious hot breakfast rolls and invigorating tea had been considerately provided by the authorities for the consumption of the central figure of the tragedy who was in capital spirits when prepared for death and evinced the keenest interest in the proceedings from beginning to end, but he, with an abnegation rare in these our times, rose nobly to the occasion and expressed the dying wish, immediately acceded to, that the meal should be divided in aliquot parts among the members of the Sick and Indigent Roomkeepers Association as a token of his regard and esteem. The NEC and non plus ultra of emotion were reached when the blushing bride-elect burst her way through the serried ranks of the bystanders and flung herself upon the muscular bosom of him who was about to be launched into eternity for her sake. The hero folded her willowy form in a loving embrace murmuring fondly, "Sheila, my own." Encouraged by this use of her Christian name she kissed passionately all the various suitable areas of his person which the decencies of prison garb permitted her ardor to reach. She swore to him as they mingled the salt streams of their tears that she would ever cherish his memory. That she would never forget her hero boy who went to his death with a song on his lips as if he were but going to a hurling match in Clontarf Park. She brought back to his recollection the happy days of blissful childhood together on the banks of Anna Liffey when they had indulged in the innocent pastimes of the young and, oblivious of the dreadful present, they both laughed heartily. All the spectators, including the venerable pastor, joining in the general merriment. That monster audience simply rocked with delight. But anon they were overcome with grief and clasped their hands for the last time. A fresh torrent of tears burst from their lacrymal ducts and the vast concourse of people, touched to the inmost core, broke into heartrending sobs, not the least affected being the aged prebendary himself. Big strong men, officers of the peace and genial giants of the Royal Irish Constabulary, were making frank use of their handkerchiefs, and it is safe to say that there was not a dry eye in that record assemblage. A most romantic incident occurred when a handsome young Oxford graduate, noted for his chivalry towards the fair sex, stepped forward and, presenting his visiting card, bankbook and genealogical tree, solicited the hand of the hapless young lady, requesting her to name the day, and was accepted on the spot. Every lady in the audience was presented with a tasteful souvenir of the occasion in the shape of a skull and crossbones brooch, a timely and generous act which evoked a fresh outburst of emotion, and when the gallant young Oxonian, the bearer, by the way, of one of the most time-honored names in Albion's history, placed on the finger of his blushing fiancée an expensive engagement ring with emeralds set in the form of a four-leaved shamrock, the excitement knew no bounds. Nay, even the stern Provost Marshal, Lieutenant Colonel Tonkin Maxwell Frenchmullen Tomlinson, who presided on the sad occasion, he who had blown a considerable number of sepoys from the cannon mouth without flinching, could not now restrain his natural emotion. With his mailed gauntlet he brushed away a furtive tear and was overheard, by those privileged burghers who happened to be in his immediate entourage, to murmur to himself in a faltering undertone, "God blimey if she ain't a clinker. That there bleeding tart. Blimey it makes me kind of bleeding cry, straight, it does, when I sees her, 'cause I thinks of my old mash tub what's waiting for me down Limehouse way." So then the citizen begins talking about the Irish language and the corporation meeting and all to that, and the Shonines that can't speak their own language, and Joe chipping in because he stuck someone for a quid, and Bloom putting in his old goo with his twopenny stump that he cadged off of Joe, and talking about the Gaelic League and the Anti-Treating League and drink. The curse of Ireland. Anti-treating is about the size of it. Gob, he'd let you pour all manner of drink down his throat till the Lord would call him before you'd ever see the froth of his pint. And one night I went in with a fellow into one of their musical evenings. Song and dance about she could get up on a truss of hay, she could my Maureen lay, and there was a fellow with a ballyhooly blue ribbon badge spiffing out of him in Irish, and a lot of Colleen Bounds going about with temperance beverages and selling medals and oranges and lemonade and a few old dry buns. Gob, Flahulak entertainment, don't be talking. Ireland sober is Ireland free. And then an old fellow starts blowing into his bagpipes and all the gougers shuffling their feet to the tune the old cow died of. And one or two sky pilots having an eye around that there was no goings-on with the females, hitting below the belt. So however, as I was saying, the old dog seeing the tin was empty starts mousing around by Joe and me. I'd train him by kindness, so I would, if he was my dog. Give him a rousing fine kick now and again where it wouldn't blind him. Afraid he'll bite you? Says the citizen, jeering. No, says I. But he might take my leg for a lamppost. So he calls the old dog over. What's on you, Gary? Says he. Then he starts hauling and mauling and talking to him in Irish, and the old Towser growling, letting on to answer, like a duet in the opera. Such growling you never heard as they let off between them. Someone that has nothing better to do ought to write a letter pro bono publico to the papers about the muzzling order for a dog the like of that. Growling and grousing, and his eye all bloodshot from the drouth is in it and the hydrophobia dropping out of his jaws. All those who are interested in the spread of human culture among the lower animals, and their name is legion, should make a point of not missing the really marvelous exhibition of synanthropy given by the famous old Irish red setter wolf dog. Formerly known by the sobriquet of Gary Owen and recently rechristened by his large circle of friends and acquaintances Owen Gary. The exhibition, which is the result of years of training by kindness and a carefully thought-out dietary system, comprises, among other achievements, the recitation of verse. Our greatest living phonetic expert, wild horses shall not drag it from us, has left no stone unturned in his efforts to delucidate and compare the verse recited and has found it bears a striking resemblance, the italics are ours, to the rands of ancient Celtic bards. We are not speaking so much of those delightful love songs with which the writer who conceals his identity under the graceful pseudonym of the Little Sweet Branch has familiarized the book-loving world, but rather, as a contributor D.O.C. points out in an interesting communication published by an evening contemporary, of the harsher and more personal note which is found in the satirical effusions of the famous Raftery and of Donald Mac Considine, to say nothing of a more modern lyrist, at present very much in the public eye. We subjoin a specimen which has been rendered into English by an eminent scholar whose name for the moment we are not at liberty to disclose, though we believe that our readers will find the topical allusion rather more than an indication. The metrical system of the canine original, which recalls the intricate alliterative and isosyllabic rules of the Welshing Lin, is infinitely more complicated, but we believe our readers will agree that the spirit has been well caught. Perhaps it should be added that the effect is greatly increased if Owen's verse be spoken somewhat slowly and indistinctly in a tone suggestive of suppressed rancor. The curse of my curses. 7 days every day. And 7 dry Thursdays. On you, Barney Kiernan. Has no sup of water to cool my courage, and my guts red roaring after Lowry's lights. So he told Terry to bring some water for the dog and, gob, you could hear him lapping it up a mile off. And Joe asked him would he have another. I will, says he, a chara, to show there's no ill feeling. Gob, he's not as green as he's cabbage looking. Arsing around from one pub to another, leaving it to your own honor, with old Giltrap's dog and getting fed up by the ratepayers and corporators. Entertainment for man and beast. And says Joe, could you make a hole in another pint? Could a swim duck? Says I. Same again, Terry, says Joe. Are you sure you won't have anything in the way of liquid refreshment? Says he. Thank you, no, says Bloom. As a matter of fact, I just wanted to meet Martin Cunningham, don't you see, about this insurance of poor Dignam's. Martin asked me to go to the house. You see, he, Dignam, didn't serve any notice of the assignment on the company at the time, and nominally under the Act the mortgagee can't recover on the policy. Holy wars, says Joe, laughing, that's a good one if old Shylock is landed. So the wife comes out top dog, what? Well, that's a point, says Bloom, for the wife's admirers. Whose admirers? Says Joe. The wife's advisers, says Bloom. Then he starts all confused mucking it up about mortgager under the Act like the Lord Chancellor giving it out on the bench and for the benefit of the wife, and that a trust is created, but on the other hand that Dignam owed Bridgman the money, and if now the wife or the widow contested the mortgagee's right till he near had the head of me addled with his mortgager under the Act. He was bloody safe he wasn't running himself under the Act that time as a rogue and vagabond, only he had a friend in court. Selling bazaar tickets, or what do you call it, Royal Hungarian Privileged Lottery. True as you're there. Oh, commend me to an Israelite. Royal and Privileged Hungarian Robbery. So Bob Doran comes lurching around asking Bloom to tell Mrs. Dignam he was sorry for her trouble and he was very sorry about the funeral, and to tell her that he said and everyone who knew him said that there was never a truer, a finer than poor little Willie that's dead, to tell her. Choking with bloody foolery. And shaking Bloom's hand doing the tragic to tell her that. Shake hands, brother. You're a rogue and I'm another. Let me, said he, so far presume upon our acquaintance, which, however slight it may appear if judged by the standard of mere time, is founded, as I hope and believe, on a sentiment of mutual esteem, as to request of you this favor. But, should I have overstepped the limits of reserve, let the sincerity of my feelings be the excuse for my boldness. No, rejoined the other, I appreciate to the full the motives which actuate your conduct, and I shall discharge the office you entrust to me, consoled by the reflection that, though the errand be one of sorrow, this proof of your confidence sweetens in some measure the bitterness of the cup. Then suffer me to take your hand, said he. The goodness of your heart, I feel sure, will dictate to you better than my inadequate words the expressions which are most suitable to convey an emotion whose poignancy, were I to give vent to my feelings, would deprive me even of speech. And off with him and out, trying to walk straight. Boozed at 5 o'clock. Night he was near being lagged, only Paddy Leonard knew the bobby, 14A. Blind to the world, up in a shebeen in Bride Street after closing time, fornicating with 2 shawls and a bully on guard, drinking porter out of teacups. And calling himself a Frenchie for the shawls, Joseph Manuel, and talking against the Catholic religion, and he serving Mass in Adam and Eve's when he was young with his eyes shut, who wrote the New Testament, and the Old Testament. And hugging and smugging. And the 2 shawls killed with the laughing, picking his pockets, the bloody fool, and he spilling the porter all over the bed, and the 2 shawls screeching laughing at one another. How is your testament? Have you got an Old Testament? Only Paddy was passing there, I tell you what. Then see him of a Sunday with his little concubine of a wife, and she wagging her tail up the aisle of the chapel with her patent boots on her, no less, and her violets, nice as pie, doing the little lady. Jack Mooney's sister. And the old prostitute of a mother procuring rooms to street couples. Gob, Jack made him toe the line. Told him if he didn't patch up the pot, Jesus, he'd kick the shite out of him. So Terry brought the 3 pints. Here, says Joe, doing the honors. Here, citizen. Slan leet, says he. Fortune, Joe, says I, good health, citizen. Gob, he had his mouth halfway down the tumbler already. Want a small fortune to keep him in drinks. Who is the long fellow running for the mayoralty, Alf? Says Joe. Friend of yours, says Alf. Nan, says Joe. The member. I won't mention any names, says Alf. I thought so, says Joe. I saw him up at that meeting now with William Field, M.P. The cattle traders. Harry Iopas, says the citizen, that exploded volcano, the darling of all countries and the idol of his own. So Joe starts telling the citizen about the foot and mouth disease and the cattle traders and taking action in the matter, and the citizen sending them all to the right about, and Bloom coming out with his sheep dip for the scab and a who's drench for coughing calves and the guaranteed remedy for timber tongue. Because he was up one time in a knacker's yard. Walking about with his book and pencil. Here's my head and my heels are coming, till Joe Cuff gave him the order of the boot for giving lip to a grazier. Mr. Noel. Teach your grandmother how to milk ducks. Pisser Burke was telling me in the hotel the wife used to be in rivers of tears sometimes with Mrs. O'Dowd crying her eyes out with her 8 inches of fat all over her. Couldn't loosen her farting strings, but old Cod's eye was waltzing around her showing her how to do it. What's your program today? Humane methods. Because the poor animals suffer, and experts say, and the best known remedy that doesn't cause pain to the animal and on the sore spot administer gently. Gob, he'd have a soft hand under a hen. Ga Gara. Klook klook klook. Black Liz is our hen. She lays eggs for us. When she lays her egg she is so glad. Gara. Klook klook klook. Then comes good Uncle Leo. He puts his hand under Black Liz and takes her fresh egg. Ga Gara. Klook klook klook. Anyhow, says Joe, Field and Nanetti are going over tonight to London to ask about it on the floor of the House of Commons. Are you sure, says Bloom, the councillor is going? I wanted to see him, as it happens. Well, he's going off by the mail boat, says Joe, tonight. That's too bad, says Bloom. I wanted particularly. Perhaps only Mr. Field is going. I couldn't phone. No. You're sure? Nannan's going too, says Joe. The League told him to ask a question tomorrow about the Commissioner of Police forbidding Irish games in the park. What do you think of that, citizen? The Slún na Éireann. Mr. Cowie Conacher, Multifarnham. Nat. Arising out of the question of my honourable friend, the member for Shillelagh. May I ask the right honourable gentleman whether the government has issued orders that these animals shall be slaughtered though no medical evidence is forthcoming as to their pathological condition? Mr. Allfours, Tamashant. Con honourable members are already in possession of the evidence produced before a committee of the whole House. I feel I cannot usefully add anything to that. The answer to the honourable member's question is in the affirmative. Mr. O'Reilly, Montagnat. Nat, have similar orders been issued for the slaughter of human animals who dare to play Irish games in the Phoenix Park? Mr. Allfours, the answer is in the negative. Mr. Cowie Conacher, has the right honourable gentleman's famous Mitchelstown telegram inspired the policy of gentlemen on the Treasury bench? Oh. Mr. Allfours, I must have notice of that question. Mr. Stalewit, Bunkum. I indeed don't hesitate to shoot. Ironical opposition cheers. The Speaker, order. Order. The House rises. Cheers. There's the man, says Joe, that made the Gaelic sports revival. There he is sitting there. The man that got away James Stephens. The champion of all Ireland at putting the 16-pound shot. What was your best throw, citizen? Na Baclius, says the citizen, letting on to be modest. There was a time I was as good as the next fellow anyhow. Put it there, citizen, says Joe. You were and a bloody sight better. Is that really a fact? Says Alf. Yes, says Bloom. That's well known. Did you not know that? So off they started about Irish sports and shonin games the like of lawn tennis and about hurley and putting the stone and racy of the soil and building up a nation once again and all to that. And of course Bloom had to have his say too about if a fellow had a rower's heart violent exercise was bad. I declare to my antimacassar if you took up a straw from the bloody floor and if you said to Bloom, look at, Bloom. Do you see that straw? That's a straw. Declare to my aunt he'd talk about it for an hour so he would and talk steady. A most interesting discussion took place in the ancient hall of Brian O'Shearnan in Sraid na Brídaín Beag, under the auspices of Slún na Éireann, on the revival of ancient Gaelic sports and the importance of physical culture. As understood in ancient Greece and ancient Rome and ancient Ireland, for the development of the race. The venerable president of the noble order was in the chair and the attendance was of large dimensions. After an instructive discourse by the chairman, a magnificent oration eloquently and forcibly expressed. A most interesting and instructive discussion of the usual high standard of excellence ensued as to the desirability of the revivability of the ancient games and sports of our ancient pan-Celtic forefathers. The well-known and highly respected worker in the cause of our old tongue, Mr. Joseph McCarthy Hines, made an eloquent appeal for the resuscitation of the ancient Gaelic sports and pastimes, practiced morning and evening by Finn MacCool. As calculated to revive the best traditions of manly strength and prowess handed down to us from ancient ages. L. Bloom, who met with a mixed reception of applause and hisses, having espoused the negative, the vocalist chairman brought the discussion to a close, in response to repeated requests and hearty plaudits from all parts of a bumper house. By a remarkably noteworthy rendering of the immortal Thomas Osborne Davis's evergreen verses, happily too familiar to need recalling here, a nation once again in the execution of which the veteran patriot champion may be said without fear of contradiction to have fairly excelled himself. The Irish Caruso Garibaldi was in superlative form and his stentorian notes were heard to the greatest advantage in the time-honored anthem sung as only our citizen can sing it. His superb high-class vocalism, which by its super-quality greatly enhanced his already international reputation, was vociferously applauded by the large audience among which were to be noticed many prominent members of the clergy as well as representatives of the press and the bar and the other learned professions. The proceedings then terminated. Amongst the clergy present were the Very Rev. William Delaney, S.J., L.L.D., the R.T. Rev. Gerald Malloy, D.D., the Rev. P.J. Kavanagh, C.S.S.P., the Rev. T. Waters, C.C., the Rev. John M. Ivers, P.P., the Rev. P.J. Cleary, O.S.F., the Rev. L.J. Hickey, O.P., the Very Rev. Father Nicholas, O.S.F.C., the Very Rev. B. Gorman, O.D.C., the Rev. T. Marr, S.J., the Very Rev. James Murphy, S.J., the Rev. John Lavery, V.F., the Very Rev. William Doherty, D.D., the Rev. Peter Fagan, O.M., the Rev. T. Brangan, O.S.A., the Rev. J. Flavin, C.C., the Rev. M. Hackett, C.C., the Rev. W. Hurley, C.C., the R.T. Rev. Manager Manus, V.G., the Rev. B. R. Slattery, O.M.I., the Very Rev. M. D. Scally, P.P., the Rev. F. T. Purcell, O.P., the Very Rev. Timothy Cannon Gorman, P.P., the Rev. J. Flanagan, C.C. The laity included P. Fay, T. Quirk, etc., etc. Talking about violent exercise, says Alf, were you at that Keogh Bennett match? No, says Joe. I heard so and so made a cool £100 over it, says Alf. Who? Blazes? Says Joe. And says Bloom. What I meant about tennis, for example, is the agility in training the eye. Blazes, says Alf. He let out that Myler was on the beer to run up the odds and he's swatting all the time. We know him, says the citizen. The trader's son. We know what put English gold in his pocket. True for you, says Joe. And Bloom cuts in again about lawn tennis and the circulation of the blood, asking Alf. Now, don't you think, Bergen? Myler dusted the floor with him, says Alf. Heenan and Sayers was only a bloody fool to it. Handed him the father and mother of a beating. See the little kipper not up to his navel and the big fellow swiping. God, he gave him one last puck in the wind, Queensberry rules and all, made him puke what he never ate. It was a historic and a hefty battle when Myler and Percy were scheduled to don the gloves for the purse of 50 sovereigns. Handicapped as he was by lack of poundage, Dublin's pet lamb made up for it by superlative skill in ringcraft. The final bout of fireworks was a grueling for both champions. The welterweight sergeant major had tapped some lively claret in the previous mix-up during which Keogh had been receiver general of rights and lefts, the artilleryman putting in some neat work on the pet's nose, and Myler came on looking groggy. The soldier got to business, leading off with a powerful left jab to which the Irish gladiator retaliated by shooting out a stiff one flush to the point of Bennett's jaw. The redcoat ducked but the Dubliner lifted him with a left hook, the body punch being a fine one. The men came to handygrips. Myler quickly became busy and got his man under, the bout ending with the bulkier man on the ropes, Myler punishing him. The Englishman, whose right eye was nearly closed, took his corner where he was liberally drenched with water and when the bell went came on gamey and brimful of pluck, confident of knocking out the fist-stick Eblanite in jig time. It was a fight to a finish and the best man for it. The two fought like tigers and excitement ran fever high. The referee twice cautioned pucking Percy for holding but the pet was tricky and his footwork a treat to watch. After a brisk exchange of courtesies during which a smart uppercut of the military man brought blood freely from his opponent's mouth, the lamb suddenly waded in all over his man and landed a terrific left to battling Bennett's stomach, flooring him flat. It was a knockout clean and clever. Amid tense expectation the Portobello bruiser was being counted out when Bennett's second old Pfotz Wettstein threw in the towel and the Santry boy was declared victor to the frenzied cheers of the public who broke through the ring ropes and fairly mobbed him with delight. He knows which side his bread is buttered, says Alf. I hear he's running a concert tour now up in the north. He is, says Joe. Isn't he? Who? Says Bloom. Ah, yes. That's quite true. Yes, a kind of summer tour, you see. Just a holiday. Mrs. B. is the bright particular star, isn't she? Says Joe. My wife? Says Bloom. She's singing, yes. I think it will be a success too. He's an excellent man to organize. Excellent. Ho ho begob, says I to myself, says I. That explains the milk in the coconut and absence of hair on the animal's chest. Blazes doing the tootle on the flute. Concert tour. Dirty Dan the Dodger's son off Island Bridge that sold the same horses twice over to the government to fight the Boers. Old what? I called about the poor and water rate, Mr. Boylan. You what? The water rate, Mr. Boylan. You what? That's the bucko that'll organize her, take my tip. Twixt me and you Catarish. Pride of Culpes Rocky Mount, the raven-haired daughter of Tweedy. There grew she to peerless beauty where loquat and almond scent the air. The gardens of Alameda knew her step, the garths of olives knew and bowed. The chaste spouse of Leopold is she, Marian of the bountiful bosoms. And lo, there entered one of the clan of the O'Maloyes, a comely hero of white face yet withal somewhat ruddy, his Majesty's counsel learned in the law, and with him the prince and heir of the noble line of Lambert. Hello, Ned. Hello, Alf. Hello, Jack. Hello, Joe. God save you, says the citizen. Save you kindly, says J. What'll it be, Ned? Half one, says Ned. So J. ordered the drinks. Were you round at the court? Says Joe. Yes, says J. He'll square that, Ned, says he. Hope so, says Ned. Now what were those two at? J. getting him off the grand jury list and the other give him a leg over the stile. With his name in Stubbs's. Playing cards, hobnobbing with flash toffs with a swank glass in their eye, a drinking fizz, and he half smothered in writs and garnishy orders. Pawning his gold watch in Cummins of Francis Street where no one would know him in the private office when I was there with Pisser releasing his boots out of the pop. What's your name, sir? Dunn, says he. And Dunn, says I. Gob, he'll come home by Weeping Cross one of those days, I'm thinking. Did you see that bloody lunatic Breen round there? Says Alf. Up. Yes, says J. looking for a private detective. Says Ned. And he wanted right go wrong to address the court only Corny Kelleher got round him telling him to get the handwriting examined first. £10,000, says Alf, laughing. God, I'd give anything to hear him before a judge and jury. Was it you did it, Alf? Says Joe. The truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you Jimmy Johnson. Me? Says Alf. Don't cast your nasturtiums on my character. Whatever statement you make, says Joe, will be taken down in evidence against you. Of course an action would lie, says J. It implies that he is not compos mentis. Up. Compass your eye. Says Alf, laughing. Do you know that he's balmy? Look at his head. Do you know that some mornings he has to get his hat on with a shoehorn? Yes, says J. But the truth of a libel is no defense to an indictment for publishing it in the eyes of the law. Ha, Alf, says Joe. Still, says Bloom, on account of the poor woman, I mean his wife. Pity about her, says the citizen. Or any other woman marries a half and half. How half and half? Says Bloom. Do you mean he? Half and half I mean, says the citizen. A fellow that's neither fish nor flesh. Nor good red herring, says Joe. That what's I mean, says the citizen. A pishogue, if you know what that is. Begob I saw there was trouble coming. And Bloom explaining he meant on account of it being cruel for the wife having to go round after the old stuttering fool. Cruelty to animals so it is to let that bloody poverty-stricken Breen out on grass with his beard out tripping him, bringing down the rain. And she with her nose cock-a-hoop after she married him because a cousin of his old fellow's was pew-opener to the Pope. Picture of him on the wall with his smash-all Sweeney's mustaches, the Signor Brini from Summerhill, the I Italiano, papal Zo to the Holy Father, has left the quay and gone to Moss Street. And who was he, tell us? A nobody, 2 pair back and passages, at 7 shillings a week, and he covered with all kinds of breastplates bidding defiance to the world. And moreover, says J. a postcard is publication. It was held to be sufficient evidence of malice in the test case Sadgrove versus Hull. In my opinion an action might lie. 6 and 8 pence, please. Who wants your opinion? Let us drink our pints in peace. Gob, we won't be let even do that much itself. Well, good health, Jack, says Ned. Good health, Ned, says J. There he is again, says Joe. Where? Says Alf. And begob there he was passing the door with his books under his oxter and the wife beside him and Corny Kelleher with his wall-eye looking in as they went past, talking to him like a father, trying to sell him a second-hand coffin. How did that Canada swindle case go off? Says Joe. Remanded, says J. One of the bottlenose fraternity it was went by the name of James Watt alias Saphiro alias Spark and Spiro, put an ad in the papers saying he'd give a passage to Canada for 20 bob. What? Do you see any green in the white of my eye? Course it was a bloody Barney. What? Swindled them all, skivvies and bad hacks from the county Meath, aye, and his own kidney too. J. was telling us there was an ancient Hebrew Zaretsky or something weeping in the witness box with his hat on him, swearing by the holy Moses he was stuck for 2 quid. Who tried the case? Says Joe. Recorder, says Ned. Poor old Sir Frederick, says Alf, you can caught him up to the 2 eyes. Heart as big as a lion, says Ned. Tell him a tale of woe about arrears of rent and a sick wife and a squad of kids and, faith, he'll dissolve in tears on the bench. Aye, says Alf. Reuben J. was bloody lucky he didn't clap him in the dock the other day for suing poor little Gumley that's minding stones, for the corporation they're near but bridge. And he starts taking off the old recorder letting on to cry. A most scandalous thing. This poor hard-working man. How many children? 10, did you say? Yes, your worship. And my wife has the typhoid. And the wife with typhoid fever. Scandalous. Leave the court immediately, sir. No, sir, I'll make no order for payment. How dare you, sir, come up before me and ask me to make an order? A poor hard-working industrious man. I dismiss the case. And whereas on the 16th day of the month of the Oxide Goddess and in the 3rd week after the feast day of the Holy and Undivided Trinity, the daughter of the skies, the Virgin Moon being then in her 1st quarter. It came to pass that those learned judges repaired them to the halls of law. Their Master Courtney, sitting in his own chamber, gave his reed and Master Justice Andrews, sitting without a jury in the probate court. Weighed well and pondered the claim of the first chargeant upon the property in the matter of the will propounded and final testamentary disposition in re the real and personal estate of the late lamented Jacob Halliday, vintner, deceased. Versus Livingstone, an infant, of unsound mind, and another. And to the solemn court of Green Street there came Sir Frederick the Falconer. And he sat him there about the hour of 5 o'clock to administer the law of the Brehons at the commission for all that and those parts to be holden in and for the county of the city of Dublin. And there sat with him the high synhedrim of the 12 tribes of Yar, for every tribe 1 man. Of the tribe of Patrick and of the tribe of Hugh and of the tribe of Owen and of the tribe of Con and of the tribe of Oscar and of the tribe of Fergus and of the tribe of Finn and of the tribe of Dermot and of the tribe of Cormac and of the tribe of Kevin and of the tribe of Caolt and of the tribe of Ashen. There being in all 12 good men and true. And he conjured them by him who died on rood that they should well and truly try and true deliverance make in the issue joined between their sovereign lord the king and the prisoner at the bar and true verdict give according to the evidence so help them God and kissed the book. And they rose in their seats, those 12 of Yar, and they swore by the name of him who is from everlasting that they would do his rightwiseness. And straightway the minions of the law led forth from their dungeon keep one whom the sleuth-hounds of justice had apprehended in consequence of information received. And they shackled him hand and foot and would take of him any bail any mainprize but preferred a charge against him for he was a malefactor. Those are nice things, says the citizen, coming over here to Ireland filling the country with bugs. So Bloom lets on he heard nothing and he starts talking with Joe, telling him he needn't trouble about that little matter till the first but if he would just say a word to Mr. Crawford. And so Joe swore high and holy by this and by that he'd do the devil and all. Because, you see, says Bloom, for an advertisement you must have repetition. That's the whole secret. Rely on me, says Joe. Swindling the peasants, says the citizen, and the poor of Ireland. We want no more strangers in our house. Oh, I'm sure that will be all right, Hines, says Bloom. It's just that keys, you see. Consider that done, says Joe. Very kind of you, says Bloom. The strangers, says the citizen. Our own fault. We let them come in. We brought them in. The adulteress and her paramour brought the Saxon robbers here. Decree nisi, says J. And Bloom letting on to be awfully deeply interested in nothing, a spider's web in the corner behind the barrel, and the citizen scowling after him and the old dog at his feet looking up to know who to bite and when. A dishonored wife, says the citizen, that's what's the cause of all our misfortunes. And here she is, says Alf, that was giggling over the Police Gazette with Terry on the counter, in all her war paint. Give us a squint at her, says I. And what was it only one of the smutty Yankee pictures Terry borrows off of Corny Kelleher? Secrets for enlarging your private parts. Misconduct of Society Bell. Norman W. Tupper, wealthy Chicago contractor, finds pretty but faithless wife in lap of Officer Taylor. Belle and her bloomers misconducting herself, and her fancy man feeling for her tickles and Norman W. Tupper bouncing in with his pea-shooter just in time to be late after she doing the trick of the loop with Officer Taylor. Oh Jakers, Jenny, says Joe, how short your shirt is. There's hair, Joe, says I. Get a queer old tail end of corned beef off of that one, what? So anyhow in came John Wise Nolan and Lenehan with him with a face on him as long as a late breakfast. Well, says the citizen, what's the latest from the scene of action? What did those tinkers in the city hall at their caucus meeting decide about the Irish language? Onelin, clad in shining armor, low bending made obeisance to the puissant and high and mighty chief of all Erin and did him to wit of that which had befallen, how that the grave elders of the most obedient city, second of the realm, had met them in the Tholsel, and there, after due prayers to the gods who dwell in ether supernal, had taken solemn counsel whereby they might, if so be it might be, bring once more into honor among mortal men the winged speech of the sea-divided gale. It's on the march, says the citizen. To hell with the bloody brutal Sassenachs and their patois. So J. puts in a word, doing the toff about one story was good till you heard another and blinking facts and the Nelson policy, putting your blind eye to the telescope and drawing up a bill of attainder to impeach a nation. And Bloom trying to back him up moderation and botheration and their colonies and their civilization. Their civilization, you mean, says the citizen. To hell with them. The curse of a good-for-nothing god light sideways on the bloody thick-lugged sons of whores gets. No music and no art and no literature worthy of the name. Any civilization they have they stole from us. Tongue-tied sons of bastards ghosts. The European family, says J. They're not European, says the citizen. I was in Europe with Kevin Egan of Paris. You wouldn't see a trace of them or their language anywhere in Europe except in a cabinet d'essence. And says John Wise. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen. And says Lenehan that knows a bit of the lingo. Conspieux les Anglais. Perfide Albion. He said, and then lifted he in his rude great brawny strengthy hands the medher of dark strong foamy ale and, uttering his tribal slogan Lam Dirge Abu, he drank to the undoing of his foes, a race of mighty valorous heroes, rulers of the waves. Who sit on thrones of alabaster silent as the deathless gods. What's up with you, says I to Lenehan. You look like a fellow that had lost a bob and found a tanner. Gold cup, says he. Who won, Mr. Lenehan? Says Terry. Throwaway, says he, at 20-1. A rank outsider. And the rest nowhere. And base is mare. Says Terry. Still running, says he. We're all in a cart. Boylan plunged 2 quid on my tip scepter for himself and a lady friend. I had half a crown myself, says Terry, on Zinfandel that Mr. Flynn gave me. Lord Howard de Walden's. 20-1, says Lenehan. Such is life in an outhouse. Throwaway, says he. Takes the biscuit, and talking about bunions. Frailty, thy name is Scepter. So he went over to the biscuit tin bob door and left to see if there was anything he could lift on the nod, the old cur after him backing his luck with his mangy snout up. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard. Not there, my child, says he. Keep your pecker up, says Joe. She'd have won the money only for the other dog. And J. and the citizen arguing about law and history with Bloom sticking in an odd word. Some people, says Bloom, can see the mote in others' eyes but they can't see the beam in their own. Remaze, says the citizen. There's no one as blind as the fellow that won't see, if you know what that means. Where are our missing 20 millions of Irish should be here today instead of 4, our lost tribes? And our potteries and textiles, the finest in the whole world. And our wool that was sold in Rome in the time of Juvenal and our flax and our damask from the looms of Antrim and our Limerick lace. Our tanneries and our white flint glass down there by Ballybaw and our Huguenot poplin that we have since Jacquard de Lion and our woven silk and our Foxford tweeds and ivory raised point from the Carmelite convent in New Ross. Nothing like it in the whole wide world. Where are the Greek merchants that came through the Pillars of Hercules, the Gibraltar now grabbed by the foe of mankind, with gold and Tyrian purple to sell in Wexford at the Fair of Carmen? Read Tacitus and Ptolemy, even Giraldus Cambrensis. Wine, peltries, Connemara marble, silver from Tipperary, second to none, our far-famed horses even today, the Irish hobbies, with King Philip of Spain offering to pay customs duties for the right to fish in our waters. What do the Yellow Johns of Anglia owe us for our ruined trade and our ruined hearths? And the beds of the Barrow and Shannon they won't deepen with millions of acres of marsh and bog to make us all die of consumption. As treeless as Portugal will be soon, says John Wise, or Heligoland with its one tree if something is not done to reafforest the land. Larches, firs, all the trees of the conifer family are going fast. I was reading a report of Lord Castletown's. Save them, says the citizen, the giant ash of Galway and the chieftain elm of Kildare with a 40-foot bole and an acre of foliage. Save the trees of Ireland for the future men of Ireland on the fair hills of Eire, oh. Europe has its eyes on you, says Lenehan. The fashionable international world attended en masse this afternoon at the wedding of the Chevalier Jean Wise de Nolan, Grand High Chief Ranger of the Irish National Foresters, with Miss Fir Conifer of Pine Valley. Lady Sylvester Elmshade, Mrs. Barbara Lovebirch, Mrs. Pole Ash, Mrs. Holly Hazeleyes, Miss Daphne Bays, Miss Dorothy Canebrake, Mrs. Clyde Twelvetrees, Mrs. Rowan Green, Mrs. Helen Vinnegatting, Miss Virginia Creeper, Miss Gladys Beach, Miss Olive Garth. Miss Blanche Maple, Mrs. Maud Mahogany, Miss Myra Myrtle, Miss Priscilla Elderflower, Miss B. Honeysuckle, Miss Grace Poplar, Miss O. Mimosa San, Miss Rachel Cedarfrond, the Misses Lillian and Viola Lilac, Miss Timidity Aspinall. Mrs. Kitty Deweymoss, Miss May Hawthorne, Mrs. Gloriana Palm, Mrs. Liana Forrest, Mrs. Arabella Blackwood and Mrs. Norma Holyoke of Oakham Regis graced the ceremony by their presence. The bride, who was given away by her father, the conifer of the glands, looked exquisitely charming in a creation carried out in green mercerized silk, molded on an underslip of gloaming grey, sashed with a yoke of broad emerald and finished with a triple flounce of darker-hued fringe, the scheme being relieved by bretelles and hip insertions of acorn bronze. The maids of honor, Miss Larch Conifer and Miss Spruce Conifer, sisters of the bride, wore very becoming costumes in the same tone. A dainty motif of plume rose being worked into the pleats in a pinstripe and repeated capriciously in the jade-green toques in the form of heron feathers of pale-tinted coral. Señor Enrique Flor presided at the organ with his well-known ability and, in addition to the prescribed numbers of the nuptial mass, played a new and striking arrangement of Woodman, Spare That Tree at the conclusion of the service. On leaving the church of Saint Fiacre in Horto after the papal blessing, the happy pair were subjected to a playful crossfire of hazelnuts, beech mast, bay leaves, catkins of willow, ivy tod, hollyberries, mistletoe sprigs and quickened shoots. Mr. and Mrs. Wise Conifer Nolan will spend a quiet honeymoon in the Black Forest. And our eyes are on Europe, says the citizen. We had our trade with Spain and the French and with the Flemings before those mongrels were puppied, Spanish ale in Galway, the wine bark on the Winedark waterway. And will again, says Joe. And with the help of the Holy Mother of God we will again, says the citizen, clapping his thigh. Our harbours that are empty will be full again, Queenstown, Kinsale, Galway, Blacksod Bay, Ventry in the Kingdom of Kerry, Killibegs. The third largest harbour in the wide world, with a fleet of masts of the Galway Lynches and the Cavan O'Reillys and the Oakendys of Dublin, when the Earl of Desmond could make a treaty with the Emperor Charles V himself. And will again, says he, when the first Irish battleship is seen breasting the waves with our own flag to the fore, none of your Henry Tudor's harps, no, the oldest flag afloat, the flag of the province of Desmond and Thomond. 3 crowns on a blue field, the 3 sons of Milesius. And he took the last swig out of the pint. Moya. All wind and piss like a tan-yard cat. Cows in Connaught have long horns. As much as his bloody life is worth to go down and address his tall talk to the assembled multitude in Shanagolden, where he daren't show his nose with the Molly Maguires looking for him to let daylight through him for grabbing the holding of an evicted tenant. Here to that, says John Wise. What will you have? An imperial yeomanry, says Lenehan, to celebrate the occasion. Half one, Terry, says John Wise, and the hands up. Terry. Are you asleep? Yes, sir, says Terry. Small whiskey and bottle of Allsop. Right, sir. Hanging over the bloody paper with Alf looking for spicy bits instead of attending to the general public. Picture of a budding match, trying to crack their bloody skulls, one chap going for the other with his head down like a bull at a gate. And another one, Black Beast burned in Omaha, Georgia. A lot of Deadwood dicks in slouch hats and they firing at a Sambo strung up in a tree with his tongue out and a bonfire under him. Gob, they ought to drown him in the sea after and electrocute and crucify him to make sure of their job. But what about the fighting navy, says Ned, that keeps our foes at bay? I'll tell you what about it, says the citizen. Hell upon earth it is. Read the revelations that's going on in the papers about flogging on the training ships at Portsmouth. A fellow writes that calls himself Disgusted One. So he starts telling us about corporal punishment and about the crew of tars and officers and rear admirals drawn up in cocked hats and the parson with his Protestant Bible to witness punishment and a young lad brought out, howling for his ma. And they tie him down on the butt-end of a gun. A rump and dozen, says the citizen, was what that old ruffian Sir John Beresford called it, but the modern God's Englishman calls it caning on the breech. And says John Wise, 'tis a custom more honoured in the breach than in the observance. Then he was telling us the master at arms comes along with a long cane and he draws out and he flogs the bloody backside off of the poor lad till he yells "Mela murder." That's your glorious British Navy, says the citizen, that bosses the earth. The fellows that never will be slaves, with the only hereditary chamber on the face of God's earth and their land in the hands of a dozen game hogs and cotton-ball barons. That's the great empire they boast about of drudges and whipped serfs. On which the sun never rises, says Joe. And the tragedy of it is, says the citizen, they believe it. The unfortunate yahoos believe it. They believe in Rod, the Scourger Almighty, creator of hell upon earth, and in Jackie Tar, the son of a gun, who was conceived of unholy boast, born of the fighting navy, suffered under rump and dozen, was scarified, flayed and curried. Yelled like bloody hell, the third day he arose again from the bed, steered into haven, sitteth on his beam end till further orders whence he shall come to drudge for a living and be paid. But, says Bloom, isn't discipline the same everywhere? I mean, wouldn't it be the same here if you put force against force? Didn't I tell you? As true as I'm drinking this porter, if he was at his last gasp he'd try to downface you that dying was living. We'll put force against force, says the citizen. We have our greater Ireland beyond the sea. They were driven out of house and home in the Black 47. Their mud cabins and their shielings by the roadside were laid low by the battering-ram, and the Times rubbed its hands and told the white-livered Saxons there would soon be as few Irish in Ireland as redskins in America. Even the Grand Turk sent us his piastres. But the Sassenach tried to starve the nation at home while the land was full of crops that the British hyenas bought and sold in Rio de Janeiro. Aye, they drove out the peasants in hordes. 20,000 of them died in the coffin ships. But those that came to the land of the free remember the land of bondage. And they will come again, and with a vengeance, no cravens, the sons of Granuaile, the champions of Kathleen Ni Houlihan. Perfectly true, says Bloom. But my point was. We are a long time waiting for that day, citizen, says Ned. Since the poor old woman told us that the French were on the sea and landed at Killala. Aye, says John Wise. We fought for the royal Stuarts that reneged us against the Williamites and they betrayed us. Remember Limerick and the broken treaty stone. We gave our best blood to France and Spain, the wild geese. Fontenoy, and Sarsfield and O'Donnell, Duke of Tetuan in Spain, and Ulysses Brown of Camus that was Field Marshal to Maria Theresa. But what did we ever get for it? The French. Says the citizen. Set of dancing masters. Do you know what it is? They were never worth a roasted fart to Ireland. Aren't they trying to make an entente cordiale now at Tay Pay's dinner party with perfidious Albion? Firebrands of Europe, and they always were. Conspieux les Français, says Lenehan, nobbling his beer. And as for the Prussians and the Hanoverians, says Joe, haven't we had enough of those sausage-eating bastards on the throne from George the Elector down to the German lad and the flatulent old bitch that's dead? Jesus, I had to laugh at the way he came out with that about the old one with the winkers on her, blind drunk in her royal palace every night of God, old Vic. With her jorum of Mountain Dew and her coachman carting her up body and bones to roll into bed, and she pulling him by the whiskers and singing him old bits of songs about Erin on the Rhine and come where the booze is cheaper. Well, says J. We have Edward the Peacemaker now. Tell that to a fool, says the citizen. There's a bloody sight more pox than pax about that boyo. Edward Guelphueton. And what do you think, says Joe, of the holy boys, the priests and bishops of Ireland doing up his room in Maynooth in his satanic majesty's racing colours and sticking up pictures of all the horses his jockeys rode? The Earl of Dublin, no less. They ought to have stuck up all the women he rode himself, says little Alf. And says J. Considerations of space influenced their lordship's decision. Will you try another, citizen? Says Joe. Yes, sir, says he. I will. You. Says Joe. Beholden to you, Joe, says I, may your shadow never grow less. Repeat that dose, says Joe. Bloom was talking with John Wise, and he quite excited with his Dunduckety mud-colored mug on him and his old plume yes rolling about. Persecution, says he, all the history of the world is full of it. perpetuating national hatred among nations. But do you know what a nation means? Says John Wise. Yes, says Bloom. What is it? Says John Wise. A nation. Says Bloom. A nation is the same people living in the same place. By God, then, says Ned, laughing, if that's so I'm a nation for I'm living in the same place for the past 5 years. So of course everyone had the laugh at Bloom and says he, trying to muck out of it. Or also living in different places. That covers my case, says Joe. What is your nation if I may ask? Says the citizen. Ireland, says Bloom. I was born here. Ireland. The citizen said nothing, only cleared the spit out of his gullet and, gob, he spat a red bank oyster out of him right in the corner. After you with the push, Joe, says he, taking out his handkerchief to swab himself dry. Here you are, citizen, says Joe. Take that in your right hand and repeat after me the following words. The much treasured and intricately embroidered ancient Irish facecloth attributed to Solomon of Droma and Manus Tomiltak Og Macdono, authors of the Book of Balamote, was then carefully produced and called forth prolonged admiration. No need to dwell on the legendary beauty of the corner pieces, the acme of art, wherein one can distinctly discern each of the 4 evangelists in turn presenting to each of the 4 masters his evangelical symbol, a bog oak scepter. A North American puma, a far nobler king of beasts than the British article, be it said in passing, a Kerry calf and a golden eagle from Carrantoul. The scenes depicted on the emunctory field, showing our ancient duns and raths and cromlechs and gryanons and seats of learning and maledictive stones, are as wonderfully beautiful and the pigments as delicate as when the Sligo illuminators gave free rein to their artistic fantasy long, long ago in the time of the Barmecides. Glendalough, the lovely lakes of Killarney, the ruins of Clonmacnoise, Tsong Abbey, Glen Ina and the 12 Pins, Ireland's Eye, the green hills of Tala, Croagh Patrick, the brewery of Messrs. Arthur Guinness, Son and Company, Limited. Loch Nee's Banks, the Vale of Avoca, Isolde's Tower, the Mappus Obelisk, Sir Patrick Dunn's Hospital, Cape Clear, the Glen of Ahurlo, Lynch's Castle, the Scotch House, Rathdown Union Workhouse at Loughlinstown, Tullamore Jail, Castleconnell Rapids. Kilballymacshanakill, the Cross at Monasterboice, Jury's Hotel, S. Patrick's Purgatory, the Salmon Leap, Maynooth College Refectory, Curly's Hole, the 3 birthplaces of the first Duke of Wellington, the Rock of Cashel, the Bog of Allen, the Henry Street Warehouse. Fingal's Cave, all these moving scenes are still there for us today, rendered more beautiful still by the waters of sorrow which have passed over them and by the rich incrustations of time. Show us over the drink, says I. Which is which? That's mine, says Joe, as the devil said to the dead policeman. And I belong to a race too, says Bloom, that is hated and persecuted. Also now. This very moment. This very instant. Gob, he near burnt his fingers with the butt of his old cigar. Robbed, says he. Plundered. Insulted. Persecuted. Taking what belongs to us by right. At this very moment, says he, putting up his fist, sold by auction in Morocco like slaves or cattle. Are you talking about the New Jerusalem? Says the citizen. I'm talking about injustice, says Bloom. Right, says John Wise. Stand up to it then with force like men. That's an almanac picture for you. Mark for a soft-nosed bullet. Old Lardyface standing up to the business end of a gun. Gob, he'd adorn a sweeping brush, so he would, if he only had a nurse's apron on him. And then he collapses all of a sudden, twisting around all the opposite, as limp as a wet rag. But it's no use, says he. Force, hatred, history, all that. That's not life for men and women, insult and hatred. And everybody knows that it's the very opposite of that that is really life. What? Says Alf. Love, says Bloom. I mean the opposite of hatred. I must go now, says he to John Wise. Just round to the court a moment to see if Martin is there. If he comes just say I'll be back in a second. Just a moment. Who's hindering you? And off he pops like greased lightning. A new apostle to the Gentiles, says the citizen. Universal love. Well, says John Wise. Isn't that what we're told? Love your neighbor. That chap. Says the citizen. Beggar my neighbor is his motto. Love, Moya. He's a nice pattern of a Romeo and Juliet. Love loves to love love. Nurse loves the new chemist. Constable 14A loves Mary Kelly. Gertie McDowell loves the boy that has the bicycle. M.B. loves a fair gentleman. Li Chi Han lovey up kissy cha pu chow. Jumbo, the elephant, loves Alice, the elephant. Old Mr. Verscoil with the ear trumpet loves old Mrs. Verscoil with the Turnitin eye. The man in the brown mackintosh loves a lady who is dead. His Majesty the King loves Her Majesty the Queen. Mrs. Norman W. Tupper loves Officer Taylor. You love a certain person. And this person loves that other person because everybody loves somebody but God loves everybody. Well, Joe, says I, your very good health and song. More power, citizen. Hurrah, there, says Joe. The blessing of God and Mary and Patrick on you, says the citizen. And he ups with his pint to wet his whistle. We know those cantors, says he, preaching and picking your pocket. What about sanctimonious Cromwell and his Ironsides that put the women and children of Drogheda to the sword with the Bible text God is love pasted round the mouth of his cannon? The Bible. Did you read that skit in the United Irishman today about that Zulu chief that's visiting England? What's that? Says Joe. So the citizen takes up one of his paraphernalia papers and he starts reading out. A delegation of the chief cotton magnates of Manchester was presented yesterday to His Majesty the Alaki of Abeacuda by Gold Stick in Waiting. Lord Walkup of Walkup on Eggs, to tender to His Majesty the heartfelt thanks of British traders for the facilities afforded them in his dominions. The delegation partook of luncheon at the conclusion of which the dusky potentate, in the course of a happy speech, freely translated by the British chaplain, the Reverend Ananias Praise God Barebones, tendered his best thanks to Massa Walkup and emphasized the cordial relations existing between Abeacuda and the British Empire, stating that he treasured as one of his dearest possessions an illuminated Bible. The volume of the Word of God and the secret of England's greatness, graciously presented to him by the white chief woman, the great squaw Victoria, with a personal dedication from the august hand of the royal donor. The Alaki then drank a loving cup of first shot usquebaugh to the toast black and white from the skull of his immediate predecessor in the dynasty Kakachakachak, surnamed 40 Warts. After which he visited the chief factory of Cottonopolis and signed his mark in the visitor's book, subsequently executing a charming old Abeacudic war dance, in the course of which he swallowed several knives and forks. Amid hilarious applause from the girl hands. Widow woman, says Ned. I wouldn't doubt her. Wonder did he put that Bible to the same use as I would. Same only more so, says Lenehan. And thereafter in that fruitful land the broad-leaved mango flourished exceedingly. Is that by Griffith? Says John Wise. No, says the citizen. It's not signed Schengenag. It's only annealed P. And a very good initial too, says Joe. That's how it's worked, says the citizen. Trade follows the flag. Well, says J. If they're any worse than those Belgians in the Congo Free State they must be bad. Did you read that report by a man what's this his name is? Casement, says the citizen. He's an Irishman. Yes, that's the man, says J. Raping the women and girls and flogging the natives on the belly to squeeze all the red rubber they can out of them. I know where he's gone, says Lenehan, cracking his fingers. Who? Says I. Bloom, says he. The courthouse is a blind. He had a few bob on throwaway and he's gone to gather in the shekels. Is it that white-eyed Kaffir? Says the citizen, that never backed a horse in anger in his life? That's where he's gone, says Lenehan. I met Bantam Lyons going to back that horse, only I put him off it and he told me Bloom gave him the tip. Bet you what you like he has 100 shillings to 5 on. He's the only man in Dublin has it. A dark horse. He's a bloody dark horse himself, says Joe. Mind, Joe, says I, show us the entrance out. There you are, says Terry. Goodbye Ireland, I'm going to Gort. So I just went round the back of the yard to pump ship and begob, 100 shillings to 5, while I was letting off my, throwaway 22, letting off my load gob, says I to myself. I knew he was uneasy in his, 2 pints off of Joe and 1 in Slattery's off, in his mind to get off the mark too. 100 shillings is 5 quid, and when they were in the dark horse, Pisser Burke was telling me card party and letting on the child was sick, gob. Must have done about a gallon, flabyars of a wife speaking down the tube she's better or she's, ow. All a plan so he could vamoose with the pool if he won or, Jesus, full up I was, trading without a license, ow. Ireland my nation says he, hoik. Thuke, never be up to those bloody, there's the last of it, Jerusalem, ah, cuckoos. So anyhow when I got back they were at it ding-dong, John Wise saying it was Bloom gave the ideas for Sinn Féin to Griffith to put in his paper all kinds of gerrymandering. Packed juries and swindling the taxes off of the government and appointing consuls all over the world to walk about selling Irish industries. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. Gob, that puts the bloody kibosh on it if old Sloppy Eyes is mucking up the show. Give us a bloody chance. God save Ireland from the likes of that bloody mouseabout. Mr. Bloom with his argle-bargle. And his old fellow before him perpetrating frauds, old Methuselah Bloom, the robbing bagman, that poisoned himself with the prussic acid after he swamping the country with his baubles and his penny diamonds. Loans by post on easy terms. Any amount of money advanced on note of hand. Distance no object. No security. Gob, he's like Lanty Machael's goat that'd go a piece of the road with every one. Well, it's a fact, says John Wise. And there's the man now that'll tell you all about it, Martin Cunningham. Sure enough the castle car drove up with Martin on it and Jack Power with him and a fellow named Crofter or Crofton, pensioner out of the Collector General's. An Orangeman Blackburn does have on the registration and he drawing his pay or Crawford gallivanting around the country at the king's expense. Our travellers reached the rustic hostelry and alighted from their palfreys. Ho, varlet! Cried he, who by his mien seemed the leader of the party. Saucy knave! To us! So saying he knocked loudly with his sword hilt upon the open lattice. Mine host came forth at the summons, girding him with his tabard. Give you good den, my masters, said he with an obsequious bow. Bestir thyself, sirrah! Cried he who had knocked. Look to our steeds. And for ourselves give us of your best, for I faith we need it. Lackaday, good masters, said the host, my poor house has but a bare larder. I know not what to offer your lordships. How now, fellow? Cried the second of the party, a man of pleasant countenance, so servest thou the king's messengers, Master Tapton? An instantaneous change overspread the landlord's visage. Cry you mercy, gentlemen, he said humbly. An you be the king's messengers, God shield his majesty, you shall not want for aught. The king's friends, God bless his majesty, shall not go off a sting in my house I warrant me. Then about! Cried the traveller who had not spoken, a lusty trencherman by his aspect. Hast aught to give us? Mine host bowed again as he made answer. What say you, good masters, to a squab pigeon pasty, some collops of venison, a saddle of veal, widgeon with crisp hog's bacon, a boar's head with pistachios, a basin of jolly custard, a medlar tansy and a flagon of old Rhenish? Gadzooks! Cried the last speaker. That likes me well. Pistachios! Aha! Cried he of the pleasant countenance. A poor house and a bare larder, quotha! 'Tis a merry rogue. So in comes Martin asking where was Bloom. Where is he? Says Lenehan. Defrauding widows and orphans. Isn't that a fact, says John Wise, what I was telling the citizen about Bloom and the Sinn Féin? That's so, says Martin. Or so they allege. Who made those allegations? Says Alf. I, says Joe. I'm the alligator. And after all, says John Wise, why can't a Jew love his country like the next fellow? Why not? Says J. When he's quite sure which country it is. Is he a Jew or a Gentile or a Holy Roman or a swaddler or what the hell is he? Says Ned. Or who is he? No offense, Crofton. Who is Junius? Says J. We don't want him, says Crofter the Orangeman or Presbyterian. He's a perverted Jew, says Martin, from a place in Hungary, and it was he drew up all the plans according to the Hungarian system. We know that in the castle. Isn't he a cousin of Bloom the dentist? Says Jack Power. Not at all, says Martin. Only namesakes. His name was Vorag, the father's name that poisoned himself. He changed it by deed poll, the father did. That's the new Messiah for Ireland. Says the citizen. Island of saints and sages. Well, they're still waiting for their Redeemer, says Martin. For that matter so are we. Yes, says J, and every male that's born they think it may be their Messiah. And every Jew is in a tall state of excitement, I believe, till he knows if he's a father or a mother. Expecting every moment will be his next, says Lenehan. Oh, by God, says Ned, you should have seen Bloom before that son of his that died was born. I met him one day in the South City markets buying a tin of Neve's food 6 weeks before the wife was delivered. En ventre sa mère, says J. Do you call that a man? Says the citizen. I wonder did he ever put it out of sight, says Joe. Well, there were 2 children born anyhow, says Jack Power. And who does he suspect? Says the citizen. Gob, there's many a true word spoken in jest. One of those mixed middlings he is. Lying up in the hotel pisser was telling me once a month with headache like a toddy with her courses. Do you know what I'm telling you? It'd be an act of God to take a hold of a fellow the like of that and throw him in the bloody sea. Justifiable homicide, so it would. Then sloping off with his 5 quid without putting up a pint of stuff like a man. Give us your blessing. Not as much as would blind your eye. Charity to the neighbor, says Martin. But where is he? We can't wait. A wolf in sheep's clothing, says the citizen. That's what he is. Vorag from Hungary. Ahasuerus I call him. Cursed by God. Have you time for a brief libation, Martin? Says Ned. Only one, says Martin. We must be quick. J and S. You, Jack. Crofton. 3 half-ones, Terry. St. Patrick would want to land again at Ballykinler and convert us, says the citizen, after allowing things like that to contaminate our shores. Well, says Martin, rapping for his glass. God bless all here is my prayer. Amen, says the citizen. And I'm sure he will, says Joe. And at the sound of the sacring bell, headed by a crucifer with acolytes, thurifers, boat-bearers, readers, ostiarii, deacons and subdeacons. The blessed company drew nigh of mitred abbots and priors and guardians and monks and friars, the monks of Benedict of Spoleto, Carthusians and Camaldolisi, Cistercians and Olivetans, Oratorians and Vallambrosans, and the friars of Augustine. Brigittines, Premonstratensians, Servi, Trinitarians, and the children of Peter Nolasco, and therewith from Carmel Mount the children of Elijah Prophet led by Albert Bishop and by Teresa of Avila, Calct and other, and friars, brown and grey. Sons of poor Francis, Capuchins, Cordeliers, Minims and Observants and the daughters of Clara, and the sons of Dominic, the friars preachers, and the sons of Vincent, and the monks of S. Woolston, and Ignatius his children, and the confraternity of the Christian brothers led by the Reverend Brother Edmund Ignatius Rice. And after came all saints and martyrs, virgins and confessors, S. Cyr and S. Isidore Erater and S. James the Less and S. Phocas of Sinope and S. Julian Hospitator and S. Felix de Cantalis and S. Simon Stylites and S. Stephen Protomartyr and S. John of God and S. Fariol and S. Lugard and S. Theodotus and S. Volmer and S. Richard and S. Vincent de Paul and S. Martin of Todi and S. Martin of Tours and S. Alfred and S. Joseph and S. Dennis and S. Cornelius and S. Leopold and S. Bernard and S. Terence and S. Edward and S. Owen Caniculus and S. Anonymous and S. Eponymous and S. Pseudonymous and S. Homonymous and S. Paronymus and S. Synonymous and S. Lawrence O'Toole and S. James of Dingle and Compostela and S. Columcille and S. Columba and S. Celestine and S. Coleman and S. Kevin and S. Brendan and S. Frigidian and S. Senon and S. Facna and S. Columbanus and S. Gall and S. Furcy and S. Fintan and S. Fiacre and S. John Nepomuk and S. Thomas Aquinas and S. Ives of Brittany and S. Mycon and S. Herman Joseph and the three patrons of Holy Youth S. Aloysius Gonzaga and S. Stanislaus Kostka and S. John Birchmans and the Saints Gervasius, Servasius and Bonifacius and S. Bride and S. Kieran and S. Canis of Kilkenny and S. Jarlath of Tuam and S. Finbar and S. Papin of Ballymun and Brother Aloysius Pacificus and Brother Louis Bellicosus and the Saints Rose of Lima and of Viterbo and S. Martha of Bethany and S. Mary of Egypt and S. Lucy and S. Bridget and S. Betracta and S. Dimpna and S. Ida and S. Marian Calpensis and the Blessed Sister Teresa of the Child Jesus and S. Barbara and S. Scholastica and S. Ursula with 11,000 virgins. And all came with nimbi and aureoles and glorii, bearing palms and harps and swords and olive crowns, in robes whereon were woven the blessed symbols of their efficacies, inkhorns, arrows, loaves, crosses, fetters, axes, trees, bridges. Babes in a bathtub, shells, wallets, shears, keys, dragons, lilies, buckshot, beards, hogs, lamps, bellows, beehives, saplatals, stars, snakes, anvils, boxes of vaseline, bells, crutches, forceps, stag's horns, watertight boots, hawks, millstones. Eyes on a dish, wax candles, aspergills, unicorns. And as they wended their way by Nelson's Pillar, Henry Street, Mary Street, Capel Street, Little Britain Street chanting the introit in Epiphania Domini which beginneth Surge. Illuminare and thereafter most sweetly the gradual omnes which saith the Saba venient they did divers wonders such as casting out devils, raising the dead to life, multiplying fishes, healing the halt and the blind. Discovering various articles which had been mislaid, interpreting and fulfilling the scriptures, blessing and prophesying. And last, beneath a canopy of cloth of gold came the Reverend Father O'Flynn attended by Malachi and Patrick. And when the good fathers had reached the appointed place, the house of Bernard Kiernan and Co., Limited, 8, 9 and 10, Little Britain Street, wholesale grocers, wine and brandy shippers, licensed for the sale of beer, wine and spirits for consumption on the premises. The celebrant blessed the house and censed the mullioned windows and the groins and the vaults and the arrases and the capitals and the pediments and the cornices and the enrailed arches and the spires and the cupolas and sprinkled the lintels thereof with blessed water and prayed that God might bless that house as he had blessed the house of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and make the angels of his light to inhabit therein. And entering he blessed the viands and the beverages and the company of all the blessed answered his prayers. Adiutorium nostrum in nomine Domini. Ca fecit coelum et terram. Dominus vobiscum. Edicum spiritu tuo. And he laid his hands upon that he blessed and gave thanks and he prayed and they all with him prayed. Deus, cuius verbo sanctificantur omnia. Benedictionem tuum effun super creaturas istis, he presta ut quisquis eis secundum legem et voluntatem tuum cum gratiarum action usus furit per invocationem sanctissimi nominis tuae corporis sanitatem et animi tutelum te auctor percipiat per Christum Dominum nostrum. And so say all of us, says Jack. 1,000 a year, Lambert, says Crofton or Crawford. Right, says Ned, taking up his John Jameson. And butter for fish. I was just looking around to see who the happy thought would strike when be damned, but in he comes again, letting on to be in a hell of a hurry. I was just round at the courthouse, says he, looking for you. I hope I'm not. No, says Martin, we're ready. Courthouse my eye, and your pockets hanging down with gold and silver. Mean bloody scut. Stand us a drink itself. Devil a sweet fear. There's a Jew for you. All for number 1. Cute as a shithouse rat. 100 to 5. Don't tell anyone, says the citizen. Beg your pardon, says he. Come on boys, says Martin, seeing it was looking blue. Come along now. Don't tell anyone, says the citizen, letting a ball out of him. It's a secret. And the bloody dog woke up and let a growl. Bye all, says Martin. And he got them out as quick as he could, Jack Power and Crofton or whatever you call him, and him in the middle of them, letting on to be all at sea, and up with them on the bloody jaunting car. Off with you, says Martin to the Jarvey. The milk-white Dolphin tossed his mane and, rising in the golden poop, the helmsman spread the bellying sail upon the wind and stood off forward with all sails set, the spinnaker to larboard. A many comely nymphs drew nigh to starboard and to larboard, and, clinging to the sides of the noble bark, they linked their shining forms as doth the cunning wheelwright when he fashions about the heart of his will the equidistant rays whereof each one is sister to another, and he binds them all with an outer ring, and giveth speed to the feet of men when as they ride to a hosting or contend for the smile of ladies fair. Even so did they come and set them, those willing nymphs, the undying sisters. And they laughed, sporting in a circle of their foam, and the bark clave the waves. But begob I was just lowering the heel of the pint when I saw the citizen getting up to waddle to the door, puffing and blowing with the dropsy, and he cursing the curse of Cromwell on him, bell, book and candle in Irish. Spitting and spatting out of him and Joe and little Alf round him like a leprechaun trying to peacify him. Let me alone, says he. And begob he got as far as the door, and they holding him, and he bawls out of him. 3 cheers for Israel. Ara, sit down on the parliamentary side of your arse for Christ's sake, and don't be making a public exhibition of yourself. Jesus, there's always some bloody clown or other kicking up a bloody murder about bloody nothing. Gob, it'd turn the porter sour in your guts, so it would. And all the ragamuffins and sluts of the nation round the door, and Martin telling the Jarvey to drive ahead, and the citizen bawling, and Alf and Joe at him to wisht, and he on his high horse about the Jews, and the loafers calling for a speech, and Jack Power trying to get him to sit down on the car and hold his bloody jaw, and a loafer with a patch over his eye starts singing If the Man in the Moon Was a Jew. Jew, Jew, and a slut shouts out of her. Mister. Your fly is open, mister. And says he. Mendelssohn was a Jew, and Karl Marx and Mercadante and Spinoza. And the Savior was a Jew, and his father was a Jew. Your God. He had no father, says Martin. That'll do now. Drive ahead. Who's God? Says the citizen. Well, his uncle was a Jew, says he. Your God was a Jew. Christ was a Jew like me. Gob, the citizen made a plunge back into the shop. By Jesus, says he, I'll brain that bloody Jew man for using the holy name. By Jesus, I'll crucify him, so I will. Give us that biscuit box here. Stop. Stop. Says Joe. A large and appreciative gathering of friends and acquaintances from the metropolis and Greater Dublin assembled in their thousands to bid farewell to Nagyasego's Urim Lepodi Vorag, late of Messrs. Alexander Toms, printers to His Majesty. On the occasion of his departure for the distant clime of Sazerminxburgolias Dugulas, meadow of murmuring waters. The ceremony, which went off with great eclat, was characterized by the most affecting cordiality. An illuminated scroll of ancient Irish vellum, the work of Irish artists, was presented to the distinguished phenomenologist on behalf of a large section of the community, and was accompanied by the gift of a silver casket. Tastefully executed in the style of ancient Celtic ornament, a work which reflects every credit on the makers, Messrs. Jacob Agus Jacob. The departing guest was the recipient of a hearty ovation, many of those who were present being visibly moved when the select orchestra of Irish pipes struck up the well-known strains of Come Back to Erin, followed immediately by Rakoczy's March. Tar barrels and bonfires were lighted along the coastline of the four seas on the summits of the Hill of Howth, Three Rock Mountain, Sugarloaf, Bray Head, the Mountains of Mourne, the Galties, the Ox and Donegal and Sperrin Peaks. The Nagels and the Bogrags, the Connemara Hills, the reeks of Mgillicuddy, Slieve Audie, Slieve Bernag and Slieve Bloom. Amid cheers that rent the welkin, responded to by answering cheers from a big muster of henchmen on the distant Cambrian and Caledonian hills. The mastodontic pleasure ship slowly moved away saluted by a final floral tribute from the representatives of the fair sex who were present in large numbers while, as it proceeded down the river, escorted by a flotilla of barges. The flags of the Ballast Office and Custom House were dipped in salute as were also those of the electrical power station at the Pigeon House and the Poolbeg Light. Vicent Latasra, Kedbs Baratum. Vicent Latasra. Gone but not forgotten. Gob, the devil wouldn't stop him till he got hold of the bloody tin anyhow and out with him and little Alf hanging on to his elbow and he shouting like a stuck pig. As good as any bloody play in the Queen's Royal Theatre. Where is he till I murder him? And Ned and J. paralyzed with the laughing. Bloody wars, says I'll be in for the last gospel. But as luck would have it the Jarvey got the nag's head round the other way and off with him. Hold on, citizen, says Joe. Stop. Begob he drew his hand and made a swipe and let fly. Mercy of God the sun was in his eyes or he'd have left him for dead. Gob, he near sent it into the county Longford. The bloody nag took fright and the old mongrel after the car like bloody hell and all the populace shouting and laughing and the old tin box clattering along the street. The catastrophe was terrific and instantaneous in its effect. The observatory of Dunsink registered in all 11 shocks, all of the 5th grade of Mercalli's scale, and there is no record extant of a similar seismic disturbance in our island since the earthquake of 1534. The year of the rebellion of Silken Thomas. The epicenter appears to have been that part of the metropolis which constitutes the Inns Quay ward and parish of St. Micon covering a surface of 41 acres, 2 roods and 1 square pole or perch. All the lordly residences in the vicinity of the Palace of Justice were demolished and that noble edifice itself, in which at the time of the catastrophe important legal debates were in progress, is literally a mass of ruins beneath which it is to be feared all the occupants have been buried alive. From the reports of eyewitnesses it transpires that the seismic waves were accompanied by a violent atmospheric perturbation of cyclonic character. An article of headgear since ascertained to belong to the much-respected clerk of the Crown and Peace Mr. George Fottrell and a silk umbrella with gold handle with the engraved initials, crest. Coat of arms and house number of the erudite and worshipful chairman of Quarter Session Sir Frederick Falkiner, Recorder of Dublin, have been discovered by search parties in remote parts of the island respectively. The former on the 3rd basaltic ridge of the Giant's Causeway, the latter embedded to the extent of 1 foot 3 inches in the sandy beach of Holopen Bay near the old head of Kinsale. Other eyewitnesses deposed that they observed an incandescent object of enormous proportions hurtling through the atmosphere at a terrifying velocity in a trajectory directed southwest by west. Messages of condolence and sympathy are being hourly received from all parts of the different continents and the Sovereign Pontiff has been graciously pleased to decree that a special Missa pro defunctis shall be celebrated simultaneously by the ordinaries of each and every cathedral church of all the episcopal dioceses subject to the spiritual authority of the Holy See in suffrage of the souls of those faithful departed who have been so unexpectedly called away from our midst. The work of salvage, removal of debris, human remains etc. has been entrusted to Messrs. Michael Mead and Son, 159, Great Brunswick Street, and Messrs. T. and C. Martin, 77, 78, 79 and 80 North Wall, assisted by the men and officers of the Duke of Cornwall's Light Infantry under the general supervision of H.R.H., Rear Admiral, the Right Honourable Sir Hercules Hannibal Habeas Corpus Anderson, K.G., K.P. K.T., P, C, K, C, B, M, P, J, P, M, B, D, S, O, S, O, D, M, F, H, M, R, I, A, B, L, Muse document, P, L, G, F, T, C, D, F, R, U, I, F, R, C, P, I, and F, R, C, S, I. You never saw the like of it in all your born puff. Gob, if he got that lottery ticket on the side of his pole he'd remember the gold cup, he would so, but begob the citizen would have been lagged for assault and battery and Joe for aiding and abetting. The Jarvey saved his life by furious driving as sure as God made Moses. What? Oh, Jesus, he did. And he let a volley of oaths after him. Did I kill him, says he, or what? And he shouting to the bloody dog. After him, Gary. After him, boy. And the last we saw was the bloody car rounding the corner, an old sheep's face on it gesticulating, and the bloody mongrel after it with his lugs back for all he was bloody well worth to tear him limb from limb. 100-5. Jesus, he took the value of it out of him, I promise you. When, lo, there came about them all a great brightness, and they beheld the chariot wherein he stood ascend to heaven. And they beheld him in the chariot, clothed upon in the glory of the brightness, having raiment as of the sun, fair as the moon, and terrible that for awe they durst not look upon him. And there came a voice out of heaven, calling, Elijah. Elijah. And he answered with a main cry, Abba. Adonai. And they beheld him, even him, Ben Bloom Elijah, amid clouds of angels ascend to the glory of the brightness at an angle of 45 degrees over Donahoe's in Little Green Street like a shot off a shovel. 13. The summer evening had begun to fold the world in its mysterious embrace. Far away in the west the sun was setting, and the last glow of all too fleeting day lingered lovingly on sea and strand, on the proud promontory of dear old Hoath guarding as ever the waters of the bay. On the weed-grown rocks along Sandymount shore and, last but not least, on the quiet church whence there streamed forth at times upon the stillness the voice of prayer to her who is in her pure radiance a beacon ever to the storm-tossed heart of man. Mary, star of the sea. The three girl friends were seated on the rocks, enjoying the evening scene and the air which was fresh but not too chilly. Many a time and oft were they wont to come there to that favorite nook to have a cozy chat beside the sparkling waves and discuss matters feminine, Sissy Caffrey and Eddie Boardman with the baby in the pushcar and Tommy and Jackie Caffrey. Two little curly-headed boys, dressed in sailor suits with caps to match and the name H.M.S. Bellel printed on both. For Tommy and Jackie Caffrey were twins, scarce 4 years old and very noisy and spoiled twins sometimes, but for all that darling little fellows with bright merry faces and endearing ways about them. They were dabbling in the sand with their spades and buckets, building castles as children do, or playing with their big colored ball, happy as the day was long. And Eddie Boardman was rocking the chubby baby to and fro in the pushcar while that young gentleman fairly chuckled with delight. He was but 11 months and 9 days old and, though still a tiny toddler, was just beginning to lisp his first babyish words. Sissy Caffrey bent over to him to tease his fat little plucks and the dainty dimple in his chin. "Now, baby," Sissy Caffrey said. "Say out big, big. I want a drink of water." And baby prattled after her. A jink a jawbo. Sissy Caffrey cuddled the wee chap for she was awfully fond of children. So patient with little sufferers, and Tommy Caffrey could never be got to take his castor oil unless it was Sissy Caffrey that held his nose and promised him the scatty heel of the loaf or brown bread with golden syrup on. What a persuasive power that girl had! But to be sure baby Boardman was as good as gold, a perfect little dote in his new fancy bib. None of your spoilt beauties, Flora MacFlimsy sort, was Sissy Caffrey. A truer-hearted lass never drew the breath of life, always with a laugh in her gypsy-like eyes and a frolicsome word on her cherry-ripe red lips, a girl lovable in the extreme. And Eddie Boardman laughed too at the quaint language of little brother. But just then there was a slight altercation between Master Tommy and Master Jackie. Boys will be boys, and our two twins were no exception to this golden rule. The apple of discord was a certain castle of sand which Master Jacky had built, and Master Tommy would have it right go wrong that it was to be architecturally improved by a front door like the Martello Tower had. But if Master Tommy was headstrong, Master Jacky was self-willed too, and, true to the maxim that every little Irishman's house is his castle, he fell upon his hated rival, and to such purpose that the would-be assailant came to grief and, alas to relate, the coveted castle too. Needless to say, the cries of discomfited Master Tommy drew the attention of the girl friends. "Come here, Tommy," his sister called imperatively. "At once. And you, Jacky, for shame to throw poor Tommy in the dirty sand. Wait till I catch you for that." His eyes misty with unshed tears, Master Tommy came at her call, for their big sister's word was law with the twins. And in a sad plight he was too after his misadventure. His little man-o'-war top and unmentionables were full of sand, but Sissy was a past mistress in the art of smoothing over life's tiny troubles, and very quickly not one speck of sand was to be seen on his smart little suit. Still the blue eyes were glistening with hot tears that would well up, so she kissed away the hurtness and shook her hand at Master Jacky the culprit, and said if she was near him she wouldn't be far from him, her eyes dancing in admonition. "Nasty bold Jacky!" she cried. She put an arm round the little mariner and coaxed winningly. "What's your name?" "Butter and Cream." "Tell us who is your sweetheart," spoke Eddie Boardman. "Is Sissy your sweetheart?" Now, tearful Tommy said. "Is Eddie Boardman your sweetheart?" Sissy queried. Now, Tommy said. "I know," Eddie Boardman said none too amiably with an arch glance from her short-sighted eyes. "I know who is Tommy's sweetheart. Gertie is Tommy's sweetheart." Now, Tommy said on the verge of tears. Sissy's quick motherwit guessed what was amiss, and she whispered to Eddie Boardman to take him there behind the pushcar ere the gentleman couldn't see, and to mind he didn't wet his new tan shoes. But who was Gertie? Gertie McDowell, who was seated near her companions, lost in thought, gazing far away into the distance, was, in very truth, as fair a specimen of winsome Irish girlhood as one could wish to see. She was pronounced beautiful by all who knew her, though, as folks often said, she was more a Giltrap than a McDowell. Her figure was slight and graceful, inclining even to fragility, but those iron jelloids she had been taking of late had done her a world of good, much better than the Widow Welch's female pills, and she was much better of those discharges she used to get and that tired feeling. The waxen pallor of her face was almost spiritual in its ivory-like purity, though her rosebud mouth was a genuine Cupid's bow, Greekly perfect. Her hands were of finely veined alabaster with tapering fingers, and as white as lemon juice and queen of ointments could make them, though it was not true that she used to wear kid gloves in bed or take a milk footbath either. Bertha Supple told that once to Eddie Boardman, a deliberate lie. When she was black out at daggers drawn with Gertie, the girl chums had of course their little tiffs from time to time like the rest of mortals, and she told her not to let on whatever she did that it was her that told her, or she'd never speak to her again. No. Honor where honor is due. There was an innate refinement, a languid queenly hauteur about Gertie which was unmistakably evidenced in her delicate hands and high-arched instep. Had kind fate but willed her to be born a gentlewoman of high degree in her own right, and had she only received the benefit of a good education, Gertie McDowell might easily have held her own beside any lady in the land, and have seen herself exquisitely gowned with jewels on her brow and patrician suitors at her feet vying with one another to pay their devoirs to her. Mayhap it was this, the love that might have been, that lent to her softly featured face at whiles a look, tense with suppressed meaning, that imparted a strange yearning tendency to the beautiful eyes, a charm few could resist. Why have women such eyes of witchery? Gertie's were of the bluest Irish blue, set off by lustrous lashes and dark expressive brows. Time was when those brows were not so silkily seductive. It was Madame Vera Verity, directress of the Woman Beautiful page of the Princess Novelette, who had first advised her to try eyebrowline, which gave that haunting expression to the eyes, so becoming in leaders of fashion. And she had never regretted it. Then there was blushing scientifically cured and how to be tall increase your height and you have a beautiful face but your nose? That would suit Mrs. Dignam because she had a button one. But Gertie's crowning glory was her wealth of wonderful hair. It was dark brown with a natural wave in it. She had cut it that very morning on account of the new moon and it nestled about her pretty head in a profusion of luxuriant clusters and pared her nails too, Thursday for wealth. And just now at Eddie's words as a telltale flush, delicate as the faintest rosebloom, crept into her cheeks she looked so lovely in her sweet girlish shyness that of a surety God's fair land of Ireland did not hold her equal. For an instant she was silent with rather sad downcast eyes. She was about to retort but something checked the words on her tongue. Inclination prompted her to speak out, dignity told her to be silent. The pretty lips pouted a while but then she glanced up and broke out into a joyous little laugh which had in it all the freshness of a young May morning. She knew right well, no one better, what made Squinty Eddie say that because of him cooling in his attentions when it was simply a lover's quarrel. As per usual somebody's nose was out of joint about the boy that had the bicycle off the London Bridge Road always riding up and down in front of her window. Only now his father kept him in the evening studying hard to get an exhibition in the intermediate that was on and he was going to go to Trinity College to study for a doctor when he left the high school like his brother W.E. Wiley who was racing in the bicycle races in Trinity College University. Little recked he perhaps for what she felt, that dull aching void in her heart sometimes, piercing to the core. Yet he was young and perchance he might learn to love her in time. They were Protestants in his family and of course Gertie knew who came first and after him the Blessed Virgin and then Saint Joseph. But he was undeniably handsome with an exquisite nose and he was what he looked, every inch a gentleman. The shape of his head too at the back without his cap on that she would know anywhere something off the common and the way he turned the bicycle at the lamp with his hands off the bars and also the nice perfume of those good cigarettes and besides they were both of a size 2 he and she and that was why Eddie Boardman thought she was so frightfully clever because he didn't go and ride up and down in front of her bit of a garden. Gertie was dressed simply but with the instinctive taste of a votary of dame fashion for she felt that there was just a mite that he might be out. A neat blouse of electric blue self-tinted by Dolly dyes, because it was expected in the ladies' pictorial that electric blue would be worn, with a smart V opening down to the division and kerchief pocket, in which she always kept a piece of cotton wool scented with her favorite perfume because the handkerchief spoiled the sit, and a navy three-quarter skirt cut to the stride showed off her slim graceful figure to perfection. She wore a coquettish little love of a hat of wide-leaved nigger straw contrast trimmed with an underbrim of egg blue chenille and at the side a butterfly bow of silk to tone. All Tuesday week afternoon she was hunting to match that chenille but at last she found what she wanted at Clary's summer sales, the varied, slightly shop-soiled but you would never notice, 7 fingers 2 and a penny. She did it up all by herself and what joy was hers when she tried it on then, smiling at the lovely reflection which the mirror gave back to her. And when she put it on the water jug to keep the shape she knew that would take the shine out of some people she knew. Her shoes were the newest thing in footwear. Eddie Boardman prided herself that she was very petite but she never had a foot like Gertie McDowell, a 5, and never would Ash. Oak or elm, with patent toe caps and just one smart buckle over her high-arched instep. Her well-turned ankle displayed its perfect proportions beneath her skirt and just the proper amount and no more of her shapely limbs encased in fine-spun hose with high-spliced heels and wide garter tops. As for undies they were Gertie's chief care and who that knows the fluttering hopes and fears of sweet 17, though Gertie would never see 17 again, can find it in his heart to blame her. She had 4 dinky sets with awfully pretty stitchery, 3 garments and nighties extra, and each set slotted with different colored ribbons, rose pink, pale blue, mauve and pea green. And she aired them herself and blued them when they came home from the wash and ironed them and she had a brickbat to keep the iron on because she wouldn't trust those washerwomen as far as she'd see them scorching the things. She was wearing the blue for luck, hoping against hope. Her own color and lucky too for a bride to have a bit of blue somewhere on her because the green she wore that day week brought grief because his father brought him in to study for the intermediate exhibition and because she thought perhaps he might be out because when she was dressing that morning she nearly slipped up the old pair on her inside out and that was for luck and lovers meeting. If you put those things on inside out or if they got untied that he was thinking about you so long as. It wasn't of a Friday. And yet. That strained look on her face. A gnawing sorrow is there all the time. Her very soul is in her eyes and she would give worlds to be in the privacy of her own familiar chamber where, giving way to tears. She could have a good cry and relieve her pent-up feelings though not too much because she knew how to cry nicely before the mirror. "You are lovely, Gertie," it said. The polly light of evening falls upon a face infinitely sad and wistful. Gertie McDowell yearns in vain. Yes, she had known from the very first that her daydream of a marriage has been arranged and the wedding bells ringing for Mrs. Reggie Wiley T.C.D. Because the one who married the elder brother would be Mrs. Wiley, and in the fashionable intelligence Mrs. Gertrude Wiley was wearing a sumptuous confection of grey trimmed with expensive blue fox was not to be. He was too young to understand. He would not believe in love, a woman's birthright. The night of the party long ago in Stores, he was still in short trousers, when they were alone and he stole an arm round her waist she went white to the very lips. He called her little one in a strangely husky voice and snatched a half-kiss, the first, but it was only the end of her nose and then he hastened from the room with a remark about refreshments. Impetuous fellow. Strength of character had never been Reggie Wiley's strong point and he who would woo and win Gertie McDowell must be a man among men. But waiting, always waiting to be asked and it was leap year too and would soon be over. No Prince Charming is her beau ideal to lay a rare and wondrous love at her feet but rather a manly man with a strong quiet face who had not found his ideal, perhaps his hair slightly flecked with grey, and who would understand. Take her in his sheltering arms, strain her to him in all the strength of his deep passionate nature and comfort her with a long kiss. It would be like heaven. For such a one she yearns this balmy summer eve. With all the heart of her she longs to be his only, his affianced bride for riches for poor, in sickness in health, till death us two part, from this to this day forward. And while Eddie Boardman was with little Tommy behind the pushcar she was just thinking would the day ever come when she could call herself his little wife to be. Then they could talk about her till they went blue in the face, Bertha supple too, and Eddie, little Spitfire, because she would be 22 in November. She would care for him with creature comforts too for Gertie was womanly wise and knew that a mere man liked that feeling of hominess. Her griddle cakes done to a golden brown hue and Queen Anne's pudding of delightful creaminess had won golden opinions from all because she had a lucky hand also for lighting a fire. Dredge in the fine self-raising flour and always stir in the same direction. Then cream the milk and sugar and whisk well the white of eggs though she didn't like the eating part when there were any people that made her shy and often she wondered why you couldn't eat something poetical like violets or roses and they would have a beautifully appointed drawing room with pictures and engravings and the photograph of Grandpapa Giltrap's lovely dog Gary Owen that almost talked it was so human and chintz covers for the chairs, and that silver toes track in Clary's summer jumble. Sales like they have in rich houses. He would be tall with broad shoulders, she had always admired tall men for a husband, with glistening white teeth under his carefully trimmed sweeping mustache and they would go on the continent for their honeymoon, 3 wonderful weeks. And then, when they settled down in a nice snug and cozy little homely house, every morning they would both have brekkie, simple but perfectly served. For their own 2 selves and before he went out to business he would give his dear little wifey a good hearty hug and gaze for a moment deep down into her eyes. Eddie Boardman asked Tommy Caffrey was he done and he said yes so then she buttoned up his little knickerbockers for him and told him to run off and play with Jackie and to be good now and not to fight. But Tommy said he wanted the ball and Eddie told him no that baby was playing with the ball and if he took it there'd be wigs on the green but Tommy said it was his ball and he wanted his ball and he pranced on the ground, if you please. The temper of him. Oh, he was a man already was little Tommy Caffrey since he was out of pennies. Eddie told him no and to be off now with him and she told Sissy Caffrey not to give in to him. "You're not my sister," naughty Tommy said. "It's my ball." But Sissy Caffrey told baby Boardman to look up high at her finger, and she snatched the ball quickly and threw it along the sand, and Tommy after it in full career, having won the day. "Anything for a quiet life," laughed Sis. And she tickled Tiny Tot's 2 cheeks to make him forget, and played "Here's the Lord Mayor, here's his 2 horses, here's his gingerbread carriage, and here he walks in, chin chopper, chin chopper, chin chopper chin." But Eddie got as cross as 2 sticks about him getting his own way like that from everyone always petting him. "I'd like to give him something," she said, "so I would, where I won't say." "On the beatitum," laughed Sissy merrily. Gertie McDowell bent down her head and crimsoned at the idea of Sissy saying an unladylike thing like that out loud. She'd be ashamed of her life to say, flushing a deep rosy red. And Eddie Boardman said she was sure the gentleman opposite heard what she said. But not a pin cared Sis. "Let him," she said with a pert toss of her head and a piquant tilt of her nose. "Give it to him too on the same place as quick as I'd look at him." Madcap Sis with her gollywog curls. You had to laugh at her sometimes. For instance, when she asked you would you have some more Chinese tea and jaspberry ram, and when she drew the jugs too and the men's faces on her nails with red ink make you split your sides, or when she wanted to go where she said she wanted to run and pay a visit to the Miss White. That was just like Sissicums. Oh, and will you ever forget her the evening she dressed up in her father's suit and hat and the burned cork mustache and walked down Tritonville Road, smoking a cigarette? There was none to come up to her for fun. But she was sincerity itself, one of the bravest and truest hearts heaven ever made, not one of your two-faced things, too sweet to be wholesome. And then there came out upon the air the sound of voices and the pealing anthem of the organ. It was the men's temperance retreat conducted by the missioner, the Reverend John Hughes S.J., Rosary, Sermon and Benediction of the Most Blessed Sacrament. They were there gathered together without distinction of social class, and a most edifying spectacle it was to see, in that simple fane beside the waves, after the storms of this weary world, kneeling before the feet of the Immaculate, reciting the litany of Our Lady of Loretto, beseeching her to intercede for them, the old familiar words, Holy Mary, Holy Virgin of Virgins. How sad to poor Gertie's ears! Had her father only avoided the clutches of the demon drink, by taking the pledge or those powders the drink habit cured in Pearson's Weekly, she might now be rolling in her carriage, second to none. Over and over had she told herself that as she mused by the dying embers in a brown study without the lamp because she hated 2 lights, or oftentimes gazing out of the window dreamily by the hour at the rain falling on the rusty bucket, thinking. But that vile decoction which has ruined so many hearths and homes had cast its shadow over her childhood days. Nay, she had even witnessed in the home circle deeds of violence caused by intemperance, and had seen her own father, a prey to the fumes of intoxication, forget himself completely. For if there was one thing of all things that Gertie knew, it was that the man who lifts his hand to a woman save in the way of kindness, deserves to be branded as the lowest of the low. And still the voices sang in supplication to the Virgin most powerful, Virgin most merciful. And Gertie, wrapped in thought, scarce saw or heard her companions or the twins at their boyish gambols, or the gentleman off Sandymount Green that Sissy Caffrey called the man that was so like himself passing along the Strand taking a short walk. You never saw him any way screwed, but still, and for all that she would not like him for a father because he was too old or something, or on account of his face, it was a palpable case of Dr. Fell, or his carbuncly nose with the pimples on it and his sandy mustache a bit white under his nose. Poor father! With all his faults she loved him still when he sang Tell Me, Mary, how to woo thee, or My love in cottage near Rochelle, and they had stewed cockles and lettuce with Lazenby's salad dressing for supper, and when he sang The moon hath raised with Mr. Dignam that died suddenly and was buried, God have mercy on him, from a stroke. Her mother's birthday that was, and Charlie was home on his holidays, and Tom and Mr. Dignam and Mrs. and Patsy and Freddie Dignam, and they were to have had a group taken. No one would have thought the end was so near. Now he was laid to rest. And her mother said to him to let that be a warning to him for the rest of his days, and he couldn't even go to the funeral on account of the gout, and she had to go into town to bring him the letters and samples from his office about Catesby's cork lino. Artistic, standard designs, fit for a palace, gives tip-top wear and always bright and cheery in the home. A sterling good daughter was Gertie, just like a second mother in the house, a ministering angel too, with a little heart worth its weight in gold. And when her mother had those raging splitting headaches, who was it rubbed the menthol cone on her forehead, but Gertie, though she didn't like her mother's taking pinches of snuff, and that was the only single thing they ever had words about. Taking snuff. Everyone thought the world of her for her gentle ways. It was Gertie who turned off the gas at the main every night, and it was Gertie who tacked up on the wall of that place where she never forgot every fortnight the chlorid of lime Mr. Tunney the grocer's Christmas almanac. The picture of halcyon days where a young gentleman in the costume they used to wear then with a three-cornered hat was offering a bunch of flowers to his ladylove with old-time chivalry through her lattice window. You could see there was a story behind it. The colors were done something lovely. She was in a soft clinging white in a studied attitude, and the gentleman was in chocolate, and he looked a thorough aristocrat. She often looked at them dreamily when she went there for a certain purpose, and felt her own arms that were white and soft just like hers with the sleeves back, and thought about those times because she had found out in Walker's pronouncing dictionary that belonged to Grandpapa Giltrap about the halcyon days what they meant. The twins were now playing in the most approved brotherly fashion till at last Master Jackie, who was really as bold as brass there was no getting behind, that deliberately kicked the ball as hard as ever he could down towards the seaweedy rocks. Needless to say, poor Tommy was not slow to voice his dismay, but luckily the gentleman in black who was sitting there by himself came gallantly to the rescue and intercepted the ball. Our two champions claimed their plaything with lusty cries, and to avoid trouble Sissy Caffrey called to the gentleman to throw it to her please. The gentleman aimed the ball once or twice and then threw it up the strand toward Sissy Caffrey, but it rolled down the slope and stopped right under Gertie's skirt near the little pool by the rock. The twins clamored again for it, and Sissy told her to kick it away and let them fight for it, so Gertie drew back her foot, but she wished their stupid ball hadn't come rolling down to her, and she gave a kick, but she missed, and Eddie and Sissy laughed. "If you fail, try again," Eddie Boardman said. Gertie smiled assent and bit her lip. A delicate pink crept into her pretty cheek, but she was determined to let them see, so she just lifted her skirt a little, but just enough, and took good aim and gave the ball a jolly good kick, and it went ever so far, and the two twins after it down towards the shingle. Pure jealousy, of course. It was nothing else, to draw attention on account of the gentleman opposite looking. She felt the warm flush, a danger signal always with Gertie McDowell, surging and flaming into her cheeks. Till then they had only exchanged glances of the most casual, but now under the brim of her new hat she ventured a look at him, and the face that met her gaze there in the twilight, wan and strangely drawn, seemed to her the saddest she had ever seen. Through the open window of the church the fragrant incense was wafted, and with it the fragrant names of her who was conceived without stain of original sin: spiritual vessel, pray for us; honorable vessel, pray for us; vessel of singular devotion, pray for us; mystical rose. And careworn hearts were there, and toilers for their daily bread, and many who had erred and wandered, their eyes wet with contrition, but for all that bright with hope, for the Reverend Father Hughes had told them what the great Saint Bernard said in his famous prayer of Mary, the most pious Virgin's intercessory power, that it was not recorded in any age that those who implored her powerful protection were ever abandoned by her. The twins were now playing again right merrily, for the troubles of childhood are but as fleeting summer showers. Sissy Caffrey played with baby Boardman till he crowed with glee, clapping baby hands in air. "Peep," she cried behind the hood of the pushcar, and Eddie asked where was Sissy gone, and then Sissy popped up her head and cried ah. And, my word, didn't the little chap enjoy that? And then she told him to say papa. Say papa, baby. Say pa 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 pa. And baby did his level best to say it, for he was very intelligent for 11 months everyone said, and big for his age, and a picture of health, a perfect little bunch of love, and he would certainly turn out to be something great, they said. Haja jaja haja. Sissy wiped his little mouth with the dribbling bib and wanted him to sit up properly and say pa pa pa, but when she undid the strap she cried out, "Holy Saint Denis," that he was passing wet and to double the half blanket the other way under him. Of course his infant majesty was most obstreperous at such toilet formalities and he let everyone know it. Habba ba habea ba. And two great big lovely big tears coursing down his cheeks. It was all no use soothing him with no, baby, no, and telling him about the GG and where was the puff, but Sis, always ready-witted, gave him in his mouth the teat of the sucking bottle and the young heathen was quickly appeased. Gertie wished to goodness they would take their squalling baby home out of that and not get on her nerves, no hour to be out, and the little brats of twins. She gazed out towards the distant sea. It was like the paintings that man used to do on the pavement with all the colored chalks, and such a pity too leaving them there to be all blotted out. The evening and the clouds coming out and the Bailey light on Hoth, and to hear the music like that and the perfume of those incense they burned in the church like a kind of waft. And while she gazed her heart went pit-a-pat. Yes, it was her he was looking at, and there was meaning in his look. His eyes burned into her as though they would search her through and through, read her very soul. Wonderful eyes they were, superbly expressive, but could you trust them? People were so queer. She could see at once by his dark eyes and his pale intellectual face that he was a foreigner, the image of the photo she had of Martin Harvey, the matinee idol. Only for the mustache which she preferred because she wasn't stage-struck like Winnie Rippingham that wanted they two to always dress the same on account of a play, but she could not see whether he had an aquiline nose or a slightly retroussé from where he was sitting. He was in deep mourning, she could see that, and the story of a haunting sorrow was written on his face. She would have given worlds to know what it was. He was looking up so intently, so still, and he saw her kick the ball and perhaps he could see the bright steel buckles of her shoes if she swung them like that thoughtfully with the toes down. She was glad that something told her to put on the transparent stockings thinking Reggie Wiley might be out, but that was far away. Here was that of which she had so often dreamed. It was he who mattered and there was joy on her face because she wanted him, because she felt instinctively that he was like no one else. The very heart of the girl-woman went out to him, her dream husband, because she knew on the instant it was him. If he had suffered, more sinned against than sinning, or even, if he had been himself a sinner, a wicked man, she cared not. Even if he was a Protestant or Methodist she could convert him easily if he truly loved her. There were wounds that wanted healing with heart balm. She was a womanly woman, not like other flighty girls unfeminine he had known, those cyclists showing off what they hadn't got, and she just yearned to know all, to forgive all if she could make him fall in love with her. Make him forget the memory of the past. Then mayhap he would embrace her gently, like a real man, crushing her soft body to him, and love her, his honest girlie, for herself alone. Refuge of sinners. Comfortress of the afflicted. Ora pro nobis. Well has it been said that whosoever prays to her with faith and constancy can never be lost or cast away, and fitly is she too a haven of refuge for the afflicted because of the $7 which transpierced her own heart. Gertie could picture the whole scene in the church, the stained glass windows lighted up, the candles, the flowers and the blue banners of the Blessed Virgin's sodality, and Father Conroy was helping Canon O'Hanlon at the altar. Carrying things in and out with his eyes cast down. He looked almost a saint, and his confession box was so quiet and clean and dark, and his hands were just like white wax, and if ever she became a Dominican nun in their white habit perhaps he might come to the convent for the novena of Saint Dominic. He told her that time when she told him about that in confession, crimsoning up to the roots of her hair for fear he could see, not to be troubled because that was only the voice of nature and we were all subject to nature's laws, he said. In this life, and that was no sin because that came from the nature of woman instituted by God, he said, and that our blessed Lady herself said to the Archangel Gabriel, "Be it done unto me according to thy word." He was so kind and holy, and often she thought could she work a ruched teacozy with embroidered floral design for him as a present, or a clock, but they had a clock she noticed on the mantelpiece, white and gold with a canary bird. That came out of a little house to tell the time the day she went there about the flowers for the 40 hours adoration because it was hard to know what sort of a present to give or perhaps an album of illuminated views of Dublin or some place. The exasperating little brats of twins began to quarrel again and Jackie threw the ball out towards the sea and they both ran after it. Little monkeys common as ditch water. Someone ought to take them and give them a good hiding for themselves to keep them in their places, the both of them. And Sissy and Eddie shouted after them to come back because they were afraid the tide might come in on them and be drowned. Jackie. Tommy. Not they. What a great notion they had. So Sissy said it was the very last time she'd ever bring them out. She jumped up and called them and she ran down the slope past him, tossing her hair behind her which had a good enough color if there had been more of it, but with all the thingamary she was always rubbing into it she couldn't get it to grow long because it wasn't natural so she could just go and throw her hat at it. She ran with long gandery strides. It was a wonder she didn't rip up her skirt at the side that was too tight on her because there was a lot of the tomboy about Sissy Caffrey and she was a forward piece whenever she thought she had a good opportunity to show off, and just because she was a good runner she ran like that so that he could see all the end of her petticoat running and her skinny shanks up as far as possible. It would have served her just right if she had tripped up over something accidentally on purpose with her high crooked French heels on her to make her look tall and got a fine tumble. Tableau. That would have been a very charming exposé for a gentleman like that to witness. Queen of angels, queen of patriarchs, queen of prophets, of all saints, they prayed. Queen of the most holy rosary. And then Father Conroy handed the thurible to Canon O'Hanlon and he put in the incense and sensed the blessed sacrament, and Sissy Caffrey caught the two twins and she was itching to give them a ringing good clip on the ear, but she didn't because she thought he might be watching, but she never made a bigger mistake in all her life because Gertie could see without looking that he never took his eyes off of her. And then Canon O'Hanlon handed the thurible back to Father Conroy and knelt down looking up at the blessed sacrament, and the choir began to sing the Tantum Ergo and she just swung her foot in and out in time as the music rose and fell to the Tantum Ergosa Cramen Tum. 3:11 she paid for those stockings in Sparrows of George's Street on the Tuesday, no the Monday before Easter, and there wasn't a brack on them, and that was what he was looking at, transparent. And not at her insignificant ones that had neither shape nor form, the cheek of her. Because he had eyes in his head to see the difference for himself. Sissy came up along the Strand with the two twins and their ball with her hat anyhow on her to one side after her run, and she did look a streel tugging the two kids along with the flimsy blouse she bought only a fortnight before like a rag on her back and a bit of her petticoat hanging like a caricature. Gertie just took off her hat for a moment to settle her hair, and a prettier, a daintier head of nut-brown tresses was never seen on a girl's shoulders. A radiant little vision, in sooth, almost maddening in its sweetness. You would have to travel many a long mile before you found a head of hair the like of that. She could almost see the swift answering flash of admiration in his eyes that set her tingling in every nerve. She put on her hat so that she could see from underneath the brim and swung her buckled shoe faster, for her breath caught as she caught the expression in his eyes. He was eyeing her as a snake eyes its prey. Her woman's instinct told her that she had raised the devil in him, and at the thought a burning scarlet swept from throat to brow till the lovely color of her face became a glorious rose. Eddie Boardman was noticing it too because she was squinting at Gertie, half smiling, with her specs like an old maid, pretending to nurse the baby. Irritable little gnat she was and always would be, and that was why no one could get on with her poking her nose into what was no concern of hers. And she said to Gertie, "A penny for your thoughts." "What?" replied Gertie with a smile reinforced by the whitest of teeth. "I was only wondering, was it late?" Because she wished to goodness they'd take the snotty-nosed twins and their babby home to the mischief out of that, so that was why she just gave a gentle hint about its being late. And when Sissy came up Eddie asked her the time, and Miss Sissy, as glib as you like, said it was 1/2 kissing time, time to kiss again. But Eddie wanted to know because they were told to be in early. "Wait," said Sissy, "I'll run ask my Uncle Peter over there what's the time by his conundrum." So over she went, and when he saw her coming she could see him take his hand out of his pocket, getting nervous, and beginning to play with his watch chain, looking up at the church. Passionate nature though he was, Gertie could see that he had enormous control over himself. One moment he had been there, fascinated by a loveliness that made him gaze, and the next moment it was the quiet grave-faced gentleman, self-control expressed in every line of his distinguished-looking figure. Sissy said to excuse her, would he mind please telling her what was the right time, and Gertie could see him taking out his watch, listening to it and looking up and clearing his throat, and he said he was very sorry his watch was stopped, but he thought it must be after 8 because the sun was set. His voice had a cultured ring in it, and though he spoke in measured accents there was a suspicion of a quiver in the mellow tones. Sissy said thanks and came back with her tongue out and said uncle said his waterworks were out of order. Then they sang the second verse of the Tantum Ergo, and Canon O'Hanlon got up again and sensed the Blessed Sacrament and knelt down, and he told Father Conroy that one of the candles was just going to set fire to the flowers, and Father Conroy got up and settled it all right, and she could see the gentleman winding his watch and listening to the works, and she swung her leg more in and out in time. It was getting darker, but he could see, and he was looking all the time that he was winding the watch or whatever he was doing to it, and then he put it back and put his hands back into his pockets. She felt a kind of a sensation rushing all over her, and she knew by the feel of her scalp and that irritation against her stays that that thing must be coming on, because the last time too was when she clipped her hair on account of the moon. His dark eyes fixed themselves on her again, drinking in her every contour, literally worshipping at her shrine. If ever there was undisguised admiration in a man's passionate gaze, it was there plain to be seen on that man's face. It is for you, Gertrude McDowell, and you know it. Eddie began to get ready to go, and it was high time for her, and Gertie noticed that that little hint she gave had had the desired effect, because it was a long way along the Strand to where there was the place to push up the pushcar, and Sissy took off the twins' caps and tidied their hair to make herself attractive, of course, and Canon O'Hanlon stood up with his coat poking up at his neck, and Father Conroy handed him the card to read off, and he read out Panem de Scylla Prestatisti Eis, and Eddie and Sissy were talking about the time all the time and asking her, but Gertie could pay them back in their own coin, and she just answered with scathing politeness when Eddie asked her was she heartbroken about her best boy throwing her over. Gertie winced sharply. A brief cold blaze shone from her eyes that spoke volumes of scorn immeasurable. It hurt, oh yes, it cut deep, because Eddie had her own quiet way of saying things like that she knew would wound like the confounded little cat she was. Gertie's lips parted swiftly to frame the word, but she fought back the sob that rose to her throat, so slim, so flawless, so beautifully molded it seemed one an artist might have dreamed of. She had loved him better than he knew. Light-hearted deceiver and fickle like all his sex, he would never understand what he had meant to her, and for an instant there was in the blue eyes a quick stinging of tears. Their eyes were probing her mercilessly, but with a brave effort she sparkled back in sympathy as she glanced at her new conquest for them to see. "Oh," responded Gertie, quick as lightning, laughing, and the proud head flashed up. "I can throw my cap at who I like because it's leap year." Her words rang out crystal clear, more musical than the cooing of the ringdove, but they cut the silence icily. There was that in her young voice that told that she was not a one to be lightly trifled with. As for Mr. Reggie with his swank and his bit of money, she could just chuck him aside as if he was so much filth, and never again would she cast as much as a second thought on him and tear his silly postcard into a dozen pieces. And if ever after he dared to presume, she could give him one look of measured scorn that would make him shrivel up on the spot. Miss puny little Eddie's countenance fell to no slight extent, and Gertie could see by her looking as black as thunder that she was simply in a towering rage, though she hid it, the little kinat. Because that shaft had struck home for her petty jealousy, and they both knew that she was something aloof, apart, in another sphere. That she was not of them and never would be, and there was somebody else too that knew it and saw it, so they could put that in their pipe and smoke it. Eddie straightened up baby Boardman to get ready to go, and Sissy tucked in the ball and the spades and buckets, and it was high time too, because the Sandman was on his way for Master Boardman Jr. And Sissy told him too that Billy Winks was coming and that baby was to go dee-dah, and baby looked just too ducky, laughing up out of his gleeful eyes, and Sissy poked him like that out of fun in his wee fat tummy, and baby, without as much as by your leave, sent up his compliments to all and sundry on to his brand new dribbling bib. Oh my! Puddeny pie! protested Sis. He has his bib destroyed. The slight contretemps claimed her attention, but in 2/2 she set that little matter to rights. Gertie stifled a smothered exclamation and gave a nervous cough, and Eddie asked what, and she was just going to tell her to catch it while it was flying, but she was ever ladylike in her deportment, so she simply passed it off with consummate tact by saying that was the benediction, because just then the bell rang out from the steeple over the quiet seashore, because Canon O'Hanlon was up on the altar with the veil that Father Conroy put round his shoulders, giving the benediction with the blessed sacrament in his hands. How moving the scene there in the gathering twilight, the last glimpse of Erin, the touching chime of those evening bells, and at the same time a bat flew forth from the ivied belfry through the dusk, hither, thither, with a tiny lost cry. And she could see far away the lights of the lighthouses, so picturesque she would have loved to do with a box of paints, because it was easier than to make a man, and soon the lamplighter would be going his rounds past the Presbyterian church grounds and along by shady Tritonville Avenue where the couples walked, and lighting the lamp near her window where Reggie Wiley used to turn his freewheel like she read in that book The Lamplighter by Miss Cummins, author of Mabel Vaughan and other tales. For Gertie had her dreams that no one knew of. She loved to read poetry, and when she got a keepsake from Bertha Supple of that lovely confession album with the coral pink cover to write her thoughts in, she laid it in the drawer of her toiletable, which, though it did not err on the side of luxury, was scrupulously neat and clean. It was there she kept her girlish treasure trove, the tortoise-shell combs, her child of Mary badge, the white rose scent, the eyebrow-line, her alabaster pouncet box, and the ribbons to change when her things came home from the wash, and there were some beautiful thoughts written in it in violet ink that she bought in Helly's of Dame Street, for she felt that she too could write poetry if she could only express herself like that poem that appealed to her so deeply that she had copied out of the newspaper she found one evening round the potherbs. Art thou real, my ideal? It was called by Lewis J. Walsh, Maharafelt, and after there was something about twilight, wilt thou ever? And ofttimes the beauty of poetry, so sad in its transient loveliness, had misted her eyes with silent tears, for she felt that the years were slipping by for her, one by one. And but for that one shortcoming she knew she need fear no competition, and that was an accident coming down Dalkey Hill, and she always tried to conceal it. But it must end, she felt. If she saw that magic lure in his eyes, there would be no holding back for her. Love laughs at locksmiths. She would make the great sacrifice. Her every effort would be to share his thoughts. Dearer than the whole world would she be to him, and gild his days with happiness. There was the all-important question, and she was dying to know, was he a married man or a widower who had lost his wife, or some tragedy like the nobleman with the foreign name from the land of song had to have her put into a madhouse. Cruel only to be kind. But even if, what then? Would it make a very great difference? From everything in the least indelicate her fine-bred nature instinctively recoiled. She loathed that sort of person, the fallen women off the accommodation walk beside the daughter that went with the soldiers and coarse men with no respect for a girl's honor, degrading the sex and being taken up to the police station. No, no, not that. They would be just good friends, like a big brother and sister, without all that other, in spite of the conventions of society with a big S. Perhaps it was an old flame he was in mourning for from the days beyond recall. She thought she understood. She would try to understand him, because men were so different. The old love was waiting, waiting with little white hands stretched out, with blue appealing eyes. Heart of mine. She would follow, her dream of love, the dictates of her heart that told her he was her all in all, the only man in all the world for her, for love was the master guide. Nothing else mattered. Come what might, she would be wild, untrammeled, free. Canon O'Hanlon put the blessed sacrament back into the tabernacle and genuflected, and the choir sang Laudate Dominum omnes gentes, and then he locked the tabernacle door because the benediction was over, and Father Conroy handed him his hat to put on, and Cross-Cat Eddie asked wasn't she coming, but Jackie Caffrey called out, "Oh! Look, Sissy!" And they all looked. Was it sheet lightning? But Tommy saw it too, over the trees beside the church, blue and then green and purple. "It's fireworks," Sissy Caffrey said. And they all ran down the Strand to see over the houses and the church, helter-skelter, Eddie with the pushcar with baby Boardman in it and Sissy holding Tommy and Jackie by the hand so they wouldn't fall running. "Come on, Gertie," Sissy called. "It's the bazaar fireworks." But Gertie was adamant. She had no intention of being at their beck and call. If they could run like Rossies she could sit, so she said she could see from where she was. The eyes that were fastened upon her set her pulses tingling. She looked at him a moment, meeting his glance, and a light broke in upon her. White-hot passion was in that face, passion silent as the grave, and it had made her his. At last they were left alone without the others to pry and pass remarks, and she knew he could be trusted to the death, steadfast, a sterling man, a man of inflexible honor to his fingertips. His hands and face were working and a tremor went over her. She leaned back far to look up where the fireworks were, and she caught her knee in her hand so as not to fall back looking up, and there was no one to see, only him and her, when she revealed all her graceful beautifully shaped legs like that. Supply soft and delicately rounded, and she seemed to hear the panting of his heart, his hoarse breathing, because she knew too about the passion of men like that, hot-blooded. Because Bertha Supple told her once in dead secret and made her swear she'd never, about the gentleman lodger that was staying with them out of the congested districts board that had pictures cut out of papers of those skirt dancers and high kickers, and she said he used to do something not very nice that you could imagine sometimes in the bed. But this was altogether different from a thing like that, because there was all the difference, because she could almost feel him draw her face to his and the first quick hot touch of his handsome lips. Besides, there was absolution so long as you didn't do the other thing before being married, and there ought to be women priests that would understand without your telling out, and Sissy Caffrey too sometimes had that dreamy kind of dreamy look in her eyes, so that she too. My dear, and Winnie Rippingham so mad about actors' photographs, and besides it was on account of that other thing coming on the way it did. And Jackie Caffrey shouted to look. There was another, and she leaned back and the garters were blue to match on account of the transparent, and they all saw it and they all shouted to look, look. There it was, and she leaned back ever so far to see the fireworks, and something queer was flying through the air, a soft thing, to and fro, dark. And she saw a long Roman candle going up over the trees, up, and, in the tense hush, they were all breathless with excitement as it went higher and higher, and she had to lean back more and more to look up after it, high, high. Almost out of sight, and her face was suffused with a divine, an entrancing blush from straining back, and he could see her other things too, nainsook knickers, the fabric that caresses the skin, better than those other pettiwith, the green. 4 and 11. On account of being white, and she let him, and she saw that he saw, and then it went so high it went out of sight a moment, and she was trembling in every limb from being bent so far back that he had a full view high up above her knee where no one ever, not even on the swing or waiting, and she wasn't ashamed, and he wasn't either, to look in that immodest way like that, because he couldn't resist the sight of the wondrous revealment half offered like those skirt dancers behaving so immodest before gentlemen looking, and he kept on looking. Looking. She would fain have cried to him chokingly, held out her snowy slender arms to him to come, to feel his lips laid on her white brow, the cry of a young girl's love, a little strangled cry, wrung from her, that cry that has rung through the ages. And then a rocket sprang and bang shot blind blank, and oh. Then the Roman candle burst, and it was like a sigh of oh. And everyone cried oh. Oh. In raptures, and it gushed out of it a stream of rain gold hair threads, and they shed an ah. They were all greeny dewy stars falling with golden, oh so lovely, oh, soft, sweet, soft. Then all melted away dewily in the grey air, all was silent. Ah! She glanced at him as she bent forward quickly, a pathetic little glance of piteous protest, of shy reproach under which he colored like a girl. He was leaning back against the rock behind. Leopold Bloom, for it is he, stands silent, with bowed head before those young guileless eyes. What a brute he had been! At it again! A fair unsullied soul had called to him, and, wretch that he was, how had he answered? An utter cad he had been. He of all men. But there was an infinite store of mercy in those eyes, for him too, a word of pardon even though he had erred and sinned and wandered. Should a girl tell? No, 1,000 times no. That was their secret, only theirs, alone in the hiding twilight, and there was none to know or tell save the little bat that flew so softly through the evening to and fro, and little bats don't tell. Sissy Caffrey whistled, imitating the boys in the football field to show what a great person she was, and then she cried. "Gertie! Gertie! We're going. Come on. We can see from farther up." Gertie had an idea, one of love's little ruses. She slipped a hand into her kerchief pocket and took out the wadding and waved in reply, of course, without letting him, and then slipped it back. "Wonder if he's too far to." She rose. Was it goodbye? No. She had to go, but they would meet again, there, and she would dream of that till then, tomorrow, of her dream of yestereve. She drew herself up to her full height. Their souls met in a last lingering glance, and the eyes that reached her heart, full of a strange shining, hung enraptured on her sweet flower-like face. She half smiled at him wanly, a sweet forgiving smile, a smile that verged on tears, and then they parted. Slowly, without looking back, she went down the uneven strand to Sissy, to Eddie, to Jackie and Tommy Caffrey, to little baby Boardman. It was darker now, and there were stones and bits of wood on the strand and slippy seaweed. She walked with a certain quiet dignity characteristic of her, but with care and very slowly, because Gertie McDowell was. Tight boots? No. She's lame. Oh. Mr. Bloom watched her as she limped away. Poor girl. That's why she's left on the shelf, and the others did a sprint. Thought something was wrong by the cut of her jib. Jilted beauty. A defect is 10 times worse in a woman. But makes them polite. Glad I didn't know it when she was on show. Hot little devil all the same. I wouldn't mind. Curiosity like a nun or a negress or a girl with glasses. That squinty one is delicate. Near her monthlies, I expect, makes them feel ticklish. I have such a bad headache today. Where did I put the letter? Yes, all right. All kinds of crazy longings. Licking pennies. Girl in Tranquilla convent that nun told me liked to smell rock oil. Virgins go mad in the end, I suppose. Sister. How many women in Dublin have it today? Martha, she. Something in the air. That's the moon. But then why don't all women menstruate at the same time with the same moon, I mean? Depends on the time they were born, I suppose. Or all start scratch then get out of step. Sometimes Molly and Millie together. Anyhow, I got the best of that. Damned glad I didn't do it in the bath this morning over her silly "I will punish you" letter. Made up for that tram driver this morning. That gouger McCoy stopping me to say nothing. And his wife engagement in the country valise, voice like a pickaxe. Thankful for small mercies. Cheap too. Yours for the asking. Because they want it themselves. Their natural craving. Shoals of them every evening poured out of offices. Reserve better. Don't want it, they throw it at you. Catch 'em alive, oh, pity they can't see themselves. A dream of well-filled hose. Where was that? Ah, yes. Mutoscope pictures in Capel Street, for men only. Peeping Tom. Willie's hat and what the girls did with it. Do they snapshot those girls, or is it all a fake? Lingerie does it. Felt for the curves inside her deshabille. Excites them also when they're. I'm all clean, come and dirty me. And they like dressing one another for the sacrifice. Millie delighted with Molly's new blouse. At first. Put them all on to take them all off. Molly. Why, I bought her the violet garters. Us too, the tie he wore, his lovely socks and turned-up trousers. He wore a pair of gaiters the night that first we met. His lovely shirt was shining beneath his what? Of jet. Say, a woman loses a charm with every pin she takes out. Pinned together. Oh, Mary lost the pin of her. Dressed up to the nines for somebody. Fashion part of their charm. Just changes when you're on the track of the secret. Except the East, Mary, Martha, now as then. No reasonable offer refused. She wasn't in a hurry either. Always off to a fellow when they are. They never forget an appointment. Out on spec probably. They believe in chance because like themselves. And the others inclined to give her an odd dig. Girl friends at school, arms round each other's necks or with 10 fingers locked, kissing and whispering secrets about nothing in the convent garden. Nuns with whitewashed faces, cool coifs and their rosaries going up and down, vindictive too for what they can't get. Barbed wire. Be sure now and write to me. And I'll write to you. Now won't you? Molly and Josie Powell. Till Mr. Right comes along, then meet once in a blue moon. Tableau. Oh, look who it is for the love of God. How are you at all? What have you been doing with yourself? Kiss and delighted to see you. Picking holes in each other's appearance. You're looking splendid. Sister souls. Showing their teeth at one another. How many have you left? Wouldn't lend each other a pinch of salt. Ah. Devils they are when that's coming on them. Dark devilish appearance. Molly often told me feel things a ton weight. Scratch the sole of my foot. Oh that way. Oh, that's exquisite. Feel it myself too. Good to rest once in a way. Wonder if it's bad to go with them then. Safe in one way. Turns milk, makes fiddle strings snap. Something about withering plants I read in a garden. Besides they say if the flower withers she wears she's a flirt. All are. Dare say she felt I. When you feel like that you often meet what you feel. Liked me or what? Dress they look at. Always know a fellow courting, collars and cuffs. Well cocks and lions do the same and stags. Same time might prefer a tie undone or something. Trousers. Suppose I when I was. No. Gently does it. Dislike rough and tumble. Kiss in the dark and never tell. Saw something in me. Wonder what. Sooner have me as I am than some poet chap with bear's grease plastery hair, Lovelock over his Dexter optic. To aid gentlemen in literary. Ought to attend to my appearance my age. Didn't let her see me in profile. Still, you never know. Pretty girls and ugly men marrying. Beauty and the Beast. Besides I can't be so if Molly took off her hat to show her hair. Wide brim. Bought to hide her face, meeting someone might know her, bend down or carry a bunch of flowers to smell. Hair strong in rut. 10 bob I got for Molly's combings when we were on the rocks in Hollis Street. Why not? Suppose he gave her money. Why not? All a prejudice. She's worth 10, 15, more, a pound. What? I think so. All that for nothing. Bold hand, Mrs. Marion. Did I forget to write address on that letter like the postcard I sent to Flynn? And the day I went to Drimmy's without a necktie. Wrangle with Molly it was put me off. No, I remember. Richie Golding, he's another. Weighs on his mind. Funny my watch stopped at 4:30. Dust. Shark liver oil they use to clean. Could do it myself. Save. Was that just when she? Oh, he did. Into her. She did. Done. Ah. Mr. Bloom with careful hand recomposed his wet shirt. Oh Lord, that little limping devil. Begins to feel cold and clammy. After effect not pleasant. Still you have to get rid of it some way. They don't care. Complimented perhaps. Go home to nicey bread and milky and say night prayers with the kiddies. Well, aren't they? See her as she is spoil all. Must have the stage setting, the rouge, costume, position, music. The name too. Amours of actresses. Nell Gwynn, Mrs. Bracegirdle, Maud Branscombe. Curtain up. Moonlight silver effulgence. Maiden discovered with pensive bosom. Little sweetheart, come and kiss me. Still, I feel the strength it gives a man. That's the secret of it. Good job, I let off there behind the wall coming out of Dignam's. Cider that was. Otherwise I couldn't have. Makes you want to sing after. Lacos essent terra terra. Suppose I spoke to her. What about? Bad plan, however, if you don't know how to end the conversation. Ask them a question, they ask you another. Good idea if you're stuck. Gain time. But then you're in a cart. Wonderful of course if you say, good evening, and you see she's on for it, good evening. Oh, but the dark evening in the Appian Way I nearly spoke to Mrs. Clinch, oh, thinking she was. Phew. Girl in Meath Street that night. All the dirty things I made her say. All wrong of course. My arcs she called it. It's so hard to find one who. Aho. If you don't answer when they solicit must be horrible for them till they harden. And kissed my hand when I gave her the extra 2 shillings. Parrots. Press the button and the bird will squeak. Wish she hadn't called me sir. Oh, her mouth in the dark. And you a married man with a single girl. That's what they enjoy. Taking a man from another woman. Or even hear of it. Different with me. Glad to get away from other chap's wife. Eating off his cold plate. Chap in the Burton today spitting back gum-chewed gristle. French letter still in my pocketbook. 'Cause of half the trouble. But might happen sometime, I don't think. Come in, all is prepared. I dreamt. What? Worst is beginning. How they change the venue when it's not what they like. Ask you do you like mushrooms because she once knew a gentleman who. Or ask you what someone was going to say when he changed his mind and stopped. Yet if I went the whole hog, say, I want to, something like that. Because I did. She too. Offend her. Then make it up. Pretend to want something awfully, then cry off for her sake. Flatters them. She must have been thinking of someone else all the time. What harm? Must since she came to the use of reason, he. First kiss does the trick. The propitious moment. Something inside them goes pop mushy like, tell by their eye, on the sly. First thoughts are best. Remember that till their dying day. Molly, Lieutenant Mulvey that kissed her under the Moorish wall beside the gardens. 15 she told me. But her breasts were developed. Fell asleep then. After Glencree dinner that was when we drove home. Featherbed Mountain. Gnashing her teeth in sleep. Lord Mayor had his eye on her too. Val Dillon. Apoplectic. There she is with them down there for the fireworks. My fireworks. Up like a rocket, down like a stick. And the children, twins they must be, waiting for something to happen. Want to be grown-ups. Dressing in mother's clothes. Time enough, understand all the ways of the world. And the dark one with the mop head and the nigger mouth. I knew she could whistle. Mouth made for that. Like Molly. Why that high-class whore in Jammet's wore her veil only to her nose. Would you mind, please, telling me the right time? I'll tell you the right time up a dark lane. Say prunes and prisms 40 times every morning, cure for fat lips. Caressing the little boy too. Onlookers see most of the game. Of course they understand birds, animals, babies. In their line. Didn't look back when she was going down the Strand. Wouldn't give that satisfaction. Those girls, those lovely seaside girls. Fine eyes she had, clear. It's the white of the eye brings that out, not so much the pupil. Did she know what I? Course. Like a cat sitting beyond a dog's jump. Women never meet one like that Wilkins in the high school drawing a picture of Venus with all his belongings on show. Call that innocence? Poor idiot. His wife has her work cut out for her. Never see them sit on a bench marked wet paint. Eyes all over them. Look under the bed for what's not there. Longing to get the fright of their lives. Sharp as needles they are. When I said to Molly the man at the corner of Cuff Street was good-looking, thought she might like, twigged at once he had a false arm. Had, too. Where do they get that? Typist going up Roger Green's stairs 2 at a time to show her understandings. Handed down from father to mother to daughter, I mean. Bred in the bone. Millie for example drying her handkerchief on the mirror to save the ironing. Best place for an ad to catch a woman's eye on a mirror. And when I sent her for Molly's paisley shawl to Prescott's by the way that ad I must, carrying home the change in her stocking. Clever little minx. I never told her. Neat way she carries parcels too. Attract men, small thing like that. Holding up her hand, shaking it, to let the blood flow back when it was red. Who did you learn that from? Nobody. Something the nurse taught me. Oh, don't they know? 3 years old she was in front of Molly's dressing table, just before we left Lombard Street West. Me have a nice pace. Mullingar. Who knows? Ways of the world. Young student. Straight on her pins anyway, not like the other. Still she was game. Lord, I am wet. Devil you are. Swell of her calf. Transparent stockings, stretched to breaking point. Not like that from today. Rumpled stockings. Or the one in Grafton Street. White. Wow. Beef to the heel. A monkey puzzle rocket burst, spluttering in darting crackles. Zrads and zrads, zrads, zrads. And Sissy and Tommy and Jackie ran out to see and Eddie after with the pushcar and then Gertie beyond the curve of the rocks. Will she? Watch. Watch. See. Looked round. She smelt an onion. Darling, I saw all. Lord. Did me good all the same. Off color after Kiernan's, Dignam's. For this relief much thanks. In Hamlet, that is. Lord. It was all things combined. Excitement. When she leaned back, felt an ache at the butt of my tongue. Your head it simply swirls. He's right. Might have made a worse fool of myself however. Instead of talking about nothing. Then I will tell you all. Still it was a kind of language between us. It couldn't be. No, Gertie they called her. Might be false name however like my name and the address Dolphin's Barn a Blind. Her maiden name was Jemina Brown. And she lived with her mother in Irish Town. Place made me think of that I suppose. All tarred with the same brush. Wiping pens in their stockings. But the ball rolled down to her as if it understood. Every bullet has its billet. Course I never could throw anything straight at school. Crooked as a ram's horn. Sad however because it lasts only a few years till they settle down to putwalloping and Papa's pants will soon fit Willie and Fuller's earth for the baby when they hold him out to do No soft job. Saves them. Keeps them out of harm's way. Nature. Washing child, washing corpse. Dignam. Children's hands always round them. Coconut skulls, monkeys, not even closed at first, sour milk in their swaddles and tainted curds. Oughtn't to have given that child an empty teat to suck. Fill it up with wind. Mrs. Beaufoy, Purefoy. Must call to the hospital. Wonder is Nurse Callan there still? She used to look over some nights when Molly was in the Coffee Palace. That young Dr. O'Hare I noticed her brushing his coat. And Mrs. Breen and Mrs. Dignam once like that too, marriageable. Worst of all at night Mrs. Duggan told me in the City Arms. Husband rolling in drunk, stink of pub off him like a polecat. Have that in your nose in the dark, whiff of stale booze. Then ask in the morning, was I drunk last night? Bad policy however to fault the husband. Chickens come home to roost. They stick by one another like glue. Maybe the women's fault also. That's where Molly can knock spots off them. It's the blood of the South. Moorish. Also the form, the figure. Hands felt for the opulent. Just compare for instance those others. Wife locked up at home, skeleton in the cupboard. Allow me to introduce my. Then they trot you out some kind of a nondescript, wouldn't know what to call her. Always see a fellow's weak point in his wife. Still there's destiny in it, falling in love. Have their own secrets between them. Chaps that would go to the dogs if some woman didn't take them in hand. Then little chits of girls, height of a shilling in coppers, with little hubbies. As God made them he matched them. Sometimes children turn out well enough. Twice not makes one. Or old rich chap of 70 and blushing bride. Marry in May and repent in December. This wet is very unpleasant. Stuck. Well the foreskin is not back. Better detach. Ow. Other hand a 6-footer with a wifey up to his watch pocket. Long and the short of it. Big he and little she. Very strange about my watch. Wristwatches are always going wrong. Wonder is there any magnetic influence between the person because that was about the time he. Yes, I suppose, at once. Cat's away, the mice will play. I remember looking in Pill Lane. Also that now is magnetism. Back of everything magnetism. Earth for instance pulling this and being pulled. That causes movement. And time, well that's the time the movement takes. Then if one thing stopped the whole gazebo would stop bit by bit. Because it's all arranged. Magnetic needle tells you what's going on in the sun, the stars. Little piece of steel iron. When you hold out the fork. Come. Come. Tip. Woman and man that is. Fork and steel. Molly, he. Dress up and look and suggest and let you see and see mourn defy you if you're a man to see that and, like a sneeze coming, legs, look, and if you have any guts in you. Tip. Have to let fly. Wonder how is she feeling in that region. Shame all put on before third person. More put out about a hole in her stocking. Molly, her underjaw stuck out, head back, about the farmer in the riding boots and spurs at the horse show. And when the painters were in Lombard Street West. Fine voice that fellow had. How Giuglini began. Smell that I did. Like flowers. It was too. Violets. Came from the turpentine probably in the paint. Make their own use of everything. Same time doing it scraped her slipper on the floor so they wouldn't hear. But lots of them can't kick the beam, I think. Keep that thing up for hours. Kind of a general all round over me and half down my back. Wait. Yes. That's her perfume. Why she waved her hand. I leave you this to think of me when I'm far away on the pillow. What is it? Heliotrope? No. Hyacinth? Roses, I think. She'd like scent of that kind. Sweet and cheap, soon sour. Why Molly likes a Popanax. Suits her, with a little jessamine mixed. Her high notes and her low notes. At the dance night she met him, dance of the hours. Heat brought it out. She was wearing her black and it had the perfume of the time before. Good conductor, is it? Or bad? Light too. Suppose there's some connection. For instance if you go into a cellar where it's dark. Mysterious thing too. Why did I smell it only now? Took its time in coming like herself, slow but sure. Suppose it's ever so many millions of tiny grains blown across. Yes, it is. Because those Spice Islands, Singhalese this morning, smell them leagues off. Tell you what it is. It's like a fine veil or web they have all over the skin, fine like what do you call it gossamer, and they're always spinning it out of them, fine as anything, like rainbow colors without knowing it. Clings to everything she takes off. Vamp of her stockings. Warm shoe. Stays. Drawers, little kick, taking them off. Bibby till next time. Also the cat likes to sniff in her shift on the bed. Know her smell in 1,000. Bathwater too. Reminds me of strawberries and cream. Wonder where it is really. There or the armpits or under the neck. Because you get it out of all holes and corners. Hyacinth perfume made of oil of ether or something. Muskrat. Bag under their tails. 1 grain pour off odor for years. Dogs at each other behind. Good evening. Evening. How do you sniff? Very well, thank you. Animals go by that. Yes now, look at it that way. We're the same. Some women, instance, warn you off when they have their period. Come near. Then get a hogo you could hang your hat on. Like what? Potted herrings gone stale or? Boof. Please keep off the grass. Perhaps they get a man smell off us. What though? Cigary gloves Long John had on his desk the other day. Breath? What you eat and drink gives that. No. Man smell, I mean. Must be connected with that because priests that are supposed to be are different. Women buzz round it like flies round treacle. Railed off the altar get onto it at any cost. The tree of forbidden priest. Oh, Father, will you? Let me be the first to. That diffuses itself all through the body, permeates. Source of life. And it's extremely curious the smell. Celery sauce. Let me. Mr. Bloom inserted his nose. Into the. Opening of his waistcoat. Almonds or. No. Lemons it is. Ah no, that's the soap. Oh, by that lotion. I knew there was something on my mind. Never went back and the soap not paid. Dislike carrying bottles like that hag this morning. Hines might have paid me that 3 shillings. I could mention Mars just to remind him. Still if he works that paragraph. 2 and 9. Bad opinion of me he'll have. Call tomorrow. How much do I owe you? 3 and 9. 2 and 9, sir. Ah. Might stop him giving credit another time. Lose your customers that way. Pubs do. Fellows run up a bill on the slate and then slinking around the back streets into somewhere else. Here's this nobleman passed before. Blown in from the bay. Just went as far as turn back. Always at home at dinner time. Looks mangled out, had a good tuck-in. Enjoying nature now. Grace after meals. After supper walk a mile. Sure he has a small bank balance somewhere, government sit. Walk after him now make him awkward like those newsboys me today. Still you learn something. See ourselves as others see us. So long as women don't mock what matter. That's the way to find out. Ask yourself who is he now? The Mystery Man on the Beach, prize tidbit story by Mr. Leopold Bloom. Payment at the rate of 1 guinea per column. And that fellow today at the graveside in the brown mackintosh. Corns on his kismet however. Healthy perhaps absorb all the. Whistle brings rain they say. Must be some somewhere. Salt in the Ormond damp. The body feels the atmosphere. Old Betty's joints are on the rack. Mother Shipton's prophecy that is about ships around they fly in the twinkling. No. Signs of rain it is. The Royal Reader. And distant hills seem coming nigh. Hoth. Bailey Light. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. C. Has to change or they might think it a house. Wreckers. Grace Darling. People afraid of the dark. Also glowworms, cyclists, lighting up time. Jewels diamonds flash better. Women. Light is a kind of reassuring. Not going to hurt you. Better now of course than long ago. Country roads. Run you through the small guts for nothing. Still two types there are you bob against. Scowl or smile. Pardon. Not at all. Best time to spray plants too in the shade after the sun. Some light still. Red rays are longest. Roig Biv Vance taught us, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. A star I see. Venus? Can't tell yet. 2. When 3 it's night. Were those night clouds there all the time? Looks like a phantom ship. No. Wait. Trees are they? An optical illusion. Mirage. Land of the setting sun this. Home rule sun setting in the southeast. My native land, good night. Dew falling. Bad for you, dear, to sit on that stone. Brings on white flux ions. Never have little baby then less he was big strong fight his way up through. Might get piles myself. Sticks too like a summer cold, sore on the mouth. Cut with grass or paper worst. Friction of the position. Like to be that rock she sat on. Oh sweet little, you don't know how nice you looked. I begin to like them at that age. Green apples. Grab at all that offer. Suppose it's the only time we cross legs, seated. Also the library today, those girl graduates. Happy chairs under them. But it's the evening influence. They feel all that. Open like flowers, know their hours, sunflowers, Jerusalem artichokes, in ballrooms, chandeliers, avenues under the lamps. Nightstock in Matt Dillon's garden where I kissed her shoulder. Wish I had a full-length oil painting of her then. June that was too I wooed. The year returns. History repeats itself. Ye crags and peaks I'm with you once again. Life, love, voyage round your own little world. And now? Sad about her lame of course, but must be on your guard not to feel too much pity. They take advantage. All quiet on Hoth now. The distant hills seem. Where we? The rhododendrons. I am a fool perhaps. He gets the plums, and I the plum stones. Where I come in. All that old hill has seen. Names change, that's all. Lovers, yum yum. Tired I feel now. Will I get up? Oh wait. Drained all the manhood out of me, little wretch. She kissed me. Never again. My youth. Only once it comes. Or hers. Take the train there tomorrow. No. Returning not the same. Like kids your second visit to a house. The new I want. Nothing new under the sun. Care of P.O. Dolphin's Barn. Are you not happy in your naughty darling? At Dolphin's Barn charades in Luke Doyle's house. Matt Dillon and his bevy of daughters, Tiny, Attorney, Floey, Mamie, Louie, Hetty. Molly too. 87 that was. Year before we. And the old major, partial to his drop of spirits. Curious she an only child, I an only child. So it returns. Think you're escaping and run into yourself. Longest way round is the shortest way home. And just when he and she. Circus horse walking in a ring. Rip Van Winkle we played. Rip, tear in Henny Doyle's overcoat. Van, bread van delivering. Winkle, cockles and periwinkles. Then I did Rip Van Winkle coming back. She leaned on the sideboard watching. Moorish eyes. 20 years asleep in Sleepy Hollow. All changed. Forgotten. The young are old. His gun rusty from the dew. Bah! What is that flying about? Swallow? Bat probably. Thinks I'm a tree, so blind. Have birds no smell? Metempsychosis. They believed you could be changed into a tree from grief. Weeping willow. Bah! There he goes. Funny little beggar. Wonder where he lives. Belfry up there. Very likely. Hanging by his heels in the odor of sanctity. Bell scared him out, I suppose. Mass seems to be over. Could hear them all at it. Pray for us. And pray for us. And pray for us. Good idea the repetition. Same thing with ads. Buy from us. And buy from us. Yes, there's the light in the priest's house. Their frugal meal. Remember about the mistaken evaluation when I was in Tom's. 28 it is. 2 houses they have. Gabriel Conroy's brother is curate. Bah! Again. Wonder why they come out at night like mice. They're a mixed breed. Birds are like hopping mice. What frightens them, light or noise? Better sit still. All instinct like the bird in drought got water out of the end of a jar by throwing in pebbles. Like a little man in a cloak he is with tiny hands. Weeny bones. Almost see them shimmering, kind of a bluey white. Colors depend on the light you see. Stare the sun for example like the eagle then look at a shoe see a blotch blob yellowish. Wants to stamp his trademark on everything. Instance, that cat this morning on the staircase. Color of brown turf. Say you never see them with 3 colors. Not true. That half-tabby white tortoiseshell in the city arms with the letter M on her forehead. Body 50 different colors. Both a while ago amethyst. Glass flashing. That's how that wise man what's his name with the burning glass. Then the heather goes on fire. It can't be tourists' matches. What? Perhaps the sticks dry rubbed together in the wind and light. Or broken bottles in the firs act as a burning glass in the sun. Archimedes. I have it. My memory's not so bad. Bah. Who knows what they're always flying for? Insects? That bee last week got into the room playing with his shadow on the ceiling. Might be the one bit me, come back to see. Birds too. Never find out. Or what they say. Like our small talk. And says she and says he. Nerve they have to fly over the ocean and back. Lots must be killed in storms, telegraph wires. Dreadful life sailors have too. Big brutes of ocean-going steamers floundering along in the dark, lowing out like sea cows. Faw bala. Out of that, bloody curse to you. Others in vessels, bit of a handkerchief sail, pitched about like snuff at a wake when the stormy winds do blow. Married too. Sometimes away for years at the ends of the earth somewhere. No ends really because it's round. Wife in every port they say. She has a good job if she minds it till Johnny comes marching home again. If ever he does. Smelling the tail end of ports. How can they like the sea? Yet they do. The anchor's weighed. Off he sails with a scapular or a medal on him for luck. Well. And the Tephilim know what's this they call it poor Papa's father had on his door to touch. That brought us out of the land of Egypt and into the house of bondage. Something in all those superstitions because when you go out never know what dangers. Hanging on to a plank or astride of a beam for grim life belt round him, gulping salt water, and that's the last of his nibs till the sharks catch hold of him. Do fish ever get seasick? Then you have a beautiful calm without a cloud, smooth sea, placid, crew and cargo in smithereens, Davy Jones' locker, moon looking down so peaceful. Not my fault, old cockalorum. A last lonely candle wandered up the sky from Myra's Bazaar in search of funds for Mercer's hospital and broke, drooping, and shed a cluster of violet but one white stars. They floated, fell, they faded. The shepherd's hour, the hour of folding, hour of tryst. From house to house, giving his ever-welcome double knock, went the 9 o'clock postman, the glowworm's lamp at his belt gleaming here and there through the laurel hedges. And among the 5 young trees a hoisted linstock lit the lamp at Leahy's terrace. By screens of lighted windows, by equal gardens a shrill voice went crying, wailing, Evening Telegraph, stop press edition. Result of the Gold Cup races. And from the door of Dignam's house a boy ran out and called. Twittering the bat flew here, flew there. Far out over the sands the coming surf crept, grey. Hoth settled for slumber, tired of long days, of yum-yum rhododendrons. He was old, and felt gladly the night breeze lift, ruffle his fell of ferns. He lay but opened a red eye unsleeping, deep and slowly breathing, slumberous but awake. And far on Kish Bank the anchored lightship twinkled, winked at Mr. Bloom. Life those chaps out there must have, stuck in the same spot. Irish lights board. Penance for their sins. Coastguards too. Rocket and breeches buoy and lifeboat. Day we went out for the pleasure cruise in the Erin's King, throwing them the sack of old papers. Bears in the zoo. Filthy trip. Drunkards out to shake up their livers. Puking overboard to feed the herrings. Nausea. And the women, fear of God in their faces. Millie, no sign of funk. Her blue scarf loose, laughing. Don't know what death is at that age. And then their stomachs clean. But being lost they fear. When we hid behind the tree at Crumlin. I didn't want to. Mama. Mama. Babes in the wood. Frightening them with masks too. Throwing them up in the air to catch them. I'll murder you. Is it only half fun? Or children playing battle? Whole earnest. How can people aim guns at each other? Sometimes they go off. Poor kids. Only troubles wildfire and nettle rash. Calomel purge I got her for that. After getting better asleep with Molly. Very same teeth she has. What do they love? Another themselves. But the morning she chased her with the umbrella. Perhaps so as not to hurt. I felt her pulse. Ticking. Little hand it was, now big. Dearest Papley. All that the hand says when you touch. Love to count my waistcoat buttons. Her first stays I remember. Made me laugh to see. Little paps to begin with. Left one is more sensitive, I think. Mine too. Nearer the heart. Patting themselves out if fat is in fashion. Her growing pains at night, calling, wakening me. Frightened she was when her nature came on her first. Poor child. Strange moment for the mother too. Brings back her girlhood. Gibraltar. Looking from Buena Vista. O'Hara's Tower. The seabirds screaming. Old Barbary ape that gobbled all his family. Sundown, gunfire for the men to cross the lines. Looking out over the sea she told me. Evening like this, but clear, no clouds. I always thought I'd marry a lord or a rich gentleman coming with a private yacht. Buenas noches, señorita. El hombre ama la muchacha hermosa. Why me? Because you were so foreign from the others. Better not stick here all night like a limpet. This weather makes you dull. Must be getting on for 9 by the light. Go home. Too late for Leah, Lily of Killarney. No. Might be still up. Call to the hospital to see. Hope she's over. Long day I've had. Martha, the bath, funeral, house of keys, museum with those goddesses, Dedalus song. Then that baller in Barney Kiernan's. Got my own back there. Drunken ranters, what I said about his God made him wince. Mistake to hit back. Or. No. Ought to go home and laugh at themselves. Always want to be swilling in company. Afraid to be alone like a child of 2. Suppose he hit me. Look at it other way round. Not so bad then. Perhaps not to hurt he meant. 3 cheers for Israel. 3 cheers for the sister-in-law he hawked about, 3 fangs in her mouth. Same style of beauty. Particularly nice old party for a cup of tea. The sister of the wife of the wild man of Borneo has just come to town. Imagine that in the early morning at close range. Everyone to his taste, as Morris said when he kissed the cow. But Dignam's put the boots on it. Houses of mourning so depressing because you never know. Anyhow, she wants the money. Must call to those Scottish widows as I promised. Strange name. Takes it for granted we're going to pop off first. That widow on Monday was it outside Kramer's that looked at me. Buried the poor husband but progressing favorably on the premium. Her widows might. Well. What do you expect her to do? Must wheedle her way along. Widower I hate to see. Looks so forlorn. Poor man O'Connor wife and 5 children poisoned by mussels here. The sewage. Hopeless. Some good matronly woman in a pork pie hat to mother him. Take him in tow, platter face and a large apron. Ladies' grey flannelette bloomers, 3 shillings a pair, astonishing bargain. Plain and loved, loved forever, they say. Ugly, no woman thinks she is. Love, lie and be handsome for tomorrow we die. See him sometimes walking about trying to find out who played the trick. Up. Fate that is. He, not me. Also a shop often noticed. Curse seems to dog it. Dreamt last night. Wait. Something confused. She had red slippers on. Turkish. Wore the breeches. Suppose she does. Would I like her in pajamas? Damned hard to answer. Nanetti's gone. Mailboat. Near Holyhead by now. Must nail that ad of Keyes's. Work Hines and Crawford. Petticoats for Molly. She has something to put in them. What's that? Might be money. Mr. Bloom stooped and turned over a piece of paper on the strand. He brought it near his eyes and peered. Letter? No. Can't read. Better go. Better. I'm tired to move. Page of an old copybook. All those holes and pebbles. Who could count them? Never know what you find. Bottle with story of a treasure in it, thrown from a wreck. Parcels post. Children always want to throw things in the sea. Trust. Bread cast on the waters. What's this? Bit of stick. Oh. Exhausted that female has me. Not so young now. Will she come here tomorrow? Wait for her somewhere forever. Must come back. Murderers do. Will I? Mr. Bloom with his stick gently vexed the thick sand at his foot. Write a message for her. Might remain. What? I. Some flatfoot tramp on it in the morning. Useless. Washed away. Tide comes here. Saw a pool near her foot. Bend, see my face there, dark mirror, breathe on it, stirs. All these rocks with lines and scars and letters. Oh, those transparent. Besides they don't know. What is the meaning of that other world? I called you naughty boy because I do not like. A.M. A. No room. Let it go. Mr. Bloom effaced the letters with his slow boot. Hopeless thing sand. Nothing grows in it. All fades. No fear of big vessels coming up here. Except Guinness's barges. Round the Kish in 80 days. Done half by design. He flung his wooden pen away. The stick fell in silted sand, stuck. Now if you were trying to do that for a week on end you couldn't. Chance. We'll never meet again. But it was lovely. Goodbye, dear. Thanks. Made me feel so young. Short snooze now if I had. Must be near 9. Liverpool boat long gone. Not even the smoke. And she can do the other. Did too. And Belfast. I won't go. Race there, race back to Ennis. Let him. Just close my eyes a moment. Won't sleep, though. Half dream. It never comes the same. Bad again. No harm in him. Just a few. Oh sweetie, all your little girl white up I saw dirty bracegirdle made me do love sticky we too naughty grace darling she him half past the bed met him pike hoses frillies for Raoul de perfume your wife black hair heave under emben senorita young eyes. Mulvey plump bubs me bread van winkle red slippers she rusty sleep wander years of dreams return tail end agendath swoony lovey showed me her next year in drawers return next in her next her next. A bat flew. Here. There. Here. Far in the grey a bell chimed. Mr. Bloom with open mouth, his left boot sanded sideways, leaned, breathed. Just for a few. Cuckoo. 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 The clock on the mantelpiece in the priest's house cooed where Canon O'Hanlon and Father Conroy and the Reverend John Hughes S.J. were taking tea and soda bread and butter and fried mutton chops with catsup and talking about. Cuckoo. 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 Because it was a little canary bird that came out of its little house to tell the time that Gertie McDowell noticed the time she was there because she was as quick as anything about a thing like that, was Gertie McDowell. And she noticed at once that that foreign gentleman that was sitting on the rocks looking was. Cuckoo. 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 14. Dishil hollis emis. Dishil hollis emis. Dishil hollis emis. Send us bright one, light one, horhorn, quickening and womb fruit. Send us bright one, light one, horhorn, quickening and womb fruit. Send us bright one, light one, horhorn, quickening and womb fruit. Hoopsa boy hoopsa. Hoopsa boy hoopsa. Hoopsa boy hoopsa. Universally that person's acumen is esteemed very little perceptive concerning whatsoever matters are being held as most profitably by mortals with sapience endowed to be studied who is ignorant of that which the most in doctrine erudite and certainly by reason of that in them high minds ornament deserving of veneration constantly maintain when by general consent they affirm that other circumstances being equal by no exterior splendor is the prosperity of a nation more efficaciously asserted than by the measure of how far forward may have progressed the tribute of its solicitude for that proliferant continuance which of evils the original if it be absent when fortunately present constitutes the certain sign of omnipolent nature's incorrupted benefaction. For who is there who anything of some significance has apprehended but is conscious that that exterior splendor may be the surface of a downward tending luculent reality or on the contrary anyone so is there unilluminated as not to perceive that as no nature's boon can contend against the bounty of increase so it behoves every most just citizen to become the exhortator and admonisher of his semblables and to tremble lest what had in the past been by the nation excellently commenced might be in the future not with similar excellence accomplished if an inverecund habit shall have gradually traduced the honorable by ancestors transmitted customs to that thither of profundity that one was audacious excessively who would have the hardihood to rise affirming that no more odious offense can for anyone be than to oblivious neglect to consign that evangel simultaneously command and promise which on all mortals with prophecy of abundance or with diminutions menace that exalted of reiteratedly procreating function ever irrevocably enjoined. It is not why therefore we shall wonder if, as the best historians relate, among the Celts, who nothing that was not in its nature admirable admired, the art of medicine shall have been highly honored. Not to speak of hostels, leper yards, sweating chambers, plague graves, their greatest doctors, the Ashiels, the Ohikis, the Olis. Have sedulously set down the divers methods by which the sick and the relapsed found again health, whether the malady had been the trembling withering or loose boyconal flux. Certainly in every public work which in it anything of gravity contains preparation should be with importance commensurate, and therefore a plan was by them adopted, whether by having preconsidered or as the maturation of experience it is difficult. In being said which the discrepant opinions of subsequent inquirers are not up to the present congruent to render manifest, whereby maternity was so far from all accident possibility removed that whatever care the patient in that all hardest of woman, hour chiefly required, and not solely for the copiously opulent but also for her who not being sufficiently moneyed scarcely and often not even scarcely could subsist valiantly, and for an inconsiderable emolument was provided. To her nothing already then and thenceforward was any way able to be molestful, for this chiefly felt all citizens except with proliferant mothers prosperity at all not to can be, and as they had received eternity God's mortals generation to befit them her beholding. When the case was so hoving itself, parturient in vehicle the reward carrying desire immense among all one another was impelling on of her to be received into that domicile. O thing of prudent nation, not merely in being seen but also even in being related, worthy of being praised, that they her by anticipation went seeing mother, that she by them suddenly to be about to be cherished had been begun she felt. Before born bliss babe had within womb one he worship. Whatever in that one case done commodiously done was. A couch by midwives attended with wholesome food reposeful. Cleanest swaddles as though forth-bringing were now done and by wise foresight set, but to this no less of what drugs there is need and surgical implements which are pertaining to her case, not omitting aspect of all very distracting spectacles in various latitudes by our terrestrial orb offered together with images divine and human, the cogitation of which by subjunct females is to tumescence conducive, or eases issue in the high sunbright well-built fair home of mothers when, ostensibly far gone and reproductive, it is come by her thereto to lie in her term up. Some man that wayfaring was stood by house door at night's oncoming. Of Israel's folk was that man that on earth wandering far had fared. Stark ruth of man his errand that him lone led till that house. Of that house a horn is lord. 70 beds keeps he there, teeming mothers are wont that they lie for to thole and bring forth bairns. Hail so God's angel to Mary quoth. Watchers tway their walk, white sisters in ward sleepless. Smarts they still, sickness soothing, in 12 moons thrice an hundred. Truest bedthanes they twain are, for horn holding wariest ward. In ward wary the watcher hearing come that man mild-hearted eft rising with swiery wimpled to him her gate wide undid. Lo, Levin leaping lightens in eye blink Ireland's westward welkin. Full she drad that God the wreaker all mankind would fordo with water for his evil sins. Christ's rood made she on breastbone and him drew that he would wrathen fair under her thatch. That man her will wadding worthful went in Horn's house. Loth to irk in Horn's hall hat holding the seeker stood. On her stow he ere was living with dear wife and lovesome daughter had then over land and sea floor 9 years had long outwandered. Once her in town hithe meeting he to her bow had not doffed. Her to forgive now he craved with good ground of her allowed that of him swift seen face, hers, so young then had looked. Light swift her eyes kindled, bloom of blushes his word winning. As her eyes then onget his weed swart therefore sorrow she feared. Glad after she was that ere a dread was. Her he asked if O'Hare doctor tidings sent from far coast, and she with grateful sigh him answered that O'Hare doctor in heaven was. Sad was the man that word to hear that him so heavied in bowels ruthful. All she there told him, ruing death for friend so young, algate sore unwilling God's rightwiseness to withsay. She said that he had a fair sweet death through God his goodness with mass priest to be shriven, holy housel and sick men's oil to his limbs. The man then right earnest asked the nun of which death the dead man was died, and the nun answered him and said that he was died in Mona Island through bellycrab 3 year agone come Childermas, and she prayed to God the Allwrathful to have his dear soul in his undeathliness. He heard her sad words, in held hat sad staring. So stood they there both a while in one hope sorrowing one with other. Therefore, every man, look to that last end that is thy death and the dust that grippeth on every man that is born of woman, for as he came naked forth from his mother's womb so naked shall he wend him at the last for to go as he came. The man that was come into the house then spoke to the nursing woman, and he asked her how it fared with the woman that lay there in childbed. The nursing woman answered him and said that that woman was in throes now full 3 days, and that it would be a hard birth unneth to bear, but that now in a little it would be. She said thereto that she had seen many births of women, but never was none so hard as was that woman's birth. Then she set it all forth to him, for because she knew the man that time was had lived nigh that house. The man hearkened to her words, for he felt with wonder women's woe in the travail that they have of motherhood, and he wondered to look on her face that was a fair face for any man to see, but yet was she left after long years a handmaid. 9:12 Blood flows chiding her childless. And whiles they spake the door of the castle was opened, and there nighed them a mickle noise as of many that sat there at meat. And there came against the place as they stood a young learning knight yclept Dixon. And the traveller Leopold was coth to him sit hen. It had happed that they had had ado each with other in the house of Misericord where this learning knight lay, by cause the traveller Leopold came there to be healed, for he was sore wounded in his breast by a spear wherewith a horrible and dreadful dragon was smitten him, for which he did do make a salve of volatile salt and chrism as much as he might suffice. And he said now that he should go into that castle for to make merry with them that were there. And the traveller Leopold said that he should go otherwhither, for he was a man of caudles and a subtle. Also the lady was of his avis, and reprieved the learning knight, though she trowed well that the traveller had said thing that was false for his subtility. But the learning knight would not hear say nay nor do her mandament any have him in aught contrarious to his list, and he said how it was a marvellous castle. And the traveller Leopold went into the castle for to rest him for a space, being sore of limb after many marches environing in divers lands and sometime venery. And in the castle was set a board that was of the birchwood of Finlandy, and it was upheld by 4 dwarf men of that country, but they durst not move more for enchantment. And on this board were frightful swords and knives that are made in a great cavern by swinking demons out of white flames, that they fix then in the horns of buffaloes and stags that there abound marvellously. And there were vessels that are wrought by magic of Mahound out of seas and the air by a warlock with his breath, that he blazes into them like to bubbles. And full fair cheer and rich was on the board, that no wight could devise a fuller any richer. And there was a vat of silver that was moved by craft to open, in the which lay strange fishes withouten heads, though misbelieving men nie that this be possible thing without they see it nathless they are so. And these fishes lie in an oily water brought there from Portugal land, because of the fatness that therein is like to the juices of the olive press. And also it was a marvel to see in that castle how by magic they make a compost out of fecund wheat kidneys out of Chaldee, that by aid of certain angry spirits that they do into it swells up wondrously like to a vast mountain. And they teach the serpents there to entwine themselves up on long sticks out of the ground, and of the scales of these serpents they brew out a brewage like to mead. And the learning knight let pour for child Leopold a draught, and helped thereto the while all they that were there drank every each. And child Leopold did up his beaver for to pleasure him, and took apertly somewhat in amity, for he never drank no manner of mead, which he then put by, and anon full privily he voided the more part in his neighbour glass, and his neighbour nist not of this while. And he sat down in that castle with them for to rest him there a while. Thanked be Almighty God. This meanwhile this good sister stood by the door and begged them at the reverence of Jesu our altar liege Lord to leave their wassailing, for there was above one quick with child, a gentle dame, whose time hied fast. Sir Leopold heard on the upfloor cry on high, and he wondered what cry that it was, whether of child or woman, and I marvel, said he, that it be not come or now. Meseems it dureth over long. And he was ware and saw a franklin that hight Lenehan on that side the table, that was older than any of the tother, and for that they both were knights virtuous in the one emprise, and eke by cause that he was elder he spoke to him full gently. But, said he, or it be long too, she will bring forth by God his bounty, and have joy of her childing, for she hath waited marvellous long. And the franklin that had drunken said, expecting each moment to be her next. Also he took the cup that stood tofore him, for him needed never none asking nor desiring of him to drink, and, now drink, said he, fully delectably. And he quaffed as far as he might to their both's health, for he was a passing good man of his lustiness. And Sir Leopold that was the goodliest guest that ever sat in Scholars' Hall, and that was the meekest man and the kindest that ever laid husbandly hand under hen, and that was the very truest knight of the world, one that ever did minion service to Lady Gentle, pledged him courtly in the cup. Woman's woe with wonder pondering. Now let us speak of that fellowship that was there to the intent to be drunken, and they might. There was a sort of scholars along either side the board, that is to wit, Dixon yclept Junior of St. Mary Merciables, with other his fellows Lynch and Madden, scholars of medicine, and the Franklin that hight Lenehan, and one from Alba Longa. One Crothers, and young Stephen that had mien of a frere that was at head of the board, and Costello that men clepen Punch Costello, all long of a mastery of him erewhile jest, and of all them, reserved young Stephen. He was the most drunken that demanded still of more mead, and beside the meek Sir Leopold. But on young Malachi they waited, for that he promised to have come, and such as intended to know goodness said how he had broke his avow. And Sir Leopold sat with them, for he bore fast friendship to Sir Simon and to this his son young Stephen, and for that his languor becalmed him there after longest wanderings, insomuch as they feasted him for that time in the honourablest manner. Ruth read him, love led on with will to wander, loath to leave. For they were right witty scholars. And he heard their erisounds each gen other as touching birth and righteousness. Young Madden maintaining that put such case it were hard the wife to die, for so it had fallen out a matter of some year agone with a woman of Eblana in Horn's house that now was trespassed out of this world, and the self night next before her death all leeches and apothecaries had taken counsel of her case. And they said farther she should live, because in the beginning, they said, the woman should bring forth in pain, and wherefore they that were of this imagination affirmed how young Madden had said truth, for he had conscience to let her die. And not few and of these was young Lynch were in doubt that the world was now right evil governed as it was never other, howbeit the mean people believed it otherwise, but the law nor his judges did provide no remedy. A redress God grant. This was scant said, but all cried with one acclaim, nay, by our Virgin Mother, the wife should live and the babe to die. In colour whereof they waxed hot upon that head, what with argument and what for their drinking, but the Franklin Lenehan was prompt each when to pour them ale, so that at the least way mirth might not lack. Then young Madden showed all the whole affair, and said how that she was dead, and how for holy religion's sake by rede of palmer and beadsman, and for a vow he had made to Saint Ultan of Arbracken her goodman husband would not let her death, whereby they were all wondrous grieved. To whom young Stephen had these words following, murmur, sirs, is eke oft among lay folk. Both babe and parent now glorify their Maker, the one in limbo gloom, the other in purge fire. But, gramercy, what of those God possibled souls that we nightly impossibilize, which is the sin against the Holy Ghost, very God, Lord and Giver of life? For, sirs, he said, our lust is brief. We are means to those small creatures within us, and nature has other ends than we. Then said Dixon Jr. to Punch Costello, wist he what ends. But he had overmuch drunken, and the best word he could have of him was that he would ever dishonest a woman whoso she were, or wife or maid or leman, if it so fortuned him to be delivered of his spleen of lustihead. Whereat Crothers of Alba Longa sang young Malachi's praise of that beast the unicorn, how once in the millennium he cometh by his horn, the other all this while, pricked forward with their jibes wherewith they did malice him. Witnessing all and several by Saint Footinus his engines, that he was able to do any manner of thing that lay in man to do. Thereat laughed they all right jocundly, only young Stephen and Sir Leopold, which never durst laugh too open by reason of a strange humour which he would not bewray, and also for that he rued for her that bare whoso she might be or wheresoever. Then spake young Stephen Orgulus of Mother Church that would cast him out of her bosom, of law of canons, of Lilith, patron of abortions, of bigness wrought by wind of seeds of brightness, or by potency of vampires mouth to mouth, or, as Virgilius saith, by the influence of the Occident, or by the reek of moonflower, or in she lie with a woman which her man has but lain with, affecta secuto, or peradventure in her bath, according to the opinions of Averroes and Moses Maimonides. He said also how at the end of the second month a human soul was infused, and how in all our Holy Mother full doth ever souls for God's greater glory, whereas that earthly mother which was but a dam to bear beastly should die by cannon, for so saith he that holdeth the fisherman's seal. Even that blessed Peter on which rock was Holy Church for all ages founded. All they bachelors then asked of Sir Leopold would he in like case so jeopard her person as risk life to save life. A wariness of mind he would answer as fitted all, and, laying hand to jaw, he said dissembling, as his wont was, that as it was informed him, who had ever loved the art of physic as might a layman. And agreeing also with his experience of so seldom seen an accident, it was good for that Mother Church belike at one blow had birth and death pence, and in such sort deliverly he scaped their questions. That is truth, party, said Dixon, and, or I err, a pregnant word. Which hearing young Stephen was a marvellous glad man, and he averred that he who stealeth from the poor lendeth to the Lord, for he was of a wild manner when he was drunken, and that he was now in that taking it appeared eftsoons. But Sir Leopold was passing grave maugre his word, by cause he still had pity of the terror-causing shrieking of shrill women in their labour, and as he was minded of his good Lady Marian that had borne him an only man-child, which on his 11th day on live had died, and no man of art could save, so dark is destiny. And she was wondrous stricken of heart for that evil hap, and for his burial did him on a fair corslet of lamb's wool, the flower of the flock. Lest he might perish utterly in lie laid, for it was then about the midst of the winter, and now Sir Leopold that had of his body no man-child for an heir looked upon him his friend's son, and was shut up in sorrow for his forepast happiness, and as sad as he was that him failed a son of such gentle courage, for all accounted him of real parts. So grieved he also in no less measure for young Stephen, for that he lived riotously with those wastrels and murdered his goods with whores. About that present time young Stephen filled all cups that stood empty, so as there remained but little mo if the prudenter had not shadowed their approach from him that still plied it very busily, who, praying for the intentions of the sovereign pontiff, he gave them for a pledge the vicar of Christ, which also as he said is vicar of Bray. Now drink we, quod he, of this mazer, and quaff ye this mead, which is not indeed parcel of my body but my soul's bodiment. Leave ye fraction of bread to them that live by bread alone. Be not afeared neither, for any want, for this will comfort more than the other will dismay. See ye here. And he showed them glistering coins of the tribute and goldsmith notes, the worth of £2 19 that he had, he said, for a song which he writ. They all admired to see the foresaid riches in such dearth of money as was here before. His words were then these as followeth: Know all men, he said, time's ruins build eternity's mansions. What means this? Desire's wind blasts the thorn tree, but after it becomes from a bramblebush to be a rose upon the root of time. Mark me now. In woman's womb word is made flesh, but in the spirit of the Maker all flesh that passes becomes the word that shall not pass away. This is the post-creation. Omnis caro ad te veniet. No question but her name is puissant who aventreed the dear course of our Agenbuyer, healer and herd, our mighty mother and mother most venerable, and Bernardus saith aptly that she hath an omnipotentium dieperi supplicem, that is to wit, an almightiness of petition, because she is the second Eve and she won us, saith Augustine too, whereas that other, our grandam, which we are linked up with by successive anastomosis of naval cords, sold us all, seed, breed and generation, for a penny pippin. But here is the matter now. Or she knew him, that second I say, and was but creature of her creature, Virgin Madre, figlia di tua figlio. Or she knew him not, and then stands she in the one denial or ignorancy with Peter Piscator, who lives in the house that Jack built, and with Joseph the joiner, patron of the happy demise of all unhappy marriages, parsec m. Leo taxel nous adit que elevate mais don set fishu position cietate lo sacer pigeon, ventre de Dieu. In tweeter transubstantiality oder consubstantiality, but in no case subsubstantiality. And all cried out upon it for a very scurvy word. A pregnancy without joy, he said, a birth without pangs, a body without blemish, a belly without bigness. Let the lewd with faith and fervor worship. With will we withstand, with say. Hereupon Punch Costello dinged with his fist upon the board and would sing a bawdy catch stabo stabella about a wench that was put in pot of a jolly swashbuckler in Almany, which he did straightways now attack. The first 3 months she was not well. Stabo. When here Nurse Quigley from the door angrily bid them hist ye should shame you, nor was it not meet, as she remembered them, being her mind was to have all orderly against Lord Andrew came for, because she was jealous that no gastful turmoil might shorten the honour of her guard. It was an ancient and a sad matron of a sedate look and Christian walking, in habit done beseeming her megrims and wrinkled visage. Nor did her hortative want of it effect, for incontinently Punch Costello was of them all embraided, and they reclaimed the churl with civil rudeness some, and shaked him with menace of blandishments others, whiles they all chode with him. A murrain seized the dolt, what a devil he would be at, thou chuff, thou puny, thou got in pea straw, thou lozle, thou chitterling, thou spawn of a rebel, thou dyke-dropped, thou abortion thou. To shut up his drunken drool out of that like a curse of God ape, the good Sir Leopold that had for his cognizance the flower of quiet, Marge reign gentle, advising also the time's occasion as most sacred and most worthy to be most sacred. In Horn's house rest should reign. To be short, this passage was scarce by when Master Dixon of Mary in Eccles, goodly grinning, asked young Stephen what was the reason why he had not sighed to take friar's vows, and he answered him obedience in the womb, chastity in the tomb, but involuntary poverty all his days. Master Lenehan at this made return that he had heard of those nefarious deeds, and how, as he heard hereof counted, he had besmirched the lily virtue of a confiding female, which was corruption of minors, and they all intershowed it too, waxing merry and toasting to his fathership. But he said very entirely it was clean contrary to their suppose, for he was the eternal Son and ever Virgin. Thereat mirth grew in them the more, and they rehearsed to him his curious rite of wedlock for the disrobing and deflowering of spouses, as the priests use in Madagascar Island, she to be in guise of white and saffron, her groom in white and grain, with burning of nard and tapers, on a bride bed, while clerks sung Kyries and the anthem ut noveter sexus omnis corporis mysterium till she was there unmated. He gave them then a much admirable hymen minim by those delicate poets Master John Fletcher and Master Francis Beaumont, that is in their Maid's Tragedy, that was writ for a like twining of lovers, to bed. To bed was the burden of it, to be played with accompanable consent upon the virginals. An exquisite dulcet epithalame of most maleficative swadency for juveniles amatory, whom the odoriferous flambeaux of the paranymphs have escorted to the quadrupedal proscenium of connubial communion. Well met they were, said Master Dixon, joyed, but, hark ye, young sir, better were they named Beaumont and Letcher, for, by my troth, of such a mingling much might come. Young Stephen said indeed to his best remembrance they had but the one doxy between them, and she of the stews to make shift within delights amorous, for life ran very high in those days, and the custom of the country approved with it. Greater love than this, he said, no man hath, that a man lay down his wife for his friend. Go thou and do likewise. Thus, or words to that effect, saith Zarathustra, sometime Regius Professor of French Letters to the University of Oxtail, nor breathed there ever that man to whom mankind was more beholden. Bring a stranger within thy tower, it will go hard, but thou wilt have the second best bed. Orate, frat res, pro memetipso. And all the people shall say, Amen. Remember, Aaron, thy generations and thy days of old, how thou settedst little by me and by my word, and broughtest in a stranger to my gates to commit fornication in my sight, and to wax fat and kick like Jeshurun. Therefore hast thou sinned against my light, and hast made me, thy lord, to be the slave of servants. Return, return, Clan Millie, forget me not, O Milesian. Why hast thou done this abomination before me, that thou didst spurn me for a merchant of jallops, and didst deny me to the Roman and to the Indian of dark speech, with whom thy daughters did lie luxuriously? Look forth now, my people, upon the land of behest, even from Horeb and from Nebo and from Pisgah and from the horns of Hattin unto a land flowing with milk and money. But thou hast suckled me with a bitter milk, my moon and my sun thou hast quenched for ever. And thou hast left me alone for ever in the dark ways of my bitterness, and with a kiss of ashes hast thou kissed my mouth. This tenebrosity of the interior, he proceeded to say, hath not been illumined by the wit of the Septuagint nor so much as mentioned for the Orient from on high which brake hell's gates visited a darkness that was foraneous. Assuefaction minorates atrocities, as Tully saith of his darling Stoics, and Hamlet his father showeth the prince no blister of combustion. The adiaphane in the noon of life is an Egypt's plague which in the nights of prenativity and postmortemity is their most proper ubi and quomodo. And as the ends and ultimates of all things accord in some mean and measure with their inceptions and originals. That same multiplicit concordance which leads forth growth from birth accomplishing by a retrogressive metamorphosis that minishing and ablation towards the final which is agreeable unto nature, so is it with our subsolar being. The aged sisters draw us into life, we wail, batten, sport, clip, clasp, sunder, dwindle, die, over us dead they bend. First, saved from waters of old Nile, among bulrushes, a bed of fasciated wattles, at last the cavity of a mountain, an occulted sepulchre amid the conclamation of the hill cat and the ossifrage. And as no man knows the ubicity of his tumulus nor to what processes we shall thereby be ushered nor whether to Tophet or to Edenville in the like way is all hidden when we would backward see from what region of remoteness the whatness of our who-ness hath fetched his whenceness. Thereto Punch Costello roared out mainly Etienne Chanson, but he loudly bid them, Lo, wisdom hath built herself a house, this vast majestic long-stablished vault, the crystal palace of the Creator, all in apple pie order. A penny for him who finds the pea. Behold the mansion reared by Dedal Jack. See the malt stored in many a refluent sack. In the proud cirque of Jack John's bivouac. A black crack of noise in the street here, alack, bawled back. Loud on left Thor thundered, in anger awful the hammer-hurler. Came now the storm that hissed his heart. And Master Lynch bade him have a care to flout and wit wanton as the god's self was angered for his helprate and paganry. And he that had erst challenged to be so doughty waxed wan as they might all mark and shrank together, and his pitch that was before so hot uplift was now of a sudden quite plucked down, and his heart shook within the cage of his breast as he tasted the rumor of that storm. Then did some mock and some jeer, and Punch Costello fell hard again to his Yale which Master Lenehan vowed he would do after, and he was indeed but a word and a blow on any the least colour. But the braggart boaster cried that an old nobodaddy was in his cups, it was much what indifferent, and he would not lag behind his lead. But this was only to dye his desperation, as cowed he crouched in Horn's Hall. He drank indeed at one draught to pluck up a heart of any grace, for it thundered long rumblingly over all the heavens, so that Master Madden, being godly certain whiles, knocked him on his ribs upon that crack of doom, and Master Bloom, at the braggart's side, spoke to him calming words to slumber his great fear, advertising how it was no other thing but a hubbub noise that he heard, the discharge of fluid from the thunderhead, look you, having taken place. And all of the order of a natural phenomenon. But was young Boasthard's fear vanquished by commerce words? No, for he had in his bosom a spike named bitterness which could not by words be done away. And was he then neither calm like the one nor godly like the other? He was neither as much as he would have liked to be either. But could he not have endeavoured to have found again as in his youth the bottle holiness that then he lived withal? Indeed no, for grace was not there to find that bottle. Heard he then in that clap the voice of the god bring forth, or, what Comer said, a hubbub of phenomenon? Heard? Why, he could not but hear unless he had plugged him up the tube understanding, which he had not done. For through that tube he saw that he was in the land of phenomenon, where he must for a certain one day die as he was like the rest to a passing show. And would he not accept to die like the rest and pass away? By no means would he, though he must, nor would he make more shows according as men do with wives, which phenomenon has commanded them to do by the book law. Then wot he not of that other land which is called Believe on Me? That is the land of promise which behoves to the King delightful, and shall be for ever, where there is no death and no birth, neither wiving nor mothering, at which all shall come as many as believe on it. Yes, Pius had told him of that land, and Chaste had pointed him to the way, but the reason was that in the way he fell in with a certain whore of an eye-pleasing exterior, whose name, she said, is bird in the hand, and she beguiled him wrongways from the true path by her flatteries, that she said to him as, Ho, you pretty man, turn aside hither and I will show you a brave place. And she lay at him so flatteringly that she had him in her grot which is named Two in the Bush or, by some learned, carnal concupiscence. This was at what all that company that sat there at commons in manse of mothers the most lusted after and if they met with this whore bird in the hand, which was within all foul plagues. Monsters and a wicked devil, they would strain the last but they would make at her and know her. For regarding believe on me they said it was not else but notion and they could conceive no thought of it for, first. Two in the bush whither she ticed them was the very goodliest grot and in it were 4 pillows on which were 4 tickets with these words printed on them, pick-a-back and topsy-turvy in shame-face and cheek by jowl and, second. For that foul plague all pox and the monsters they cared not for them for preservative had given them a stout shield of oxen gut and, third. That they might take no hurt neither from offspring that was that wicked devil by virtue of this same shield which was named Kill-Child. So were they all in their blind fancy, Mr. Cavil and Mr. Sometimes Godly, Mr. Ape Swillow, Mr. False Franklin, Mr. Dainty Dixon, Young Boast Hard and Mr. Cautious Calmer. Wherein, O wretched company, were ye all deceived for that was the voice of the God that was in a very grievous rage that he would presently lift his arm up and spill their souls for their abuses and their spillings done by them contrariwise to his word which forth to bring Brenningly biddeth. So Thursday 16th June Pack. Dignam laid in clay of an apoplexy and after hard drought, please God, rained, a bargeman coming in by water a 50 mile or thereabout with turf saying the seed won't sprout, fields athirst, very sad-colored and stunk mightily. The quags and tofts too. Hard to breathe and all the young quicks clean consumed without sprinkle this long while back as no man remembered to be without. The rosy buds all gone brown and spread out blobs and on the hills naught but dry flag and faggots that would catch at first fire. All the world saying, for aught they knew, the big wind of last February a year that did havoc the land so pitifully a small thing beside this barrenness. But by and by, as said, this evening after sundown, the wind sitting in the west, biggyish swollen clouds to be seen as the night increased and the weatherwise pouring up at them and some sheet lightnings at first and after, past 10 of the clock. One great stroke with a long thunder and in a brace of shakes all scamper pell-mell within door for the smoking shower, the men making shelter for their straws with a clout or kerchief. Womenfolk skipping off with kirtles catched up soon as the pour came. In Ely Place, Bagot Street, Duke's Lawn, thence through Marion Green up to Hollis Street a swash of water flowing that was before bone dry and not one chair or coach or fiacre seen about but no more crack after that first. Over against the Artie Hon. Mr. Justice Fitzgibbon's door, that is to sit with Mr. Healy the lawyer upon the college lands, Mal. Mulligan a gentleman's gentleman that had but come from Mr. Moore's the writer's, that was a papish but is now, folk say, a good Williamite, chanced against Alec. Bannon in a cut bob, which are now in with dance cloaks of Kendall Green, that was new got to town from Mullingar with the stage where his cuz and Mal M's brother will stay a month yet till St. Swithin and asks what in the earth he does there. He bound home and he to Andrew Horns being stayed for to crush a cup of wine, so he said, but would tell him of a skittish heifer, big of her age and beef to the heel, and all this while poured with rain and so both together on to Horns. There leap. Bloom of Crawford's Journal sitting snug with a covey of wags, likely brangling fellows, Dixon June, scholar of My Lady of Mercies, Vin. Lynch, a Scots fellow, Will. Madden, T. Lenehan, very sad about a racer he fancied and Stephen D. Leap. Bloom there for a languor he had but was now better, he having dreamed tonight a strange fancy of his dame Mrs. Moll with red slippers on in a pair of turkey trunks which is thought by those in Ken to be for a change and Mistress Purefoy there. That got in through pleading her belly, and now on the stools, poor body, 2 days past her term, the midwives sore put to it and can't deliver. She queasy for a bowl of rice slop that is a shrewd dryer up of the insides and her breath very heavy more than good and should be a bully boy from the knocks, they say, but God give her soon issue. 'Tis her 9th chick to live, I hear, and Lady Day bit off her last chick's nails that was then a 12-month and with other 3 all breastfed that died written out in a fair hand in the King's Bible. Her hub 50-odd and a Methodist but takes the sacrament and is to be seen any fair Sabbath with a pair of his boys off Bullock Harbour dapping on the sound with a heavy braked reel or in a punt he has trailing for flounder and pollock and catches a fine bag. I hear. In some an infinite great fall of rain and all refreshed and will much increase the harvest yet those in Ken say after wind and water fire shall come for a prognostication of Malachi's almanac, and I hear that Mr. Russell has done a prophetical charm. Of the same gist out of the Hindustanish for his Farmer's Gazette, to have 3 things in all but this a mere fetch without bottom of reason for old crones and bairns yet sometimes they are found in the right guess with their queerities no telling. How? With this came up Lenehan to the feet of the table to say how the letter was in that night's Gazette and he made a show to find it about him, for he swore with an oath that he had been at pains about it, but on Stephen's persuasion he gave over the search and was bidden to sit near by which he did mighty brisk. He was a kind of sport gentleman that went for a merry andrew or honest pickle and what belonged of women, horseflesh or hot scandal he had it pat. To tell the truth he was mean in fortunes and for the most part hankered about the coffee-houses and low taverns with crimps, ostlers, bookies, Paul's men, runners, flat-caps, waistcoat-coatiers, ladies of the bagnio and other rogues of the game or with a chanceable catchpole or a tipstaff often at nights till broad day of whom he picked up between his sackpossets much loose gossip. He took his ordinary at a boiling cooks and if he had but gotten into him a mess of broken victuals or a platter of tripes with a bare tester in his purse he could always bring himself off with his tongue. Some randy quip he had from a punk or whatnot that every mother's son of them would burst their sides. The other, Costello that is, hearing this talk asked was it poetry or a tale. Faith, no, he says, Frank, that was his name, 'tis all about Kerry cows that are to be butchered along of the plague. But they can go hang, says he with a wink, for me with their bully beef, a pox on it. There's as good fish in this tin as ever came out of it and very friendly he offered to take of some salty sprats that stood by which he had eyed wishly in the meantime and found the place which was indeed the chief design of his embassy as he was sharp set. Mort aux vaches, says Frank then in the French language that had been indentured to a brandy shipper that has a wine lodge in Bordeaux and he spoke French like a gentleman too. From a child this Frank had been a donot that his father, a Headborough, who could ill keep him to school to learn his letters and the use of the globes. Matriculated at the university to study the mechanics but he took the bit between his teeth like a raw colt and was more familiar with the justiciary and the parish beadle than with his volumes. One time he would be a play actor, then a sutler or a welsher, then naught would keep him from the bear pit and the cocking main, then he was for the ocean sea or to hoof it on the roads with the Romany folk. Kidnapping a squire's heir by favour of moonlight or fecking maid's linen or choking chicken behind a hedge. He had been off as many times as a cat has lives and back again with naked pockets as many more to his father the Headborough who shed a pint of tears as often as he saw him. What, says Mr. Leopold with his hands across, that was earnest to know the drift of it, will they slaughter all? I protest I saw them but this day morning going to the Liverpool boats, says he. I can scarce believe 'tis so bad, says he. And he had experience of the like brood beasts and of springers, greasy hog-gets and weather wool, having been some years before actuary for Mr. Joseph Cuff. A worthy salesmaster at drove his trade for livestock and meadow auctions hard by Mr. Gavin Lowe's yard in Prussia Street. I question with you there, says he. More like 'tis the whose or the timber tongue. Mr. Stephen, a little moved but very handsomely told him no such matter and that he had dispatches from the Emperor's chief tail-tickler thanking him for the hospitality, that was sending over Dr. Rinderpest, the best quoted cowcatcher in all Muscovy, with a bolus or 2 of physic to take the bull by the horns. Come, come, says Mr. Vincent, plain dealing. He'll find himself on the horns of a dilemma if he meddles with a bull that's Irish, says he. Irish by name and Irish by nature, says Mr. Stephen, and he sent the ale purling about, an Irish bull in an English china shop. I conceive you, says Mr. Dixon. It is that same bull that was sent to our island by Farmer Nicholas, the bravest cattle breeder of them all, with an emerald ring in his nose. True for you, says Mr. Vincent crossed the table, and a bull's-eye into the bargain, says he, and a plumper and a portlier bull, says he, never shit on shamrock. He had horns galore, a coat of cloth of gold and a sweet smoky breath coming out of his nostrils so that the women of our island, leaving doughballs and rolling pins, followed after him hanging his bulliness in daisy chains. What for that, says Mr. Dixon, but before he came over Farmer Nicholas that was a eunuch had him properly gelded by a college of doctors who were no better off than himself. So be off now, says he, and do all my cousin German the Lord Harry tells you and take a farmer's blessing, and with that he slapped his posteriors very soundly. But the slap and the blessing stood him friend, says Mr. Vincent, for to make up he taught him a trick worth two of the other so that maid, wife, abbess and widow to this day affirm that they would rather any time of the month whisper in his ear in the dark of a cowhouse or get a lick on the nape from his long holy tongue than lie with the finest strapping young ravisher in the 4 fields of all Ireland. Another then put in his word, and they dressed him, says he, in a point shift and petticoat with a tippet and girdle and ruffles on his wrists and clipped his forelock and rubbed him all over with spermaceti oil and built stables for him at every turn of the road with a gold manger in each full of the best hay in the market so that he could doss and dung to his heart's content. By this time the father of the faithful, for so they called him, was grown so heavy that he could scarce walk to pasture. To remedy which our cousining dames and damsels brought him his fodder in their apron laps and as soon as his belly was full he would rear up on his hind quarters to show their ladyships a mystery and roar and bellow out of him in bull's language and they all after him. Aye, says another. And so pampered was he that he would suffer not to grow in all the land but green grass for himself, for that was the only colour to his mind, and there was a board put up on a hillock in the middle of the island with a printed notice, saying, by the Lord Harry, green is the grass that grows on the ground. And, says Mr. Dixon, if ever he got scent of a cattle raider in Roscommon or the wilds of Connemara or a husbandman in Sligo that was sowing as much as a handful of mustard or a bag of rapeseed out he'd run amuck over half the countryside rooting up with his horns whatever was planted and all by Lord Harry's orders. There was bad blood between them at first, says Mr. Vincent, and the Lord Harry called Farmer Nicholas all the old nicks in the world and an old whoremaster that kept 7 trolls in his house and I'll meddle in his matters, says he. I'll make that animal smell hell, says he, with the help of that good pizzle my father left me. But one evening, says Mr. Dixon, when the Lord Harry was cleaning his royal pelt to go to dinner after winning a boat race, he had spade oars for himself but the first rule of the course was that the others were to row with pitchforks. He discovered in himself a wonderful likeness to a bull and on picking up a black-thumbed chapbook that he kept in the pantry he found sure enough that he was a left-hand descendant of the famous champion bull of the Romans. Bos bovum, which is good bog Latin for boss of the show. After that, says Mr. Vincent, the Lord Harry put his head into a cow's drinking trough in the presence of all his courtiers and pulling it out again told them all his new name. Then, with the water running off him, he got into an old smock and skirt that had belonged to his grandmother and bought a grammar of the bull's language to study but he could never learn a word of it except the first personal pronoun which he copied out big and got off by heart and if ever he went out for a walk he filled his pockets with chalk to write it upon what took his fancy. The side of a rock or a tea-house table or a bale of cotton or a cork float. In short, he and the bull of Ireland were soon as fast friends as an arse and a shirt. They were, says Mr. Stephen, and the end was that the men of the island seeing no help was toward, as the unrate women were all of one mind, made a wary raft, loaded themselves and their bundles of chattels on shipboard, set all masts erect, manned the yards, sprang their luff, heaved to, spread 3 sheets in the wind, put her head between wind and water, weighed anchor, ported her helm, ran up the Jolly Roger, gave 3 times 3, let the Boolgine run, pushed off in their bumboat and put to sea to recover the main of America. Which was the occasion, says Mr. Vincent, of the composing by a boatswain of that rollicking shanty. Pope Peter's but a piss-a-bed. A man's a man for that. Our worthy acquaintance Mr. Malachi Mulligan now appeared in the doorway as the students were finishing their apologue accompanied with a friend whom he had just rencountered, a young gentleman, his name Alec Bannon, who had late come to town. it being his intention to buy a colour or a cornetcy in the fencibles and list for the wars. Mr. Mulligan was civil enough to express some relish of it all the more as it jumped with a project of his own for the cure of the very evil that had been touched on. Whereat he handed round to the company a set of pasteboard cards which he had printed that day at Mr. Quinnell's bearing a legend printed in fair italics, Mr. Malachi Mulligan. Fertilizer and Incubator. Lambay Island. His project, as he went on to expound, was to withdraw from the round of idle pleasures such as form the chief business of Sir Fopling Popinjay and Sir Milksop Quidnunc in town and to devote himself to the noblest task for which our bodily organism has been framed. Well, let us hear of it, good my friend, said Mr. Dixon. I make no doubt it smacks of wenching. Come, be seated, both. 'Tis as cheap sitting as standing. Mr. Mulligan accepted of the invitation and, expatiating upon his design, told his hearers that he had been led into this thought by a consideration of the causes of sterility, both the inhibitory and the prohibitory. Whether the inhibition in its turn were due to conjugal vexations or to a parsimony of the balance as well as whether the prohibition proceeded from defects congenital or from proclivities acquired. It grieved him plaguily, he said, to see the nuptial couch defrauded of its dearest pledges, and to reflect upon so many agreeable females with rich jointures, a prey to the vilest bonzes, who hide their flambeau under a bushel in an uncongenial cloister or lose their womanly bloom in the embraces of some unaccountable muskin when they might multiply the inlets of happiness, sacrificing the inestimable jewel of their sex when 100 pretty fellows were at hand to caress. This, he assured them, made his heart weep. To curb this inconvenient, which he concluded due to a suppression of latent heat, having advised with certain counsellors of worth and inspected into this matter, he had resolved to purchase in fee simple for ever the freehold of Lambay Island from its holder, Lord Talbot de Malahide, a Tory gentleman of note much in favour with our ascendancy party. He proposed to set up there a national fertilizing farm to be named Omphalos with an obelisk hewn and erected after the fashion of Egypt and to offer his dutiful yeoman services for the fecundation of any female of what grade of life soever who should there direct to him with the desire of fulfilling the functions of her natural. Money was no object, he said, nor would he take a penny for his pains. The poorest kitchen wench no less than the opulent lady of fashion, if so be their constructions and their tempers were warm persuaders for their petitions, would find in him their man. For his nutriment he shewed how he would feed himself exclusively upon a diet of savoury tubercles and fish and connies there, the flesh of these latter prolific rodents being highly recommended for his purpose, both broiled and stewed with a blade of mace and a pod or two of capsicum chilies. After this homily which he delivered with much warmth of asseveration, Mr. Mulligan in a trice put off from his hat a kerchief with which he had shielded it. They both, it seems, had been overtaken by the rain and for all their mending their pace had taken water, as might be observed by Mr. Mulligan's smallclothes of a hodden grey which was now somewhat piebald. His project meanwhile was very favourably entertained by his auditors and won hearty eulogies from all, though Mr. Dixon of Mary's accepted to it, asking with a finicking air did he purpose also to carry coals to Newcastle. Mr. Mulligan however made court to the scholarly by an apt quotation from the classics which, as it dwelt upon his memory, seemed to him a sound and tasteful support of his contention, Talus ac tanta deprivatio hujus seculi, o Corites. Ut matris familiarum nostrae lascivas cugislabet semiviri libici titillations testibus ponderosis at excelsis erectionibus centurionum Romanorum magnapere anteponent. While for those of ruder wit he drove home his point by analogies of the animal kingdom more suitable to their stomach, the buck and doe of the forest glade, the farmyard drake and duck. Valuing himself not a little upon his elegance, being indeed a proper man of person, this talkative now applied himself to his dress with animadversions of some heat upon the sudden whimsy of the atmospherics while the company lavished their encomiums upon the project he had advanced. The young gentleman, his friend, overjoyed as he was at a passage that had late befallen him, could not forbear to tell it his nearest neighbour. Mr. Mulligan, now perceiving the table, asked for whom were those loaves and fishes and, seeing the stranger, he made him a civil bow and said, "Pray, sir, was you in need of any professional assistance we could give?" Who, upon his offer, thanked him very heartily, though preserving his proper distance, and replied that he was come there about a lady, now an inmate of Horn's house, that was in an interesting condition, poor body. From woman's woe, and here he fetched a deep sigh, to know if her happiness had yet taken place. Mr. Dixon, to turn the table, took on to ask of Mr. Mulligan himself whether his incipient ventripotence, upon which he rallied him, betokened an ovoblastic gestation in the prostatic utricle or male womb or was due, as with the noted physician, Mr. Austin Meldon, to a wolf in the stomach. For answer Mr. Mulligan, in a gale of laughter at his smalls, smote himself bravely below the diaphragm, exclaiming with an admirable droll mimic of Mother Grogan, the most excellent creature of her sex, though 'tis pity she's a trollop, there's a belly that never bore a bastard. This was so happy a conceit that it renewed the storm of mirth and threw the whole room into the most violent agitations of delight. The spry rattle had run on in the same vein of mimicry but for some larum in the antechamber. Here the listener, who was none other than the Scotch student, a little fume of a fellow, blond as tow, congratulated in the liveliest fashion with the young gentleman and, interrupting the narrative at a salient point, having desired his vis-a-vis with a polite beck to have the obligingness to pass him a flagon of cordial waters at the same time by a questioning poise of the head, a whole century of polite breeding had not achieved so nice a gesture, to which was united an equivalent but contrary balance of the bottle, asked the narrator as plainly as was ever done in words if he might treat him with a cup of it. Mais bien sir, noble stranger, said he cheerily, et mille compliments. That you may, and very opportunely. There wanted nothing but this cup to crown my felicity. But, gracious heaven, was I left with but a crust in my wallet and a cupful of water from the well, my God! I would accept of them and find it in my heart to kneel down upon the ground and give thanks to the powers above for the happiness vouchsafed me by the giver of good things. With these words he approached the goblet to his lips, took a complacent draught of the cordial, slicked his hair and, opening his bosom, out popped a locket that hung from a silk riband. That very picture which he had cherished ever since her hand had wrote therein. Gazing upon those features with a world of tenderness, ah, monsieur, he said. Had you but beheld her as I did with these eyes at that affecting instant with her dainty tucker and her new coquette cap, a gift for her feast day as she told me prettily, in such an artless disorder, of so melting a tenderness, 'pon my conscience. Even you, monsieur, have been impelled by generous nature to deliver yourself wholly into the hands of such an enemy or to quit the field for ever. I declare, I was never so touched in all my life. God, I thank thee, as the author of my days. Thrice happy will he be whom so amiable a creature will bless with her favors. A sigh of affection gave eloquence to these words and, having replaced the locket in his bosom, he wiped his eye and sighed again. Beneficent disseminator of blessings to all thy creatures, how great and universal must be that sweetest of thy tyrannies which can hold in thrall the free and the bond, the simple swain and the polished coxcomb. The lover in the heyday of reckless passion and the husband of maturer years. But indeed, sir, I wander from the point. How mingled and imperfect are all our sublunary joys. Maledicity! He exclaimed in anguish. Would to God that foresight had but remembered me to take my cloak along. I could weep to think of it. Then, though it had poured 7 showers, we were neither of us a penny the worse. But beshrew me, he cried, clapping hand to his forehead, tomorrow will be a new day and, thousand thunders, I know of a marchand de capotes, Monsieur Points, from whom I can have for a lever as snug a cloak of the French fashion as ever kept a lady from wedding. Tut, tut! Cries le fecundateur, tripping in, my friend Monsieur Moore, that most accomplished traveller, I have just cracked a half bottle avec Louis in a circle of the best wits of the town, is my authority that in Cape Horn, ventre bitch. They have a rain that will wet through any, even the stoutest cloak. A drenching of that violence, he tells me, sans blague, has sent more than one luckless fellow in good earnest post-haste to another world. Pooh! A lever! Cries Monsieur Lynch. The clumsy things are dear at a sou. One umbrella, were it no bigger than a fairy mushroom, is worth 10 such stopgaps. No woman of any wit would wear one. My dear Kitty told me today that she would dance in a deluge before ever she would starve in such an ark of salvation for. As she reminded me, blushing piquantly and whispering in my ear though there was none to snap her words but giddy butterflies, Dame Nature, by the divine blessing, has implanted it in our hearts and it has become a household word that Ilya do choses for which the innocence of our original garb, in other circumstances a breach of the proprieties, is the fittest, nay, the only garment. The first, said she, and here my pretty philosopher, as I handed her to her tilbury, to fix my attention, gently tipped with her tongue the outer chamber of my ear, the first is a bath. But at this point a bell tinkling in the hall cut short a discourse which promised so bravely for the enrichment of our store of knowledge. Amid the general vacant hilarity of the assembly a bell rang and, while all were conjecturing what might be the cause, Miss Callan entered and, having spoken a few words in a low tone to young Mr. Dixon, retired with a profound bow to the company. The presence even for a moment among a party of debauches of a woman endued with every quality of modesty and not less severe than beautiful refrained the humorous sallies even of the most licentious, but her departure was the signal for an outbreak of ribaldry. "Strike me silly," said Costello, a low fellow who was fuddled. "A monstrous fine bit of cow flesh. I'll be sworn she has rendezvoused you." "What, you dog? Have you a way with them?" "Gad's bud, immensely so," said Mr. Lynch. "The bedside manner it is that they use in the Mater Hospice. Dem, does not Dr. O'Gargle chuck the nuns there under the chin? As I look to be saved I had it from my Kitty who has been ward maid there any time these 7 months. "Lawksamercy, doctor," cried the young blood in the primrose vest, feigning a womanish simper and with immodest squirmings of his body, "how you do tease a body. Drat the man. Bless me, I'm all of a wibbly-wobbly. Why, you're as bad as dear little Father Catechism, that you are." "May this pot of 4 half choke me," cried Costello, "if she ain't in the family way. I knows a lady what's got a white swelling quick as I claps eyes on her." The young surgeon, however, rose and begged the company to excuse his retreat as the nurse had just then informed him that he was needed in the ward. Merciful Providence had been pleased to put a period to the sufferings of the lady who was enceinte which she had borne with a laudable fortitude and she had given birth to a bouncing boy. "I want patience," said he, "with those who, without wit to enliven or learning to instruct, revile an ennobling profession which, saving the reverence due to the deity, is the greatest power for happiness upon the earth. I am positive when I say that if need were I could produce a cloud of witnesses to the excellence of her noble exercitations which, so far from being a byword, should be a glorious incentive in the human breast. I cannot away with them." "What? Malign such an one, the amiable Miss Callan, who is the lustre of her own sex and the astonishment of ours. And at an instant the most momentous that can befall a puny child of clay. Perish the thought. I shudder to think of the future of a race where the seeds of such malice have been sown and where no right reverence is rendered to mother and maid in house of horn." Having delivered himself of this rebuke he saluted those present on the by and repaired to the door. A murmur of approval arose from all and some were for ejecting the low soaker without more ado. A design which would have been effected nor would he have received more than his bare deserts had he not abridged his transgression by affirming with a horrid imprecation, for he swore a round hand, that he was as good a son of the true fold as ever drew breath. "Stap my vitals," said he. "Them was always the sentiments of honest Frank Costello which I was bred up most particular to honour thy father and thy mother that had the best hand to a rollipoli or a hasty pudding as you ever see what I always looks back on with a loving heart." To revert to Mr. Bloom who, after his first entry, had been conscious of some impudent mocks which he however had borne with as being the fruits of that age upon which it is commonly charged that it knows not pity. The young sparks, it is true, were as full of extravagancies as overgrown children, the words of their tumultuary discussions were difficultly understood and not often nice, their testiness and outrageous mots were such that his intellects resiled from, nor were they scrupulously sensible of the proprieties though their fund of strong animal spirits spoke in their behalf. But the word of Mr. Costello was an unwelcome language for him for he nauseated the wretch that seemed to him a crop-eared creature of a misshapen gibbosity, born out of wedlock and thrust like a crook-back-toothed and feet first into the world. Which the dint of the surgeon's pliers in his skull lent indeed a colour to, so as to put him in thought of that missing link of creation's chain desiderate by the late ingenious Mr. Darwin. It was now for more than the middle span of our allotted years that he had passed through the thousand vicissitudes of existence and, being of a wary ascendancy in self a man of rare forecast, he had enjoined his heart to repress all motions of a rising choler and, by intercepting them with the readiest precaution, foster within his breast that plenitude of sufferance which base minds jeer at. Rash judgers scorn and all find tolerable and but tolerable. To those who create themselves wits at the cost of feminine delicacy, a habit of mind which he never did hold with, to them he would concede neither to bear the name nor to hurt the tradition of a proper breeding, while for such that, having lost all forbearance, can lose no more, there remain the sharp antidote of experience to cause their insolency to beat a precipitate and inglorious retreat. Not but what he could feel with meddlesome youth which, caring not for the mows of dotards or the gruntlings of the severe, is ever, as the chaste fancy of the holy writer expresses it, for eating of the tree forbid it yet not so far forth as to pretermit humanity upon any condition soever towards a gentlewoman when she was about her lawful occasions. To conclude, while from the sister's words he had reckoned upon a speedy delivery he was, however, it must be owned, not a little alleviated by the intelligence that the issue so auspicated after an ordeal of such duress now testified once more to the mercy as well as to the bounty of the Supreme Being. Accordingly he broke his mind to his neighbour, saying that, to express his notion of the thing, his opinion, who ought not perchance to express one, was that one must have a cold constitution and a frigid genius not to be rejoiced by this freshest news of the fruition of her confinement since she had been in such pain through no fault of hers. The dressy young blade said it was her husband's that put her in that expectation, or at least it ought to be unless she were another Ephesian matron. I must acquaint you, said Mr. Crothers, clapping on the table so as to evoke a resonant comment of emphasis, old Glory Allelujarum was round again today, an elderly man with Dundrearies, preferring through his nose a request to have word of Wilhelmina, my life, as he calls her. I bade him hold himself in readiness for that the event would burst anon. Slife, I'll be round with you. I cannot but extol the virile potency of the old bucko that could still knock another child out of her. All fell to praising of it, each after his own fashion, though the same young blade held with his former view that another than her conjugal had been the man in the gap, a clerk in orders, a link boy, virtuous, or an itinerant vendor of articles needed in every household. Singular, communed the guest with himself, the wonderfully unequal faculty of metempsychosis possessed by them, that the puerperal dormitory and the dissecting theatre should be the seminaries of such frivolity, that the mere acquisition of academic titles should suffice to transform in a pinch of time these votaries of levity into exemplary practitioners of an art which most men anywise eminent have esteemed the noblest. But, he further added, it is mayhap to relieve the pent-up feelings that in common oppress them, for I have more than once observed that birds of a feather laugh together. But with what fitness, let it be asked of the noble lord, his patron, has this alien, whom the concession of a gracious prince has admitted to civic rights, constituted himself the lord paramount of our internal polity? Where is now that gratitude which loyalty should have counselled? During the recent war, whenever the enemy had a temporary advantage with his granados, did this traitor to his kind not seize that moment to discharge his piece against the empire of which he is a tenant at will, while he trembled for the security of his 4%? Has he forgotten this as he forgets all benefits received? Or is it that from being a deluder of others he has become at last his own dupe, as he is, if report belie him not, his own and his only enjoyer? Far be it from candour to violate the bedchamber of a respectable lady, the daughter of a gallant major, or to cast the most distant reflections upon her virtue, but if he challenges attention there, as it was indeed highly his interest not to have done, then be it so. Unhappy woman, she has been too long and too persistently denied her legitimate prerogative to listen to his objurgations with any other feeling than the derision of the desperate. He says this, a censor of morals, a very pelican in his piety, who did not scruple, oblivious of the ties of nature, to attempt illicit intercourse with a female domestic drawn from the lowest strata of society. Nay, had the hussy's scouring brush not been her tutelary angel, it had gone with her as hard as with Hagar, the Egyptian. In the question of the grazing lands his peevish asperity is notorious, and in Mr. Cuff's hearing brought upon him from an indignant rancher a scathing retort couched in terms as straightforward as they were bucolic. It ill becomes him to preach that gospel. Has he not nearer home a seed field that lies fallow for the want of the ploughshare? A habit reprehensible at puberty is second nature and an opprobrium in middle life. If he must dispense his balm of Gilead in nostrums and apothegms of dubious taste to restore to health a generation of unfledged profligates, let his practice consist better with the doctrines that now engross him. His marital breast is the repository of secrets which decorum is reluctant to adduce. The lewd suggestions of some faded beauty may console him for a consort neglected and debauched, but this new exponent of morals and healer of ills is at his best an exotic tree which, when rooted in its native orient, throve and flourished and was abundant in balm, but, transplanted to a clime more temperate, its roots have lost their quondam vigor while the stuff that comes away from it is stagnant, acid and inoperative. The news was imparted with a circumspection recalling the ceremonial usage of the sublime port by the second female infirmarian to the junior medical officer in residence, who in his turn announced to the delegation that an heir had been born. When he had betaken himself to the women's apartment to assist at the prescribed ceremony of the afterbirth in the presence of the Secretary of State for Domestic Affairs and the members of the Privy Council, silent in unanimous exhaustion and approbation the delegates, chafing under the length and solemnity of their vigil and hoping that the joyful occurrence would palliate a license which the simultaneous absence of Abigail and obstetrician rendered the easier, broke out at once into a strife of tongues. In vain the voice of Mr. Canvasser Bloom was heard endeavoring to urge, to mollify, to refrain. The moment was too propitious for the display of that discursiveness which seemed the only bond of union among tempers so divergent. Every phase of the situation was successively eviscerated, the prenatal repugnance of uterine brothers, the Caesarean section, posthumity with respect to the father and, that rarer form, with respect to the mother. The fratricidal case known as the child's murder and rendered memorable by the impassioned plea of Mr. Advocate Bush which secured the acquittal of the wrongfully accused, the rights of primogeniture and king's bounty touching twins and triplets. Miscarriages and infanticides, simulated or dissimulated, the acardiac fetus in foetu and aprosopia due to a congestion. The agnathia of certain chinless Chinamen, cited by Mr. Candidate Mulligan, in consequence of defective reunion of the maxillary knobs along the medial line so that, as he said, one ear could hear what the other spoke. The benefits of anesthesia or twilight sleep, the prolongation of labor pains in advanced gravidancy by reason of pressure on the vein. The premature relentment of the amniotic fluid, as exemplified in the actual case, with consequent peril of sepsis to the matrix, artificial insemination by means of syringes, involution of the womb consequent upon the menopause. The problem of the perpetration of the species in the case of females impregnated by delinquent rape, that distressing manner of delivery called by the Brandenburger Sturzberg, the recorded instances of multiseminal, twikindled and monstrous births conceived during the catamenic period or of consanguineous parents, in a word all the cases of human nativity which Aristotle has classified in his masterpiece with chromolithographic illustrations. The gravest problems of obstetrics and forensic medicine were examined with as much animation as the most popular beliefs on the state of pregnancy, such as the forbidding to a gravid woman to step over a contrastile lest, by her movement, the navel cord should strangle her creature, and the injunction upon her in the event of a yearning, ardently and ineffectually entertained, to place her hand against that part of her person which long usage has consecrated as the seat of castigation. The abnormalities of harelip, breast mole, supernumerary digits, negro's inkle, strawberry mark and portwine stain were alleged by one as a prima facie and natural hypothetical explanation of those swine-headed. The case of Madame Grisel Stevens was not forgotten, or dog-haired infants occasionally born. The hypothesis of a plasmic memory, advanced by the Caledonian envoy and worthy of the metaphysical traditions of the land he stood for, envisaged in such cases an arrest of embryonic development at some stage antecedent to the human. An outlandish delegate sustained against both these views, with such heat as almost carried conviction, the theory of copulation between women and the males of brutes. His authority being his own avouchment in support of fables such as that of the Minotaur which the genius of the elegant Latin poet has handed down to us in the pages of his Metamorphoses. The impression made by his words was immediate but short-lived. It was effaced as easily as it had been evoked by an allocution from Mr. Candidate Mulligan in that vein of pleasantry which none better than he knew how to affect, postulating as the supremest object of desire a nice clean old man. Contemporaneously, a heated argument having arisen between Mr. Delegate Madden and Mr. Candidate Lynch regarding the juridical and theological dilemma created in the event of one Siamese twin predeceasing the other. The difficulty by mutual consent was referred to Mr. Canvasser Bloom for instant submittal to Mr. Coadjutor Deacon Dedalus. Hitherto silent, whether the better to show by preternatural gravity that curious dignity of the garb with which he was invested or in obedience to an inward voice, he delivered briefly and, as some thought, perfunctorily the ecclesiastical ordinance forbidding man to put asunder what God has joined. But Malachia's tale began to freeze them with horror. He conjured up the scene before them. The secret panel beside the chimney slid back and in the recess appeared Haynes. Which of us did not feel his flesh creep? He had a portfolio full of Celtic literature in one hand, in the other a phial marked poison. Surprise, horror, loathing were depicted on all faces while he eyed them with a ghostly grin. I anticipated some such reception, he began with an eldritch laugh, for which, it seems, history is to blame. Yes, it is true. I am the murderer of Samuel Childs. And how I am punished. The inferno has no terrors for me. This is the appearance is on me. Terran ages, what way would I be resting at all, he muttered thickly, and I tramping Dublin this while back with my share of songs and himself after me the like of a Solf or a Bulwerus. My hell, and Ireland's, is in this life. It is what I tried to obliterate my crime. Distractions, rook shooting, the Erse language. He recited some, laudanum, he raised the phial to his lips, camping out. In vain. His spectre stalks me. Dope is my only hope. Ah! Destruction. The Black Panther. With a cry he suddenly vanished and the panel slid back. An instant later his head appeared in the door opposite and said, "Meet me at Westland Row Station at 11:10. He was gone. Tears gushed from the eyes of the dissipated host. The seer raised his hand to heaven, murmuring, "The vendetta of Mannanon." The sage repeated, "Lex talionis." The sentimentalist is he who would enjoy without incurring the immense debtorship for a thing done. Malachias, overcome by emotion, ceased. The mystery was unveiled. Haynes was the third brother. His real name was Childs. The Black Panther was himself the ghost of his own father. He drank drugs to obliterate. For this relief much thanks. The lonely house by the graveyard is uninhabited. No soul will live there. The spider pitches her web in the solitude. The nocturnal rat peers from his hole. A curse is on it. It is haunted. Murderer's ground. What is the age of the soul of man? As she hath the virtue of the chameleon to change her hue at every new approach, to be gay with the merry and mournful with the downcast, so too is her age changeable as her mood. No longer is Leopold, as he sits there, ruminating, chewing the cud of reminiscence, that staid agent of publicity and holder of a modest substance in the funds. A score of years are blown away. He is young Leopold. There, as in a retrospective arrangement, a mirror within a mirror, hey, presto, he beholdeth himself. That young figure of then is seen, precociously manly, walking on a nipping morning from the old house in Clanbrassil Street to the high school, his book satchel on him bandolier-wise, and in it a goodly hunk of wheaten loaf, a mother's thought. Or it is the same figure, a year or so gone over, in his first hard hat. Ah, that was a day. Already on the road, a full-fledged traveller for the family firm, equipped with an order book, a scented handkerchief, not for show only, his case of bright trinketware, alas! A thing now of the past. And a quiverful of compliant smiles for this or that half-won housewife reckoning it out upon her fingertips or for a budding virgin, shyly acknowledging, but the heart? Tell me, his studied basemoins. The scent, the smile, but, more than these, the dark eyes and oleaginous address, brought home at duskfall many a commission to the head of the firm, seated with Jacob's pipe after like labours in the paternal ingle, a meal of noodles. You may be sure, is a heating, reading through round horn spectacles some paper from the Europe of a month before. But hey, presto, the mirror is breathed on and the young knight-errant recedes, shrivels, dwindles to a tiny speck within the mist. Now he is himself paternal and these about him might be his sons. Who can say? The wise father knows his own child. He thinks of a drizzling night in Hatch Street, hard by the bonded stores there, the first. Together, she is a poor waif, a child of shame, yours and mine and of all for a bare shilling in her luck penny. Together they hear the heavy tread of the watch as two rain-caped shadows pass the new Royal University. Bridie Kelly. He will never forget the name, ever remember the night, first night, the bride night. They are entwined in nethermost darkness, the willer with the willed, and in an instant, fiat. Light shall flood the world. Did heart leap to heart? Nay, fair reader. In a breath 'twas done but, hold. Back. It must not be. In terror the poor girl flees away through the murk. She is the bride of darkness, a daughter of night. She dare not bear the sunny golden babe of day. No, Leopold. Name and memory solace thee not. That youthful illusion of thy strength was taken from thee, and in vain. No son of thy loins is by thee. There is none now to be for Leopold, what Leopold was for Rudolph. The voices blend and fuse in clouded silence, silence that is the infinite of space, and swiftly, silently the soul is wafted over regions of cycles of generations that have lived. A region where grey twilight ever descends, never falls on wide sage-green pasture fields, shedding her dusk, scattering a perennial dew of stars. She follows her mother with ungainly steps, a mare leading her filly foal. Twilight phantoms are they, yet moulded in prophetic grace of structure, slim shapely haunches, a supple tendinous neck, the meek apprehensive skull. They fade, sad phantoms, all is gone. Agendath is a waste land, a home of screech owls and the sand-blind Upupa. Nethim, the golden, is no more. And on the highway of the clouds they come, muttering thunder of rebellion, the ghosts of beasts. Ha! Hark! Ha! Parallax stalks behind and goads them, the lancinating lightnings of whose brow are scorpions. Elk and yak, the bulls of Bashan and of Babylon, mammoth and mastodon, they come trooping to the sunken sea, Lacus Mortis. Ominous, revengeful zodiacal host. They moan, passing upon the clouds, horned and capricorned, the trumpeted with the tusked, the lionmaned, the giant-antlered, snouter and crawler, rodent, ruminant and pachyderm, all their moving moaning multitude, murderers of the sun. Onward to the Dead Sea they tramp to drink, unslaked and with horrible gulpings, the salt somnolent inexhaustible flood. And the equine portent grows again, magnified in the deserted heavens, nay to heaven's own magnitude, till it looms, vast, over the house of Virgo. And lo, wonder of metempsychosis, it is she, the everlasting bride, harbinger of the daystar, the bride, ever virgin. It is she, Martha, thou lost one, Millicent, the young, the dear, the radiant. How serene does she now arise, a queen among the Pleiades, in the penultimate antelucan hour, shod in sandals of bright gold, coiffed with a veil of what do you call it gossamer. It flows about her starborn flesh and loose it streams, emerald, sapphire, mauve and heliotrope, sustained on currents of the cold interstellar wind, winding, coiling, simply swirling, writhing in the skies a mysterious writing till. After a myriad metamorphoses of symbol, it blazes, alpha, a ruby and triangled sign upon the forehead of Taurus. Francis was reminding Stephen of years before when they had been at school together in Conmy's time. He asked about Glaucon, Alcibiades, Pisistratus. Where were they now? Neither knew. You have spoken of the past and its phantoms, Stephen said. Why think of them? If I call them into life across the waters of Lethe, will not the poor ghosts troop to my call? Who supposes it? I, Booz Stephanoumenos, bullock befriending bard, am lord and giver of their life. He encircled his gaddying hair with a coronal of vine leaves, smiling at Vincent. That answer and those leaves, Vincent said to him, will adorn you more fitly when something more, and greatly more, than a capful of light odes can call your genius father. All who wish you well hope this for you. All desire to see you bring forth the work you meditate, to acclaim you Stephanophoros. I heartily wish you may not fail them. Oh no, Vincent Lenehan said, laying a hand on the shoulder near him. Have no fear. He could not leave his mother an orphan. The young man's face grew dark. All could see how hard it was for him to be reminded of his promise and of his recent loss. He would have withdrawn from the feast had not the noise of voices allayed the smart. Madden had lost 5 drachmas on Scepter for a whim of the rider's name, Lenehan as much more. He told them of the race. The flag fell and, off, scamper, the mare ran out freshly with Madden up. She was leading the field. All hearts were beating. Even Phyllis could not contain herself. She waved her scarf and cried, Huzzah! Scepter wins. But in the straight on the run home when all were in close order the dark horse Throwaway drew level, reached, outstripped her. All was lost now. Phyllis was silent, her eyes were sad anemones. Juno, she cried, I am undone. But her lover consoled her and brought her a bright casket of gold in which lay some oval sugar plums which she partook. A tear fell, one only. A whacking fine whip, said Lenehan, is Lane. 4 winners yesterday and 3 today. What rider is like him? Mount him on the camel or the boisterous buffalo, the victory in a hack canter is still his. But let us bear it as was the ancient wont. Mercy on the luckless. Poor Scepter. He said with a light sigh. She is not the filly that she was. Never, by this hand, shall we behold such another. By Gad, sir, a queen of them. Do you remember her, Vincent? I wish you could have seen my queen today, Vincent said. How young she was and radiant, Lalage were scarce fair beside her, in her yellow shoes and frock of muslin, I do not know the right name of it. The chestnuts that shaded us were in bloom, the air drooped with their persuasive odor and with pollen floating by us. In the sunny patches one might easily have cooked on a stone a batch of those buns with Corinth fruit in them that Periplipomenes sells in his booth near the bridge. But she had not for her teeth but the arm with which I held her, and in that she nibbled mischievously when I pressed too close. A week ago she lay ill, for days on the couch, but today she was free, blithe, mocked at peril. She is more taking than her posies too. Mad romp that she is, she had pulled her fill as we reclined together. And in your ear, my friend, you will not think who met us as we left the field. Conmy himself. He was walking by the hedge, reading, I think a brevier book with, I doubt not, a witty letter in it from Glycera or Chloe to keep the page. The sweet creature turned all colors in her confusion, feigning to reprove a slight disorder in her dress. A slip of underwood clung there for the very trees adore her. When Conmy had passed she glanced at her lovely echo in that little mirror she carries. But he had been kind. In going by he had blessed us. The gods too are ever kind, Lenehan said. If I had poor luck with Base's mare perhaps this draught of his may serve me more propensely. He was laying his hand upon a wine jar, Malachi saw it and withheld his act, pointing to the stranger and to the scarlet label. Warily, Malachi whispered, preserve a druid silence. His soul is far away. It is as painful perhaps to be awakened from a vision as to be born. Any object, intensely regarded, may be a gate of access to the incorruptible aeon of the gods. Do you not think it, Stephen? Theosophos told me so, Stephen answered, whom in a previous existence Egyptian priests initiated into the mysteries of karmic law. The lords of the moon, Theosophos told me, an orange fiery shipload from planet Alpha of the lunar chain would not assume the etheric doubles, and these were therefore incarnated by the ruby-colored egos from the second constellation. However, as a matter of fact though, the preposterous surmise about him being in some description of a doldrums or other or mesmerized, which was entirely due to a misconception of the shallowest character, was not the case at all. The individual whose visual organs while the above was going on were at this juncture commencing to exhibit symptoms of animation was as astute if not astuter than any man living, and anybody that conjectured the contrary would have found themselves pretty speedily in the wrong shop. During the past 4 minutes or thereabouts he had been staring hard at a certain amount of No. 1 base bottled by Messrs. Bass & Co. at Burton-on-Trent, which happened to be situated amongst a lot of others right opposite to where he was, and which was certainly calculated to attract anyone's remark on account of its scarlet appearance. He was simply and solely, as it subsequently transpired for reasons best known to himself, which put quite an altogether different complexion on the proceedings, after the moment before's observations about boyhood days and the turf. Recollecting 2 or 3 private transactions of his own which the other 2 were as mutually innocent of as the babe unborn. Eventually, however, both their eyes met, and as soon as it began to dawn on him that the other was endeavoring to help himself to the thing, he involuntarily determined to help him himself, and so he accordingly took hold of the neck of the medium-sized glass recipient which contained the fluid sought after and made a capacious hole in it by pouring a lot of it out with. Also at the same time, however, a considerable degree of attentiveness in order not to upset any of the beer that was in it about the place. The debate which ensued was in its scope and progress an epitome of the course of life. Neither place nor counsel was lacking in dignity. The debaters were the keenest in the land, the theme they were engaged on the loftiest and most vital. The high hall of Horn's house had never beheld an assembly so representative and so varied, nor had the old rafters of that establishment ever listened to a language so encyclopedic. A gallant scene in truth it made. Crothers was there at the foot of the table in his striking Highland garb, his face glowing from the briny airs of the Mole of Galloway. There too, opposite to him, was Lynch, whose countenance bore already the stigmata of early depravity and premature wisdom. Next the Scotchman was the place assigned to Costello, the eccentric, while at his side was seated in stolid repose the squat form of Madden. The chair of the resident indeed stood vacant before the hearth, but on either flank of it the figure of Bannon in explorer's kit of tweed shorts and salted cowhide brogues contrasted sharply with the primrose elegance and town-bred manners of Malachi Roland St. John Mulligan. Lastly at the head of the board was the young poet who found a refuge from his labors of pedagogy and metaphysical inquisition in the convivial atmosphere of Socratic discussion. While to right and left of him were accommodated the flippant prognosticator, fresh from the hippodrome, and that vigilant wanderer, soiled by the dust of travel and combat and stained by the mire of an indelible dishonor, but from whose steadfast and constant heart no lure or peril or threat or degradation could ever efface the image of that voluptuous loveliness which the inspired pencil of Lafayette has limned for ages yet to come. It had better be stated here and now at the outset that the perverted transcendentalism to which Mr. S. Dedalus, div. Sep. contentions would appear to prove him pretty badly addicted runs directly counter to accepted scientific methods. Science, it cannot be too often repeated, deals with tangible phenomena. The man of science, like the man in the street, has to face hard-headed facts that cannot be blinked and explain them as best he can. There may be, it is true, some questions which science cannot answer, at present, such as the first problem submitted by Mr. L. Bloom, Pub. Canv., regarding the future determination of sex. Must we accept the view of Empedocles of Trinacria that the right ovary, the post-menstrual period, assert others, is responsible for the birth of males, or are the too long neglected spermatozoa or nemasperms the differentiating factors, or is it As most embryologists inclined to opine, such as Culpeper, Spallanzani, Blumenbach, Lusk, Hertwig, Leopold and Valenti, a mixture of both? This would be tantamount to a cooperation, one of nature's favorite devices, between the nisus formativus of the nemasperm on the one hand and on the other a happily chosen position, succubitus felix, of the passive element. The other problem raised by the same inquirer is scarcely less vital, infant mortality. It is interesting because, as he pertinently remarks, we are all born in the same way but we all die in different ways. Mr. M. Mulligan, Hyg. EDEUG. Document. Blames the sanitary conditions in which our grey-lunged citizens contract adenoids, pulmonary complaints etc. by inhaling the bacteria which lurk in dust. These factors, he alleged, and the revolting spectacles offered by our streets, hideous publicity posters, religious ministers of all denominations, mutilated soldiers and sailors, exposed scorbutic car drivers. The suspended carcasses of dead animals, paranoiac bachelors and unfructified duennas, these, he said, were accountable for any and every falling off in the caliber of the race. Calipedia, he prophesied, would soon be generally adopted and all the graces of life, genuinely good music, agreeable literature, light philosophy, instructive pictures, plaster-cast reproductions of the classical statues such as Venus and Apollo. Artistic colored photographs of prize babies, all these little attentions would enable ladies who were in a particular condition to pass the intervening months in a most enjoyable manner. Mr. J. Crothers, Disc. Botch. Attribute some of these demises to abdominal trauma in the case of women workers subjected to heavy labors in the workshop and to marital discipline in the home, but by far the vast majority to neglect, private or official. Culminating in the exposure of newborn infants, the practice of criminal abortion or in the atrocious crime of infanticide. Although the former, we are thinking of neglect, is undoubtedly only too true, the case he cites of nurses forgetting to count the sponges in the peritoneal cavity is too rare to be normative. In fact, when one comes to look into it, the wonder is that so many pregnancies and deliveries go off so well as they do, all things considered and in spite of our human shortcomings which often balk nature in her intentions. An ingenious suggestion is that thrown out by Mr. V. Lynch, Botch. Arith. That both natality and mortality, as well as all other phenomena of evolution, tidal movements, lunar phases, blood temperatures, diseases in general, everything, in fine. In nature's vast workshop, from the extinction of some remote sun to the blossoming of one of the countless flowers which beautify our public parks, is subject to a law of numeration as yet unascertained. Still, the plain straightforward question why a child of normally healthy parents and seemingly a healthy child and properly looked after succumbs unaccountably in early childhood, though other children of the same marriage do not, must certainly, in the poet's words, give us pause. Nature, we may rest assured, has her own good and cogent reasons for whatever she does, and in all probability such deaths are due to some law of anticipation by which organisms in which morbus germs have taken up their residence. Modern science has conclusively shown that only the plasmic substance can be said to be immortal, tend to disappear at an increasingly earlier stage of development. An arrangement which, though productive of pain to some of our feelings, notably the maternal, is nevertheless, some of us think, in the long run beneficial to the race in general in securing thereby the survival of the fittest. Mr. S. Dedalus, Div. Sep. Remark, or should it be called an interruption? That an omnivorous being which can masticate, deglut, digest and apparently pass through the ordinary channel with pluterperfect imperturbability such multifarious aliments as cancrenous females emaciated by parturition. Corpulent professional gentlemen, not to speak of jaundiced politicians and chlorotic nuns, might possibly find gastric relief in an innocent collation of staggering bob. Reveals as not else could and in a very unsavory light the tendency above alluded to. For the enlightenment of those who are not so intimately acquainted with the minutiae of the municipal abattoir as this morbid-minded aesthete and embryo philosopher, who for all his overweening bumptiousness in things scientific can scarcely distinguish an acid from an alkali, prides himself on being It should perhaps be stated that staggering Bob in the vile parlance of our lower-class licensed victuallers signifies the cookable and eatable flesh of a calf newly dropped from its mother. In a recent public controversy with Mr. L. Bloom, Pub. Canv., which took place in the Commons Hall of the National Maternity Hospital, 29, 30 and 31, Hollis Street, of which, as is well known, Dr. Horn, Lic. In mid. FKQCPI. Is the able and popular master. He is reported by eyewitnesses as having stated that once a woman has let the cat into the bag, an aesthete's allusion, presumably, to one of the most complicated and marvelous of all nature's processes, the act of sexual congress, she must let it out again or give it life, as he phrased it, to save her own. At the risk of her own, was the telling rejoinder of his interlocutor, none the less effective for the moderate and measured tone in which it was delivered. Meanwhile the skill and patience of the physician had brought about a happy accouchement. It had been a weary while both for patient and doctor. All that surgical skill could do was done, and the brave woman had manfully helped. She had fought the good fight, and now she was very happy. Those who have passed on, who have gone before, are happy too as they gaze down and smile upon the touching scene. Reverently look at her as she reclines there with the mother light in her eyes, that longing hunger for baby fingers. A pretty sight it is to see, in the first bloom of her new motherhood, breathing a silent prayer of thanksgiving to one above, the universal husband. And as her loving eyes behold her babe, she wishes only one blessing more, to have her dear Dodie there with her to share her joy, to lay in his arms that mite of God's clay, the fruit of their lawful embraces. He is older now, you and I may whisper it, and a trifle stooped in the shoulders, yet in the whirligig of years a grave dignity has come to the conscientious second accountant of the Ulster Bank, College Green branch. O Dodie, loved one of old, faithful life mate now, it may never be again, that far-off time of the roses. With the old shake of her pretty head she recalls those days. God! How beautiful now across the mist of years! But their children are grouped in her imagination about the bedside, hers and his, Charlie, Mary Alice, Frederick Albert, if he had lived, Mamie, Budgie, Victoria Francis, Tom, Violet Constance Louisa. Darling little Bobsy, called after our famous hero of the South African War, Lord Bobs of Waterford and Kandahar, and now this last pledge of their union, a Purefoy if ever there was one, with the true Purefoy nose. Young hopeful will be christened Mortimer Edward after the influential third cousin of Mr. Purefoy in the Treasury Remembrancer's Office, Dublin Castle. And so time wags on, but Father Cronion has dealt lightly here. No, let no sigh break from that bosom, dear gentle Mina. And Dodie, knock the ashes from your pipe, the seasoned briar you still fancy when the curfew rings for you, may it be the distant day. And doubt the light whereby you read in the sacred book, for the oil too has run low, and so with a tranquil heart to bed, to rest. He knows and will call in his own good time. You too have fought the good fight and played loyally your man's part. Sir, to you my hand. Well done, thou good and faithful servant. There are sins, or, let us call them as the world calls them, evil memories which are hidden away by man in the darkest places of the heart, but they abide there and wait. He may suffer their memory to grow dim, let them be as though they had not been, and all but persuade himself that they were not, or at least were otherwise. Yet a chance word will call them forth suddenly, and they will rise up to confront him in the most various circumstances, a vision, or a dream. Or while timbrel and harp soothe his senses, or amid the cool silver tranquillity of the evening, or at the feast, at midnight, when he is now filled with wine. Not to insult over him will the vision come as over one that lies under her wrath, not for vengeance to cut him off from the living, but shrouded in the piteous vesture of the past, silent, remote, reproachful. The stranger still regarded on the face before him a slow recession of that false calm there, imposed, as it seemed, by habit or some studied trick, upon words so embittered as to accuse in their speaker an unhealthiness, a flair for the cruder things of life. A scene disengages itself in the observer's memory, evoked, it would seem, by a word of so natural a homeliness as if those days were really present there, as some thought, with their immediate pleasures. A shaven space of lawn one soft May evening, the well-remembered grove of lilacs at Roundtown, purple and white. Fragrant slender spectators of the game but with much real interest in the pellets as they run slowly forward over the sward or collide and stop, one by its fellow, with a brief alert shock. And yonder about that grey urn where the water moves at times in thoughtful irrigation you saw another as fragrant sisterhood, flowy, attorney, tiny and their darker friend with I know not what of a resting in her pose then, Our Lady of the Cherries. A comely brace of them pendant from an ear, bringing out the foreign warmth of the skin so daintily against the cool ardent fruit. A lad of 4 or 5 in linsey woolsey, blossom time but there will be cheer in the kindly hearth when ere long the bowls are gathered and hutched, is standing on the urn secured by that circle of girlish fond hands. He frowns a little just as this young man does now with a perhaps too conscious enjoyment of the danger but must needs glance at whiles towards where his mother watches from the piazzetta giving upon the flower close with a faint shadow of remoteness. Or of reproach, Alice Verganglich, in her glad look. Mark this farther and remember. The end comes suddenly. Enter that antechamber of birth where the studious are assembled and note their faces. Nothing, as it seems, there of rash or violent. Quietude of custody, rather, befitting their station in that house, the vigilant watch of shepherds and of angels about a crib in Bethlehem of Judah long ago. But as before the lightning the serried storm clouds, heavy with preponderant excess of moisture, in swollen masses turgidly distended, compass earth and sky in one vast slumber. Impending above parched field and drowsy oxen and blighted growth of shrub and verdure till in an instant a flash rives their centres and with the reverberation of the thunder the cloudburst pours its torrent. So and not otherwise was the transformation, violent and instantaneous, upon the utterance of the word. Berks. Out flings my Lord Stephen, giving the cry, and a tag and bobtail of all them after, cockerel, jackanapes, welsher, pill doctor, punctual Bloom at heels with a universal grabbing at headgear, ashplants, bilboes, Panama hats and scabbards. Zermatt alpenstocks and what not. A dead ale of lusty youth, noble every student there. Nurse Callan taken aback in the hallway cannot stay them nor smiling surgeon coming downstairs with news of placentation ended, a full pound if a milligram. They hark him on. The door. It is open. Ha! They are out, tumultuously, off for a minute's race, all bravely legging it, Berks of Denzil and Hollis their ulterior goal. Dixon follows giving them sharp language but raps out an oath, he too, and on. Bloom stays with nurse a thought to send a kind word to happy mother and nursling up there. Dr. Diet and Dr. Quiet. Looks she too not other now? Ward of watching in Horn's house has told its tale in that washed-out pallor. Then all being gone, a glance of motherwit helping, he whispers close and going, Madam, when comes the stork-bird for thee? The air without is impregnated with rain-dew moisture, life-essence celestial, glistening on Dublin stone there under starshiny column. God's air, the All-Father's air, scintillant circumambient Cecil air. Breathe it deep into thee. By heaven, Theodore Purefoy, thou hast done a doughty deed and no botch. Thou art, I vow, the remarkablest progenitor barring none in this chaffering all-including most farraginous chronicle. Astounding. In her lay a God-framed God-given preformed possibility which thou hast fructified with thy modicum of man's work. Cleave to her. Serve. Toil on, labor like a very bandog and let scholarment and all Malthusiasts go hang. Thou art all their daddies, Theodore. Art drooping under thy load, bemoiled with butcher's bills at home and ingots, not thine, in the counting-house. Head up. For every newbegotten thou shalt gather thy homer of ripe wheat. See, thy fleece is drenched. Dost envy Darby Dullman there with his Joan? A canting jay and a room-eyed cur-dog is all their progeny. Pshaw, I tell thee. He is a mule, a dead gastropod, without vim or stamina, not worth a cracked kreutzer. Copulation without population. No, say I. Herod's slaughter of the innocents were the truer name. Vegetables, forsooth, and sterile cohabitation. Give her beefsteaks, red, raw, bleeding. She is a hoary pandemonium of ills, enlarged glands, mumps, quinsy, bunions, hay fever, bedsores, ringworm, floating kidney, Derbyshire neck, warts, bilious attacks, gallstones, cold feet, varicose veins. A truce to Threens and Trentals and Jeremies and all such congenital defunctive music. 20 years of it, regret them not. With thee it was not as with many that will and would and wait and never, do. Thou sawest thy America, thy life task, and didst charge to cover like the transpontine bison. How saith Zarathustra? Dane ku trubsel melkest du nun trinkst du die sus milch de utters. See. It displodes for thee in abundance. Drink, man, an udderful. Mother's milk, purefoy, the milk of human kin, milk too of those burgeoning stars overhead rudolent in thin rainvapor, punch milk, such as those rioters will quaff in their guzzling den, milk of madness, the honey milk of Canaan's land. Thy cow's dug was tough, what? Aye, but her milk is hot and sweet and fattening. No dollop this but thick rich bonniclaber. To her, old patriarch. Pap. Per diem partulum et pertundum nunc est bibendum. All off for a buster, Armstrong, hollering down the street. Bona fides. Where you slept last night? Timothy of the battered Nagin. Like old Billio. Any brallas or gumboots in the family? Where the Henry Neville sawbones and old CLO? Sarah 1-0 me knows. Hurrah there, Dix. Forward to the ribbon counter. Where's Punch? All serene. J. Look at the drunken minister coming out of the maternity hose pal. Benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, pater et filius. A make, Mr. The Denzil Lane boys. Hell, blast ye. Scoot. Righto, Isaacs, shove em out of the bleeding limelight. Use join Uzi, dear sir. No intrusion in life. Lou heap good man. Ali say me dis bunch. En avant, mes on fawn. Fire away number 1 on the gun. Burks. Burks. Thence they advanced 5 parasangs. Slattery's mounted foot. Where's that bleeding offer? Parson Steve, apostate's creed. No, no, Mulligan. Abaft there. Shove ahead. Keep a watch on the clock. Chucking out time. Mully. What's on you? Ma mère aimée Marie. British Beatitudes. Retamplaten diggity boom boom. Eyes have it. To be printed and bound at the Druidrum Press by 2 designing females. Calf covers of Pisidon green. Last word in art shades. Most beautiful book come out of Ireland my time. Silentium. Get a spurt on. Tension. Proceed to nearest canteen and their annex liquor stores. March. Tramp, 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 the boys are, attitudes, parchang. Beer, beef, business, Bibles, bulldogs battleships, boogery and bishops. Whether on the scaffold high. Beer, beef, trample the Bibles. When for Ireland dear. Trample the trempellers. Thunderation. Keep the derned military step. We fall. Bishop's busbox. Halt. Heave to. Rugger. Scrum in. No touch kicking. Wow, my tootsies. You hurt? Most amazingly sorry. Query. Who's a standing this here do? Proud possessor of damn all. Declare misery. Bet to the ropes. Me nanty salty. Not a red at me this week gone. Yours. Mead of our fathers for the Ubermensch. Ditto. 5 number 1s. You, sir. Ginger cordial. Chase me, the cabbie's caudle. Stimulate the caloric. Winding of his ticker. Stopped short never to go again when the old. Absent for me, savvy, Carumba. Have an eggnog or a prairie oyster. Enemy. Avuncular's got my timepiece. 10-2. Obligated awful. Don't mention it. Got a pectoral trauma, dicks. Pos fact. Got bet be a bumblebee whenever he was set tin sleepin' in his bit garden. Digs up near the mater. Buckled he is. Know his dona? Yup, sartin I do. Full of adour. See her in her dishybilly. Peels off a credit. Lovey lovekin. None of your lean kind, not much. Pull down the blind, love. 2 ardalons. Same here. Look slippery. If you fall don't wait to get up. 5, 7, 9. Fine. Got a prime pair of mince pies, no kid. And her take me to rests and her anchor of rum. Must be seen to be believed. Your starving eyes and albaplastered neck you stole my heart, O gluepot. Sir. Spot again the room it is. All poppycock, you'll excuse me saying. For the hoi polloi. I veyer thee beest a girt vole. Well, Doc. Back fro Lapland. Your corporosity satiating okay. How's the squaws and papooses? Woman body after going on the straw. Stand and deliver. Password. There's hair. Ours the white death and the ruddy birth. Hi. Spit in your own eye, boss. Mummer's wire. Cribbed out of Meredith. Jezzified, orchidized, polysemical Jesuit. Auntie mine's writing pa kinch. Baddybad Stephen lead astray goodygood Malachi. Hurrah. Collar the leather, young gun. Rune why the nappy. Here, Jock Bra Highlandman's your barley brie. Lang may your lum reek and your kalepot boil. My tipple. Merci. Here's to us. How's that? Leg before wicket. Don't stain my brand new synonyms. Gives a shake of Pepe, you there. Catch a holt. Caraway seed to carry away. Twig. Shrieks of silence. Every cove to his gentry mort. Venus pandemos. Les petites femmes. Bold bad girl from the town of Mullingar. Tell her I was axing at her. Howding Sarah by the Wame. On the road to Malahide. Me. If she who seduced me had left but the name. What do you want for 9p? Macree, Macruiskeen. Smutty mall for a mattress jig. And a pull all together. X. Waiting, governor. Most deciduously. Bet your boots on. Stunned like, seeing as how no shiners is acoming. Under can stumble. Heavy got the chink ad lib seed near free pound on a spell ago a said war his'n. Us come right in on your invite, see. Up to you, matey. Out with the oof. 2 bar and a wing. You larn that go off of they their Frenchy bilks. Won't wash here for nuts nohow. Lil chilly velly solly. ISE the cutest color coon down our side. God's terreth, Cholly. We are nae foe. We're nae the foe. O reservoir, Mose Sioux. Tanks you. 'Tis, sure. What say? In the speakeasy. Tight. I shee you, sure. Bantam, 2 days TT. Bozing nout but clairtwine. Garn. Have a glint, do. Gum, I'm jiggered. And been to barber he have. Too full for words. With a railway bloke. How come you so? Opera he'd like. Rose of Castile. Rose of Cast. Police. Some H2O for a gent fainted. Look at Bantam's flowers. Gemini. He's going to holler. The Colleen Bown. My Colleen Bown. Oh, cheese it. Shut his blurry Dutch oven with a firm hand. Had the winner today till I tipped him a dead cert. The rough incly the nab of Stephen hand as give me the JD Coppeline. He strike a telegram boy paddock wire big bug base to the depot. Shove him a Joey and Grahameyes. Mare on form hot order. Guinea to a goosegog. Tell a cram, that. Gospel true. Criminal diversion. I think that yes. Sure thing. Land him in Choki if the Harmon Beck copped the game. Madden back Madden's a maddening back. Oh, lust our refuge and our strength. Decamping. Must you go? Off to mammy. Stand by. Hide my blushes someone. All in if he spots me. Come me, our bantam. Horivar, mon vayu. Dinna forget the cowslips for Hersel. Corn fide. What gev thon colt. Pal to pal. Janek. Of John Thomas, her spouse. No fake, old man Leo. Selp me, honest Injun. Shiver my timbers if I had. There's a great big holy friar. Vyfor you know me tell. Vel, ises, if that ain't a sheeny Natchez, vel, I vil get Misha Machina. Through yerd our Lord, amen. You move a motion. Steve boy, you're going it some. More bluggy drunkables. Will immensely splendiferous stander permit one stooder of most extreme poverty and one large's eyes grandacious thirst to terminate one expensive inaugurated libation? Gives a breather. Landlord, have you good wine, Staboo? Hoots, mon, a wee drap to pre. Cut and come again. Right. Boniface. Absent the lot. Nos omnes biberamus viridum toxicum diabolus capiat posteriori in Austria. Closing time, gents. Rome booze for the Bloom toff. I hear you say onions. Blue. Kajas ads. Photos paply, by all that's gorgeous. Play low, partner. Slide. Bonsoir la company. And snares of the pox fiend. Where's the buck and namby-amby? Skunked. Leg bail. A wheel, ye mon Ian gang your gates. Checkmate. King to tower. Kind Christian, will you help young man whose friend tuck bungalow key 2 fine plays where 2 lay crown of his head 2 night. Cricky, I'm about sprung. Tarnally dog gone my shins if this bean't the bestest puttiest long break yet. Item, curate, couple of cookies for this child. Cots plud and prandipols, none. Not a pint of cheeses. Thrust syphilis down to hell and with him those other licensed spirits. Time, gents. Who wander through the world. Health all. Ah la vatri. Golly, what 10 tunkets yon guy in the Macintosh. Dusty roads. Peep at his wearables. By mighty. What's he got? Jubilee mutton. Bovril, by James. Wants it real bad. G. Ken Bear socks. Seedy cuss in the Richmond. Raw there. Thought he had a deposit of lead in his penis. Trumpery insanity. Bartle the bread we calls him. That, sir, was once a prosperous cit man all tattered and torn that married a maiden all forlorn. Slung her hook, she did. Here see lost love. Walking Macintosh of Lonely Canyon. Tuck and turn in. Schedule time. Nix for the hornies. Pardon. Seen him today at a runful. Chum worn past in his checks. Ludamassi. Poor pickaninnies. Thou'll no be telling me thought, pulled veg. Did blubble big splash criteers cos friend Padney was took off in black bag? Of all the darkies massa pat was vera best. I never see the like since I was born. TNs, but it is well sad, that, my faith, yes. Oh, get, rev on a gradient 1 in 9. Live axle drives are souped. Lay you 2 to 1 Genetzi licks him ruddy well hollow. Jappies? High-angle fire, Inya. Sunk by war specials. Be worse for him, says he, nor any Russian. Time all. There's 11 of them. Get ye gone. Forward, woozy wobblers. Night. Night. May Allah the Excellent One your soul this night ever tremendously conserve. Your attention. We're nae the foe. The Leith police dismisseth us. The least though lice. We're hawks for the chap puking. Unwell in his abominable regions. Yucca. Night. Mona, my true love. Yuk. Mona, my own love. Okay. Hark. Shut your obstropolos. Flap. Flap. Blaze on. There she goes. Brigade. Bout ship. Mount Street way. Cut up. Flap. Tally ho. You not come. Run, skelter, race. Flayap. Lynch. Hey. Sign on long o me. Denzel Lane this way. Change here for Body House. We too, she said, will seek the kips where Shady Mary is. Righto, any old time. Ladabunter in cubilibus sui. You coming long? Whisper, who the sooty hell's the Johnny in the black duds? Hush. Sinned against the light, and even now that day is at hand when he shall come to judge the world by fire. Flap. Ut implorenter scripturi. Strike up a ballad. Then out spake Medical Dick to his comrade Medical Davy. Christical, who's this excrement yellow gospeler on the Marian Hall? Elijah is coming. Washed in the blood of the Lamb. Come on you wine-fizzling, gin-sizzling, buss-guzzling existences. Come on, you doggone, bull-necked, beetle-browed, hog-jowled, peanut-brained, weasel-eyed four-flushers, false alarms and excess baggage. Come on, you triple extract of infamy. Alexander J. Christ Dowie, that's my name, that's yanked to glory most half this planet from Frisco Beach to Vladivostok. The deity ain't no nickel-dime bumshow. I put it to you that he's on the square and a corking fine business proposition. He's the grandest thing yet, and don't you forget it. Shout salvation in King Jesus. You'll need to rise precious early, you sinner there, if you want to diddle the Almighty God. Flayap. Not half. He's got a cough mixture with a punch in it for you, my friend, in his back pocket. Just you try it on. 15. The Mabbott Street entrance of Nighttown, before which stretches an uncobbled tram siding set with skeleton tracks, red and green will-o'-the-wisps and danger signals.